thirsty for more at Lowe's Motor Speedway for a Memorial Day tradition at sundown. The longest track in the Nextel Cup will have drivers looking to find their groove by drifting and working the gas in the corners to gain momentum. Can three-time winner Jimmy Johnson continue his dominance at the Beast of the Southeast?
Jimmy Johnson and the Lowe's Chevy win.
Let's get to victory lane, babe.
Or will Matt Kenseth, Dale Jr., Tony Stewart, and Mark Martin take the checkered flag under the lights? Sit back and enjoy the sights and sounds.
Yikes, there they go.
Next on NASCAR Hotpass.
Memorial Day weekend, one of the great weekends of the year in the United States and all across the country. We honor our military, those who are fighting for us today, and those who have given their life for our nation's freedom. And it's no different here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in North Carolina. These are the real superstars of our country, but tonight it's the superstars of the Nextel Cup Series that will be on display in the longest race of the year. It's the Coca-Cola 600 at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, and you can watch it all night long. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the man we're following on Channel 799. It's NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV, presented by Dodge. Hello and welcome, everyone. With Phil Parsons, I'm Adam Alexander. It's good to have you with us on a gorgeous evening for racing. It's race 12 of the 2007 Nextel Cup season. And Phil, when you talk about racing here at this venue, it's special. You know, 491 drivers have made a start in a Nextel Cup Series race here. You're one of them, and I know it's a special event for everyone involved.
Adam, it sure is. I was fortunate enough to be a part of this Coca-Cola 600 a number of times. Never really had the luck that I hoped to have had. I had a top 10 or two, but it's great to be here. I cannot believe the crowd. I haven't been here for a few years for one of the Coca-Cola 600s, and it's amazing how many people are here and on pit road, and how many of our military are here. It's just a great sight to see.
More than 170,000 fans packed in here to watch 43 drivers go for the prize of the Coca-Cola 600, and you won't need a jacket tonight. Chamber of Commerce weather in Concord, North Carolina. Partly cloudy, 88 degrees, and less than a 10% chance of precipitation here this evening. As we said, we're going to follow Dale Earnhardt Jr. The last time a points race was held a couple of weeks ago at Darlington, South Carolina, infractions have since been announced for this 8 team, and that means Dale Earnhardt Jr. has dropped from 12th to 14th in the standings. You see here, Jeff Gordon continues to lead. Junior some 721 markers behind in 14th, but still plenty of time left for him to get into the top 12 and have an opportunity to run for the 2007 championship. Speaking of Dale Jr., we heard from him moments ago on the grid with Phil Parsons. He starts 4th here tonight. Phil?
Standing by with our hot pass driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Dale Jr., a little bit of a handicap this week without Tony Jr.
Not really. You know, Tony Jr. is going to give Tony Gibson a lot of assistance leading into the event and in the evenings. But Tony Gibson's, you know, he's been in the sport a long time, and he's the perfect man for a situation like this. You know, you really want somebody that can come in there and fill the gap and fill it well, and he's the man for that deal. So we're lucky to have him in this situation. So I'm thankful for that, and he's done a great job. We're pretty excited about our opportunity tonight. The car was a little tight in practice, to be honest with you. We're going to try to work on that through discussions last night and come up with some ideas. So hopefully those ideas are going to work for us today. We'll just have to see. It's a long, long race, and just got to be around there at the end. Obviously, that's a cliche, but this 600 miles is pretty tough on these cars, so got to take care of them.
Dale Jr., how difficult it is to keep up with the racetrack when you start in the daytime, a hot sun, it's a very hot day today, and then we're going to get in the night, it's going to cool off. How difficult is it to keep up with this racetrack?
Real difficult. You know, this track changes from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. You know, so we're racing in just that short span of time. The track can change. The sun's out, it's hot, and you don't think anything's different, but the track will just change like that. So if it's in the shade for just 2 minutes in that corner, it's a totally different racetrack. So imagine going from day to night. You know, it's going to be tremendous. It's the guys that have their cars set up for that last run are the guys that you're going to see challenging for the win. There's not much indication the first half of the race who the real threat is until this thing gets dark and cooled off. Tell me about this very, very cool paint scheme here. It's a camo car. We're really proud of it. Everybody's given some great compliments on it, but it's sort of it's supporting, it's remembering the heroes, the fallen heroes from all over, wherever they may be stationed. A lot of people concentrate on the Middle East, but we have soldiers everywhere throughout the world, and this is sort of for Memorial Day, it's a way to honor them and a way to tell them that we appreciate everything they do for us, to allow us to be able to have the freedoms we have. We owe it all to them. It's me and about 7 other drivers here with different schemes and different ways to pay tribute with certain branches of the military, and we're very proud to be a part of it. I want to thank the military for allowing our team to be a part of it. We're really happy. Well, we appreciate you letting us be a part of your team tonight. We're going to have a great ride tonight and hopefully meet you in victory lane. Absolutely. I hope we have a good race. I want everybody to have a good Memorial Day. Whoever's got the day off, we'll be sitting there on the lake partying, so hope everybody enjoys it. All right. Thanks, Dale. Thank you.
He's a guy that's had a lot of success here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. 15 races. He has a pole to his credit and 4 top 5 finishes. Let's meet the guys that'll go over the wall tonight. Back down to Phil Parsons.
Adam, let's let these guys introduce themselves. These are the guys we're going to be watching, the 7 guys over the wall for the Budweiser Chevrolet.
Yeah, Greg Burkhart, rear tire changer, Archdale, North Carolina. I'd like to say happy Memorial Day.
Brian Chase, York, Maine, Jackman. I'd like to say happy Memorial Day to my father, Brian, and my late grandfather, Joe McCarthy, and Herman Chase. Appreciate everything you do for us, guys.
Eric Wakeland, rear tire carrier, Plymouth, Indiana. I'd like to say thank you to the troops overseas for letting us do what we do and keeping us safe. Thank you very much. Mama made it and it's not raining.
Greg Lund, catch can man, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Happy Memorial Day.
Jeff Clark, gas man. I want to say Memorial Day special for my grandfather, Leon Clark. He was a Marine Colonel, fighter pilot in World War II. Happy Memorial Day.
DJ Kopp, front tire changer from Ontario, New York. I want to say happy Memorial Day to all the vets back home, and thanks for your help.
These are the guys that are going to do it on pit road all night long. 13-second pit stops each and every time.
And we hope that's the case here tonight. And we should point out, with a 600-mile race, it's longer. That means more work for the guys that go over the wall, and they indeed will play a critical role in Dale Jr.'s success here tonight. Well, you see on the screen Dale Jr. sitting inside his race car collecting his thoughts. Let's see if we can visit with him and talk about some of the issues he will face on the track here this evening. Dale Jr., Adam Alexander with NASCAR Hotpass. You got a copy?
Yep.
I want to first ask you about the sun. I know this track's going to change a lot, but talk about before the sun goes down, making your way through turns 3 and 4 and how that will hamper your vision coming up off the corner.
It'll be blinding for a little while, but just about half an hour, that's all. Hopefully, it goes by pretty fast, but that lasts about a half hour. You can't really see much.
Talked a lot about the way this track will change throughout the night and how you have to take care of your equipment over the long haul. How you taking care of yourself in the race car tonight, because it's a long, beaten race on you physically as well.
Yeah, drank a lot of water all week just so we can last as far as preparation and all that stuff. During the race, you just you try not to get into a mental race with another car too hard, racing too hard, where you wear your equipment out and wear yourself out. Try to keep it, save a little bit for the end always, because a lot of things happen in this race and it's a different story. Every hour is a different little story and you're in a different position. So you just got to take your time.
Stay safe. Thanks for letting us ride along. Good luck, Dale. Dale Jr. inside the car and set to go racing. 600 miles, 400 laps here this evening. The 97th time the Nextel Cup Series has made their way to the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. And one of the changes we'll see this week is the interim crew chief, Tony Eury Jr., suspended. Tony Gibson, the car chief, steps in to fill that role. 38-year-old, he's got plenty of experience atop the war wagon. He's not more nervous tonight than any other week, and he will be calling the shots. So let's hear his thoughts as we get set to go green. Phil Parsons caught up with Tony Gibson earlier this evening on the grid.
I'm standing by with the old man, Tony Gibson, and hey, this being crew chief deal is not new to you.
No, it's not. And with Dale Jr., it's new, but no, I've been in this situation a few times.
seems like somebody does something sooner or later and puts me in this position, but it's okay. That's what I'm here for. You know, it's all about team. So my job is to fill in while Tony Jr. is out, and I'll do the best I can. You know, one good thing about our relationship is we're real close. We do a lot of things. We think alike. So hopefully tonight it'll go smooth. We won't have any problems. We just got to figure this tire deal out. That's it.
I know you're so critical to Tony Eury Jr. I know he thinks the world of you, and I know that it was very comforting for him when he had to sit out for you to step in here. Yeah, like I said, we're real close, and you know, I think the world of him, and I'll stand by him no matter what happens. And this is strictly a fill-in role for me. I'll do the best I can for him, and we've been working close, even though he's been not at the racetrack. We've been on the phone pretty heavy, back and forth, and so we put our heads together and try to come up with the best setup. And you know, I'm familiar with the setups that we're doing in the car. Obviously, we've run this car a lot, so you know, hopefully, you know, the experience between me and him working together and working with Dale Jr. will prevail tonight. Let's talk a little bit about tonight. We start in the very hot sunshine of the day, and then we're going to finish at night. How difficult is it to keep up with this racetrack? It's real difficult. The drivers are they're gonna complain, they're gonna whine, they're gonna scream about the car, just no grip. And they're gonna be backing the corners up, getting in, and you know, we work on this cold bind deal based on the driver getting in the corners a certain way. And when it's hot and slick like this, they don't do that. They're nervous about driving in, so you know, they bounce around a lot, and the drivers really don't like that. We went through some of that yesterday with Dale Jr. He wasn't real happy with it, and so we kind of changed some things last night, and a lot of air pressure. This tire is real weird. It's we've put different sets on and just go out to lunch. You know, one set he likes, one set he doesn't. So we scuffed some tires to try to eliminate some of that, but then, you know, sooner or later you're going to run out of those. So you know, the racetrack, it's a monster, man. You got to stay on it. So hopefully we can make the right adjustments and be good tonight. All right, buddy, we're going to be hanging in here with you. We appreciate you letting us ride along. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Tony Gibson, crew chief, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Well, what a luxury to have a guy like Tony Gibson stepping in when Tony Eury Jr. is not around, and should help this team have as much success tonight as they possibly can. There you see Dale Jr. in the Desert Camo car this evening, a very special paint scheme honoring our fallen soldiers. And what's really neat about this car is the fact that proceeds from the die-cast sold on this car are going to go to Special Operations Warrior Foundation, and this supports fallen soldiers' families and helps put their children through school. If you'd like more information, you can log on to www.specialops.org. A special paint scheme for a special guy, and what about that helmet? That's pretty cool as well. Well, it's a 600-mile race, and we haven't even started yet. These teams are going to face a number of issues, Phil, and one of the things we'll monitor throughout the evening is the track temperature, where it is now versus what it is later in the night, because that's going to be something these teams really use to help make changes to the race car.
Boy, it sure is, Adam. Let's take a look at the track temperature right now. This is the asphalt right behind our pit here. 120 degrees. It was 120 degrees right there for just a moment. That's what the track temperature is right now on the racetrack. That will go down as the sun continues to go down, and it'll be very interesting to see exactly what we're going to have for a track temperature when it gets night out here.
We talk about the issues that these teams will face here this evening, and I think one of the keys has got to be staying in front of the race car, and starting fourth, that's a big advantage for this race team. And as you see Dale Jr. making his way around the racetrack, let's look at the facts of the Lowe's Motor Speedway here in Concord, North Carolina. 1.5 miles in distance, 24 degrees, a quad oval, and very challenging for these teams to get around. It's a 400-lap race. We talked about the fact that it's 600 miles. Pit road speed 45 miles per hour, and the pit window between 50 and 55. You see him crossing the start-finish line here. 1 lap to go before we go green. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of anticipation when you get ready for a race like this, and you can feel it now as Dale Jr. gets set to go off in the 4th position, Phil.
Yeah, Adam, the thing is, when this racetrack gets cool at night,
sure you got
the track
your
has a
brake
tendency
blowers
to
and your
tighten
bead blowers
up.
on there.
So when they want to be a little bit loose right now because they know the racetrack's going to tighten up, so he may have his hands full at least for an hour or so while the racetrack is as hot as it is right now. But as the racetrack cools off, then he's going to gain more grip, and the car should become tighter. And that's what they want to make sure they're not too tight when that happens. So that's why they're going to be a little bit on the loose side right now. So it's something for us to keep an eye on.
Steve Meal, the voice that you will hear upstairs, calling the shots from the spotter stand for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Of course, you'll hear Dale on the radio tonight. And Tony Gibson, the crew chief, who will be filling in this evening for Tony Eury Jr. And this is just one of the 5 channels you can watch on NASCAR Hotpass. Channel 795, Matt Kenseth, who has won this race. Tony Stewart on Channel 796. Of course, we know the success of defending champion Jimmy Johnson here at Lowe's on Channel 797. And what a great year it's been for Mark Martin. A part-time schedule, but he's looked very good, and he's also had some good runs here at Lowe's. He's on Channel 798 tonight. Here it's Channel 799. Dale Earnhardt Jr. with Phil Parsons. I'm Adam Alexander. The pace truck pulling to pit road. We're set to go racing in the longest race of the year, the Coca-Cola 600. Let's listen to the team radio.
90 across start finish. Green flag, green flag. Still inside, Junior. Clear low, clear low. Inside, inside. Still inside, Junior.
Remember, Adam, Dale Jr. talked about
Clear
fighting
low.
push yesterday afternoon in the final practice, and that's what it looked like down there.
Real, you're bouncing on the right front pretty bad.
Roger that on the front. 10-4.
Dale Jr. riding in the 6th position after starting 4th earlier today, and he talked about the fact he's going to have to really do some wheel work in the early going, Phil, and he's certainly doing that. J.J. Yaley riding behind him in the 7th position. Looks like the Bud Chevy pushing up a bit through the corner.
Inside, inside. Clear.
Didn't take him long to feel something in the race car, did it, Phil?
Boy, it sure didn't, Adam. That's, you know, we talk about that coil bind setup, and that's what Dale Jr. was talking about, the thing bouncing. The spring coils actually touch each other, and that's what he was talking about. He felt that bouncing. Not a smooth transition, so that's something that Tony and the guys will work on to try to see if we can alleviate the bouncing.
Dale started 4th, has dropped back to 6th. And 3 laps in, he's working to the inside of Denny Hamlin. And he completes the pass.
Clear.
You hear the clear call from Steve Meal atop the spotter stand. And as Hamlin pushes up the racetrack behind Junior, he's moved up to the 5th position.
You know, Adam, it'll take a few laps for the air pressures to get up in these tires. They start a little bit lower because they only want to see them get to a certain amount when the tires get very hot. So they'll probably gain 15 to 20 pounds of air during the course of a run. So right now they start out a little bit low, and sometimes the cars are a little bit of a handful until that air pressure builds up a little bit.
And that's where you like to have a guy in the driver's seat who really knows how to handle the wheel, and certainly Dale Earnhardt Jr. does. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens as this run goes on and the night goes on, Phil.
Clear by 2 car lengths to the 18.
As you hear Steve Mill letting Dale know where he is on the racetrack in relation to J.J. Yaley, who rides behind him through the corner. But it's going to be interesting to see what the groove does as we go through the course of 600 miles here tonight.
Yeah, it really was. I was talking to Dale Jr. on Thursday, and in a test over here a couple of weeks ago, he really worked the outside groove. And he told me that for the All-Star race, there was
Leader
so much...
run a 98, you run a 93.
Tony Gibson telling me he's a little bit quicker. Dale Jr. talking about how it is getting in the turn. entering the turn.
Back bumper, June, back bumper.
But Dale Jr. said the outside groove would work, but there was so much grip on the bottom at nighttime that it really wasn't an advantage to go up there. So it'll be interesting to see. I think we're going to have longer runs here. There were only 20-lap segments in the All-Star Challenge. We're going to have longer runs. The tires are going to get more laps on them. They're going to get more heat in them. And I think we'll probably see this groove move around during this race.
Talked to Dale Jr. before the race about taking care of his own body throughout 600 miles because physically it can be very taxing on a driver to race that long. And he said one of the keys is not messing around with a guy on the racetrack and racing for positions in the early going. And you saw there, as soon as J.J. Yaley got the inside of the Bud Chevy, he moved up and let him go. The sign of a mature race car driver and a sign of a guy that's taking care of himself, something you have to do when you're racing as long a race as this one is. It's got a history of being well over 4 hours. Been times when it's been over 5 hours.
I know Dale Jr. had a waffle for breakfast, so give him a little energy from a waffle.
I think in this scenario, you'd take whatever you could get. Dale Jr. riding 6th. Top right of your screen, a battle for position. Point leader Jeff Gordon involved there. Bottom of your screen, you're riding on board with Dale Jr. You see J.J. Yaley just in front of him. And out in front of that race car is the 19 of Elliott Sadler. Top left, interim crew chief Tony Gibson.
A little slick on the right rear. Just a little bit slick on the right rear.
Dale Jr. talking about it being a little slick on the right rear. He's sliding the right rear tire a little bit. Gives a lot of feedback, so Tony and the guys can determine what adjustments to make to the Budweiser Chevrolet.
And I think the one good thing about Tony Gibson filling in the crew chief role is that, as he pointed out before the race tonight, he and Tony Jr. think a lot alike, and that really helps interpreting and making the same kind of changes Dale Jr. would expect Tony Jr. to make in these situations, Phil.
Yeah, great relationship between, as you see Dale Jr. going for that spot back on J.J. Yaley. Try to take over that 5th position. We'll be back with more on channel 799 right after these messages.
The fastest drivers on Earth are in a race across America. If you've been drinking Coke, if you've been saving up points, then prepare to get their NASCAR gear. Thanks for drinking. Every Coke drinker is a potential winner. They've thanked their pit crews. They've thanked all of their sponsors. Now, the fastest drivers on Earth are coming for you.
Thanks, buddy!
And nothing will stop them from giving you their NASCAR gear. Nothing. Thanks for drinking. Get the racing gear you want. Go to mycokerewards.com.
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Push this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Announcing an exciting breakthrough in automotive technology. Introducing ZNet, only at AutoZone. ZNet gives every AutoZoner the power to find you the right part faster, along with diagrams, photos, and complete instructions. So you'll get the job done right the first time, every time. Come in for a test drive today. ZNet, available only when you get in the zone. AutoZone.
The war in Europe is over. The unconditional surrender.
This is our country.
After 89 years in the making, this is our truck.
the 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the all-new Chevy Silverado.
Underway in Charlotte, the Lowe's Motor Speedway, and aerial coverage of tonight's event brought to you by Ginn Properties and Resorts. The Ginn Resorts Lightship, flying high above here this evening. And while we were away, you probably saw our driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., making up spots on the racetrack. He's flying on the track tonight. Started 4th, dropped back to the 6th position, but since that time has rallied. Top left of your screen, you see him going around Elliott Sadler. This was the pass for 4th while we were away. He's also able to drive around Matt Kenseth for the 3rd position, and it's Earnhardt Jr. now, but behind the two Penske drivers of Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman. And this kind of goes back to what you and I talked about a little bit, Phil, and that is allowing the race car to come to you. He drops back a couple of positions, but gets those positions back, and since has rallied to 3rd. And I think 19 laps into a run, this is a pretty solid start for these guys.
It sure is, and you've heard Tony Gibson talk about how well he is running compared to the lead. And I asked Tony a couple hours ago before the race, I said, who really looked to be the best cars out there? And he said he thought the 2 of Kurt Busch was very, very good, as well as the 12 of Ryan Newman. So exactly what Tony Gibson thought is playing out here. The Penske cars are very, very strong, but so is that DEI Chevrolet number 8.
And you would think for a driver who slid back in the early going like Dale did that he may have lost sight.
That last lap was real good right there, real good.
And you hear the word coming from Tony Gibson about how good the last lap was. So Dale Jr. will know to maintain that line perhaps, but despite falling back a bit in the early laps, Dale Jr. really has not lost sight of those guys out in front of him. That's a very encouraging point. It's so early, you don't want to get too excited, but I think this team is right where they need to be 21 laps in.
You know, Dale Jr. alluded to the fact that it's such a different dichotomy during this race. You have the very, very warm racetrack right now with the sunshine, and then, you know, there are times when people dominate the early portion of this race like the Penske cars are right now, and then when it gets cooler at night, their chassis goes away and somebody else comes up that you haven't even seen all day. So a very, very unusual race here when you start during the day and finish at night. So you don't really know what's going to go on. You just want to hang in there like Dale Jr. is doing till you get towards about the 400-mile mark. Then we'll be in darkness, and we'll know what the racetrack is going to do probably for the rest of the event.
Great shot here, lower left of your screen, of the distance between Dale Jr. and pole sitter and second place running Ryan Newman. It's quite obvious
You're
that
running
Dale
74, the leader running 86.
10-4, that's plenty of information.
Roger that.
Dale Jr. closing in, and some good radio traffic there, Phil.
Yeah, Tony Gibson was letting him know that he was faster than leader, and Dale Jr. I think has a groove that he likes, and he told Tony that's good information. He appreciates that, so he's in great shape right now.
It's such a long race, as you see on your screen, the lap times and what they're doing over the course of this run. At lap 19, 31:60, and really there was not a lot of difference in the lap times. In fact, if anything, he's getting just a little bit quicker. So that's very, very positive. And you see time behind the leader. He's certainly closing the gap, and he has over the last few laps. And we're about to see that Bud Chevy go to second. Ryan Newman started on the pole, led a lap or two, and now he's falling to third. Dale Jr. around for the runner-up spot.
Clear.
Yeah, nice move by Dale Jr. He has a great Budweiser Chevrolet right now, and really a nice handling package. I talked to Tony before the race, and he said we chased the thing around so much during the 2 practice sessions yesterday, we really don't know where we are. But obviously they hit on something here, and the car is just about perfect right now.
Talked to one of the crew guys today, and I said, what do you think? He said, well, I think we could be really good, or if it doesn't go like I hope, you know, it could go the other way. And I think there were a lot of unknowns with this race team entering today, because as you pointed out, Phil, they made some changes, a calculated guess, if you will, as to where they thought this thing would be from a track standpoint. But it looks in the early going like the guesses they made were correct. And I guess the one thing they have on their side is the race car they have here this weekend is somewhat old reliable. This particular machine is one that has a great history.
It sure is. This is the exact same car that Dale Jr. had at Texas and was so dominant, was running second when Tony Stewart spun out and Dale Jr. slowed to avoid him, and Kyle Busch ran in the back of Dale Jr. The car was so good that day, I really felt as though that Dale Jr. was going to take that car to victory lane. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. So the very same car, Tony said, every time we run this car, we seem to run well. We don't know what it is about it, but this is our go-to car.
One thing you love in your driver, regardless of where you're going, what kind of track, is confidence. And I'm sure that when Dale Jr. climbs in chassis number 39, realizing the success that he's had previous, it adds a little confidence for him, and it shows in the early going here tonight as he started fourth, dropped back to sixth, and has rallied up to the second position, and right now is the fastest thing on the racetrack. And one of the reasons why, top left of your screen, you see Tony Gibson, see Dale on track, bottom part of your screen. We're right around halfway through a fuel run. 28 laps complete. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 55 is where you'll see these guys on pit road here this evening.
Yeah, Adam, let's don't forget how
we're looking at lap 49, lap 50. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Tony telling Dale Jr. 49 to 50 because we have 3 pace laps that we actually burn some fuel along with the warm-up. So we're going to pit a little bit early on this first run, and then H.A. Mergen, our team engineer, will get a good fuel mileage run to see how far we can go the next time. And we'll be back with more from Charlotte Motor Speedway, Lowe's Motor Speedway, right after this.
I want the cup.
Many crew cabs on the road look like this. You wanted something with a little more meat on its bones. Sweet mercy. Introducing the all-new Tundra Crew Max. Ordinarily towing over 10,000 pounds meant eating your knees for lunch. You want a half-ton with the most legroom. For you and a meatball sub. Tasty. Available on the all-new Tundra Crew Max.
I can't believe I won this.
Yeah, that's something.
Be right back, Jeff.
Hey guys, here's your feast for 2 and your game cards. You could win a trip to meet Pepsi driver Jeff Gordon. The real Jeff Gordon.
Win a trip to meet me at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Just order a Pepsi and play at Famous Dave's.
Careful with that stuff, it's fast. Faster than DSL, that's for sure. Check this out. Magnum PI. Yeah, here, me. Grizzly Adams. All right. Okay, let me take this. Zeus!
Hey,
That's
guys.
awesome. Oh, sorry, Meg. Whoa, you got something on your face.
Did you get it?
Comcast high-speed internet with Power Boost. Faster than DSL, faster than ever.
There's a new policy in NASCAR. You break it, you fix it. So driving for the Home Depot, naturally, I like to help. Hey, Denny, fix that fence with 6-gauge galvanized chain link. 6-gauge what? 2 gallons of Cascade White for that wall, Bobby. Exterior enamel. I gotta paint this? Tony! Fill those tracks in with topsoil, man. Good work, guys. Who's planting the Bermuda grass this time? Woo!
They can take any shape.
Dear God, what is this?
They can hide anywhere.
What the heck was that?
And on July 4th,
We're facing war against a civilization far superior to our own.
the battle for our freedom begins.
We're so dead.
Bring it!
Transformers starts everywhere July 4th.
Baseball's nastiest rivalry is renewed as the Red Sox battle the Yankees. This week on Fox Saturday Baseball.
Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Which driver will you follow? The all-new Track Pass Race View from NASCAR.com. Your driver, your view.
Dale Jr. rocking through the early portion of the Coca-Cola 600. The Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. Started fourth, currently riding second. slid back just a bit in the early going, but having no problems on now. And you see bottom of your screen, working with a lap machine, that's A.J. Allmendinger on track. Kurt Busch, the leader, has already gone around him, and now Dale Jr. flashing by as he makes his way down the backstretch. So Jr. riding second, 36 laps in, and we heard while we were away, we're probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 laps away from stops here tonight, and we'll probably see some green flag stops, Phil, something we see quite often.
I'm just feeling my brakes are fading pretty bad.
You heard Dale Jr. talking about his brakes fading. You don't use a whole lot of brake here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, so that's something that we're going to have a little bit of a concern over.
4 car lengths to 11, half a straightaway behind him, the next spot, Jim.
Here's Steve Meal talking on the radio to Dale Jr. where he is. He had to spend some time with A.J. Allmendinger. That allowed Denny Hamlin to reel him in a bit. Top left of your screen, you see DJ Kopp. All the other guys getting ready to go out and make what will be their first of many pit stops here this evening. Guys on the wall in anticipation. It won't be long before we see those helmets going on, and these guys going to play a critical role here tonight, no doubt about it.
One of the most consistent pit crews on pit road. We were fortunate enough to have them as a Hotpass car driver team not too long ago, and every pit stop was under 14 seconds. Had a couple pit stops under 13 seconds. A great pit crew here, the Budweiser guys.
See the battle on screen. Denny Hamlin closing in on Dale Jr. Hamlin, another guy that was apparently dialed in for the long run, because as it's continued, he's got better and better.
Clear by 1, Jim.
And there you see Junior sliding over and letting him go by.
Clear high.
So Junior back to third, and as we close in on that cycle of pit stops, perhaps you have a question about one of the guys on the crew, or just a question in general about the 8 team or the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. You can email us. It's hotpass@directtv.com. Don't forget to include your name and hometown, and we'll get your question on the air, perhaps even let one of the guys on the crew answer your question here this evening. We're interactive and glad to have you along for the ride here on Channel 799. We talk about patience on a long race, and this is a very critical time for patience, Phil, because Dale Jr. in some lap traffic very early here tonight.
Well, he really is, and you know, this is somewhat of an anniversary for Dale Jr. 8 years ago, 1999, this was his very first Nextel Cup race. Had a great qualifying effort, qualified in the 8th position, and finished in the 16th position in his first ever Nextel Cup race, and it came right here in the Coca-Cola 600.
You might have seen in our pre-race coverage tonight that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has one career pole, or his first career pole rather, came here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, the only time he's ever led to the field.
Get a chance there, old man. Just let me know about the car.
It's a little snug in the center, 3 off 2.
That's the feedback Tony Gibson was looking for. A little bit snug in the center. That means it's a little bit hard to turn. The front end wants to wash up a little bit towards the wall, and then once he gets back in the throttle off of turn 2, then he's a little bit loose. The back end wants to swing out on him a little bit. So Tony Gibson will make the adjustments to the Budweiser Chevrolet to try to help both those situations.
Phil talked about the first career Nextel Cup start for Dale Jr. in 1999. You see, this is where it all began for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Started 8th on that particular race, finished 16th. And his first career pole, as I mentioned, coming in May of 2000. Dale Jr. finished 4th on that particular evening. Dale Jr. around Tony Raines. That's a lap car. Pit stops coming up when we continue.
To get more maximum payload for the new Ford Super Duty, we gave it a rigid frame and 8-inch longer leaf springs, which pushed the payload up to more than 3 tons. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Tibet, land of 1,000 mysteries. Make that 1,001. Race car driver Casey Kane. Casey, why are you here living with a group of nomadic yak herders?
Well, I was drinking vitamin water Revive to recover physically. And I realized I needed to try to recover spiritually, too. Here, we all work together, whether it's making yak butter or tanning hides. And we are not competitive with one another.
Hey! Kra, Johnson tanki inam, kiki jopomendu yak.
Vitamin water, try it.
Introducing Haviland with Deposit Shield. The deposits that attack your engine can cause friction, robbing it of performance and fuel efficiency. Haviland shields it. Defend your engine. Haviland with Deposit Shield.
Expensive brokers are shaking because E-Trade just introduced their completely re-engineered market trader. It's easy, it's extraordinary, it's E-Trade.
Previously on The Rookie.
Divert the delivery engine. You copy.
Say again.
Divert the plane. No давай.
1,500, 2 miles out.
We got visual contact. Go, go, go. Стоящий час.
To see the conclusion of The Rookie's adventure, go to cturookie.com. The Rookie, powered by Degree Men. More power than you need. One day you'll need it.
So let me get this straight. You drive over 180 miles per hour every weekend. You've been involved in over 100 accidents. And you've totaled your car 19 times?
State Farm is proud to insure safety advocate and NASCAR driver Jeff Burton.
His personal car.
And safe drivers everywhere. Call an agent today.
If you don't mind signing here and here. Oh, and if you can just sign up here.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding around under caution for the first time tonight.
Still pretty free at the long run. I got a little thug in the center, but we're way better. Better than I thought we'd be. Just small adjustments. We're in the ballpark here. Let's not get out of it.
All right, 10-4. That's what we're going to do. Left front, a pound out the left front. You just let me know if it hurts you, help you, whatever, so we can make sure we don't screw it up.
See top right of your screen, Biffle coming to the pit area. Tough break for him in the early going, pancaking the right side. Dale Jr. started fourth, riding third, and a good opportunity for the pit crew to get some work done in what was really the window they were looking at for their first stop of the night anyway, Phil.
Nice and smooth, guys. Nice and smooth.
It really was, Adam. You heard Tony Gibson tell him we're going to take 1 pound of air out of the left front. Dale Jr. said we're so close. Let's just make minor adjustments. We don't want to get too far out of whack here. And again, we want to keep up with the racetrack.
Behind us, we'll have a clear shot in here.
Just follow that 11, June. He's 1 stall in front of you on pit road with an opening in between. You've got a clear pit behind you coming in. 4,000 to 4,000.
Look left, 5 away, right here, right here. Wheel straight, foot on the brake.
Nice.
One lane, 17 outside, 17 outside.
A nice solid stop by the Budweiser guys.
13 seconds flat on the stop. Matt Kenseth's group with a great stop as well, and it looks like Kenseth cycles out in third, so Junior slipping
Junior,
from
lucky
third to
dogs
fourth.
up on the racetrack going into 1.
But no reason for concern. 50 laps in, and he's back where he started. Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding fourth. A great first pit stop of the night. We continue in a moment.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Avenger. The all-new Dodge Avenger. It's a natural performer.
When it comes to choosing a motor oil, there are hundreds of choices. When it comes to choosing a filter, there's only one. Go to Fram.com to get $5 off your favorite oil and Fram filter, and see for yourself why Fram is America's #1 oil filter. It's not just another oil change, it's a Fram oil change.
Can I take my break now?
Bring your baseball team home all season long with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Whether you're a Chicago fan living in the East or a New York fan living out West, catch your favorite team no matter where you live with up to 60 out-of-market games a week. Non-stop baseball action you don't want to miss. And new on-screen scores and stats. Make every game a home game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. 4 payments of $49.99.
It's the ultimate test of speed and skill as 25 of the world's best drivers go fender to fender for the title Best on Dirt at the legendary Eldora Speedway.
I'm racing to win.
One good cause.
In support of Victory Junction.
One epic race.
Sideways on dirt? No problem.
Nextel's Prelude to the Dream presented by Old Spice. Wednesday, June 6th, live on DirecTV pay-per-view. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 122.
Moving day is here, the most dreaded of days. Packing, unpacking, your mind in a haze. DirecTV knows how stressful moving can be, so we make keeping your entertainment both easy and free. For uninterrupted service of the shows you like best, just leave the dish behind and we'll handle the rest. Simply dial 866 where you move on the phone. Let DirecTV turn your new house into a home.
World champion Miguel Cotto, boxing's emerging superstar. He's blasted through every obstacle in his path. But is Cotto ready to throw it down against the division's baddest man? Sab Judah, 2-time world champion. Boxing's bad boy. He's a terror in the ring who will do whatever it takes to win. When they collide, it's going to be explosive. Cotto Judah for the World Welterweight Championship. Saturday, June 9th from Madison Square Garden. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123. Explosive. They're ready to detonate.
I'm Earnhardt Jr., and you're riding shotgun with me all race long, right here on NASCAR Hotpass.
Getting set from the restart, our aerial coverage.
1 lap to go till we go green, and we just had an outstanding pit stop. 13 seconds for the crew on their first stop of the night. It happened at lap 48. Let's look back and see that pit stop once again. 4 tires, fuel, no major adjustments. You see the overhead here. Everybody where they need to be. See, they're putting on 6 sticker tires. This is the first of many pit stops this evening. Everything smooth on the right side, smooth on the left as well. Plenty of fuel, down and away in the 4th position. We're set to go back green flag racing. Let's listen in to Steve Meal and the boys as the green flag goes back in the air.
Still inside, clear by 3 car lengths to the 48 car. Still inside, Jude.
Heavy traffic right in front of us. Got a bad
Here, low if you like.
Couple of lap cars.
Now the battle for second, and we have trouble on the racetrack.
Big wreck behind you, coming back to the yellow.
A big wreck taking out a number of cars as they enter turn 1. And yet another one of the benefits of starting a race out front. There you saw Martin Truex Jr., the team car, involved in the accident. Elliott Sadler, who was strong in the early going, involved. Jimmy Johnson.
That 48 had a flat, didn't he, Stevie?
And so
he checked up in the middle of 3 and 4 for a flat, and then they all kind of got.
David Gilliland, Jamie McMurray.
What happened in the crash?
Oh, just kind of ran into each other trying to miss the 48 right past the start-finish line. They wrecked a bunch of cars.
It was the left rear tire for Jimmy Johnson.
They're asking, I can't see down there, they're asking if it'll still roll.
He's in it?
Yeah, he's talking, and him and Bono are back and forth. They want to know if it'll crank up. I think he's rolling.
You hear the disappointment in Junior's
If
voice?
in our best interest, I think it'd be a good idea to get some tires. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Just a lot of debris out here, but your call.
I just be ready, guys. Same air there, Ray. Let it all get cycled out here.
Yeah.
They could discuss 100 later, you know, something.
And seems like
the team talking on the radio. Perhaps a pit stop when we return. 54 laps complete at Charlotte.
Take this, take him down. Give me the tape! Let's go! Ready? Here we go! Let's go!
With 13 feet of standout, no other tape comes close. The Fat Max Extreme from Stanley.
Hey, Dale. What's up? You know, with a new team comes a whole new attitude, and we're all pumped. We've also got a new strategy. You're not gonna race in the truck. What? You're gonna win in the truck. Oh, right. No, say it with me. I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna win?
Come on now, I'm gonna win.
I'm going to win.
Win.
Win?
Win.
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 I'm going to win.
That's what I'm talking about.
Introducing the new Chicken and Brisket Bowl from KFC. Layers of mashed potatoes, sweet corn, all white meat chicken, new home-style white gravy, and a 3-cheese blend. And now it comes with a buttermilk biscuit. Dig into great layers of flavor with new KFC Famous Bowls.
They're back.
Let's go, boys.
With a new look.
I was really hoping to avoid that this time.
And a new target.
I know people who really know how to hurt.
Ocean's 13, rated PG-13, starts June 8th.
When you're about to do something this big, a little luck never hurts. Thanks for having us.
Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Which driver will you follow? The all-new Track Pass Race View from NASCAR.com. Your driver, your view.
Hey, race fans, you grab the bud, I'll grab the trophy.
Back at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, working our second caution flag of the night. Jimmy Johnson cut a tire. A number of cars involved, but Dale Jr. not one of them, and I'm sure that puts a smile on the guy's face that you're with, Phil.
It sure does. I want to stand by and talk to our crew chief, Tony Gibson, and hey, when you qualify up front, you run up front, you have a good pit stop, and you stay up front, a lot of times you're pretty fortunate to miss stuff like that.
Yeah, we're real fortunate. Sorry about my voice. Yeah, we're real fortunate. The car's actually not... we're gonna pit right now, just hang on.
So Tony's gonna bring them in.
I'll follow the leaders, whatever they do.
Yeah, 10-4.
Leaders stay out, so Dale Jr. stays out. Top right of your screen, you're seeing the replay of the incident. It all started when Jimmy Johnson cut a left rear tire, checked up, number of guys got involved. Phil, they stayed on the racetrack, following the leader there, I guess.
Yeah, Tony, probably if Dale Jr. feels as though he runs through some debris, then he's probably going to want to put tires on. Otherwise, you probably didn't have a lap on those tires, right?
Yeah, we didn't have one lap, a green lap on it. He was concerned about running through the debris over there, maybe having the same problem that the 48 had. But, you know, you hate to give up all that track position, but you also hate to have a flat. So we just kind of stuck with, you know, if the leaders pit, we'll pit. If they don't, we'll stay out and roll the dice. Hopefully we won't have a flat, but it's kind of nerve-wracking when that stuff happens. You know, it's you're either a hero or zero at that stuff. So hopefully we'll be fortunate and everything will go good. We made a little small air pressure adjustment on the left front. We'll see if that helps him.
Junior really liked the car. He was a little bit snug in the center, maybe a little free off, but he said he can live with the free off. Did you just for the snugness in the center?
Yeah, I think that free off will go away tonight. The snug in the center won't, so we did a little bit of air pressure adjustment, not a lot. He didn't want to mess with it too much, so we did a small adjustment in the left front to help it rotate the center just a little bit on a longer run. The 11's pretty good, a little bit longer than we are on a longer run. Us and the 2 are about the same, so hopefully we can make small adjustments, and then as we go into the night, you know, the adjustments will have to get a little bigger. So right now we've been pretty fortunate, and the car's halfway decent. So I want to say hey to my wife and my little girl are at home. They didn't get to make it out here, but she's been taking care of me and my cold. So anyway, I want to say hey to them, and I love them.
All right, Tony, doing a great job, buddy.
Thanks.
Tony Gibson calling the shots high atop the war wagon this evening, and one of the benefits his family at home would have tonight, watching the event right here on NASCAR Hotpass. Hearing Tony Gibson, if you're watching tonight, we're glad to have you with us. But tell your friends about NASCAR Hotpass, because they can get it for the low price of $79 for the 24 remaining races, and all they have to do is call 1-800-GET-SPORTS. And you know, Phil, I was doing the math. If it's $79 for NASCAR Hotpass for the remaining 24 races, that breaks out to $3.29 a race. I mean, that's like what you leave a tip for at a restaurant when you're out dining with your family. I mean, this is an unbelievable deal these people are getting, huh?
Adam, I was in Mansfield, Ohio, as you were for the truck race, and we filled up the rental cars. We paid $3.50 a gallon for gas. So for the price of 1 gallon of gas, you can get 5 channels, 5 drivers, 10 announcers, all sorts of cameras each and every week.
It's a heck of a deal. $79 for the remaining 24 races. It's NASCAR Hotpass. Dial us up, 1-800-GET-SPORTS, or log on to directtv.com. The crew talking things over as we head to break. Dale Jr. riding fourth.
Impala comes to NASCAR. Chevy, an American revolution.
At Shell, we're constantly testing to prove there is a difference in gasolines. While low-quality discount gas can allow gunk to build up in your engine, Shell gasoline stops gunky buildup to help your car perform at its best.
Built comfortable. Built strong. Built right. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Tony Stewart here with my buddy Jared.
Subway restaurants are known for tasty, low-fat subs, like this 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki. At 5 grams of fat, it's a third the fat of a McDonald's snack wrap.
And look at it. It's a lot more food. Fills me up without slowing me down.
So Tony, would you say that makes Subway restaurants your favorite pit stop? The tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. A third the fat of a McDonald's snack wrap.
And a lot more food. Fills me up without slowing me down. Subway, race hard,
eat fresh.
Man, how do they do it? How do they know so much about parts?
Show them.
You sure?
It's part of the team now. It's cool. All the information about every part in the world is on there.
In the world?
The world.
It even holds MP3s. No way. Yeah, like 15,000 songs. That's awesome.
Parts. All the parts, the whole world on that right there.
Wow. Got any hip-hop?
We represent the Coke brand, and we would love to somehow bring some kind of legal action against Coke Zero.
There might be some taste infringement issues.
There's really no legal concepts of a company bringing a lawsuit against itself.
If this is the king of the jungle, they're acting like the toucan that's on the branch, real colorful and preening, and showing off, and hey, look at us. I want to take a stick and knock that toucan off the branch.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Cleanup complete on our second caution flag of the night, a multi-car incident entering turn 1. It all started when Jimmy Johnson cut down a tire, got out of the gas, and a number of guys went down behind him. And it brings up an interesting topic, and what will we see as far as tire issues throughout the night, Phil?
Well, our tires look very, very good. Ray Ocean, our tire specialist, said they look great. As a matter of fact, Tony Gibson said to send word down to Martin Truex's team that if they're crippled and not able to run at full speed, make sure you save the tires for us, especially the scuff tires. That means the tires with 2 or 3 laps on them.
Get to them, June.
We want to make sure we have enough tires to run this 400 lap, 600 mile race.
Green flag, green flag.
Let's listen as Steve Meal walks Dale Jr. through the restart here at lap 61.
Still inside, June. Still inside. Clear.
That last restart, a little bit of struggles with the lap traffic. No problems this time. Junior easily around the 96 of Tony Raines. And we have trouble once again through the trial.
Jeff Gordon. Yellow's out. Ah, dang.
Jeff Gordon nearly got upside down coming through the tri-oval. And once again.
Hey, 24. Yeah, you see that in the mirror, June?
Hell, yeah, he come up off the ground big time. Yeah, barely down, but I thought he was through it, damn. I don't think anybody got through it.
Wow.
How many was in that one, guesstimate?
Well, there's a couple of them bumped up. There's 2 sitting here on pit road. There's probably a total of 6.
Yeah, you got any idea what happened there?
96, who you passed over there off of 2. Him and the 24 got together coming off of 4. You're coming, yeah, I see. They got together, and then as the 24 was spinning, the 84 hit him.
Teams are coming down pit road here. Now, pit road is not open. They're just using pit road as a way to bypass the accident on the racetrack. Top right of your screen, you see the replay of what happened on track to bring us under caution for the 3rd time tonight. Check out Jeff Gordon.
All right.
Wow.
I hadn't actually thought about it, Tony. I'm just standing here looking at it right now.
A.J. Allmendinger, Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, he's walking around.
Look at the replay from high above.
Pretty wicked hit, Adam.
Look at the replay from high above. Tony Raines and Gordon got together.
The 31 pit there, Steve. You have a problem?
Yeah, I'm surprised,
He got
Phil.
that wreck and bent the left front up pretty. Got a hole in the nose.
Good to see Gordon walking away there. I'm surprised the 24 didn't get upside down, Phil, as we continue to watch various angles of this replay.
Yeah, you heard the excitement in Dale Jr.'s voice. He saw this happening in his mirror.
I got a lot more grip, I believe, than when I started the race with. And from what I've ran, it hadn't really hurt us. I don't know if it's helped me turn better. We'll see.
Yeah, 10-4. Just keep us up to speed on that as we start adjusting. I don't want to screw you up.
Sure will.
Right there.
Here's the onboard camera with Tony Raines sliding through the infield. There you see him get into Gordon. And here you see Raines
Like I said,
on a wild
those target
ride.
pressures that Stiffy gave us, we matched all 3. Just the left front was really, really high, so we lost our grip there.
You heard Tony talk to Dale Jr. about the target air pressures. That's what the air pressure that you want to see when you take the tires off the car. He said they got 3 out of the 4 right on the money. The left front was a little bit high. That's why Tony took 1 pound out of the left front, so that should help that situation.
It's been a wild first 60 laps, and actually the first 48 or so went exactly as you would expect them to. Biffle hit the wall. Pit road opens, all the guys come down under caution. But since that time, we've had virtually no green flag racing. We had Johnson cutting the tire, a number of cars involved behind him in an incident. That happened on lap 52. Then at lap 61, we just saw on the restart, Gordon and Tony Raines get together, and a total of 21 cars have been involved in our first 2 incidents, and it could be victory lane by process of elimination here tonight, Phil.
We'll take it any way we can get it, Adam. We're not too proud to drive in the Victor Lane, the only car on the racetrack.
But it does take us back to the point we made early. When you start up front and you're running in the top 5, you stay out of trouble. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently riding fourth.
Wait a minute. This feels all wrong. Just because they're doing it doesn't mean I have to. Why eat a hamburger made from frozen beef? It'll be all dry instead of fresh and juicy. Frozen hamburger? This is ridiculous.
I deserve a hot, juicy burger. That's right, you heard me. I deserve a hot, juicy burger. And not because I can tear a phone book with my bare hands, no. I deserve a hot, juicy burger because I have a mouth, and it wants one. So do you. And so do you! Hot, juicy burger! Hot, juicy burger! Hot, juicy burger! Hot, juicy burger! That's right!
Convenience and innovation are everywhere on the new F-Series Super Duty. In some places they're obvious, like the all-new redesigned interior. In other places, they're not so obvious. Like this, tailgate step, only on the new Super Duty. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Nice race, Casey. See you later.
Sir, please step out of the vehicle. Please place both hands on the vehicle. No, sir, the rear of the vehicle. Okay, sir, get that headlight fixed.
Everyone admires a great driver. At Allstate, great drivers can even get a bonus, a safe driving bonus, only from Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Racing fans can't get enough of Denny Hamlin. Sophia Hernandez from Chicago, Illinois writes, Dear FedEx, does Denny get any interesting perks for driving the FedEx car? Well, Sophia, he does get a discount on shipping.
Yeah, I'd like to ship this back home to Virginia.
No problem, Denny. Denny, you have to let go.
Don't want to.
Took us 46 laps to get our first caution flag of the night, and since that time,
Pit road is open.
we've hardly had a green flag lap here this evening. 3 caution flags in the first 66 laps, and tonight's aerial coverage provided by Ginn Properties and Resorts and the Ginn Resorts Lightship. We're about ready to go to pit road, I believe, but first let's check in with Phil Parsons and visit with a man who's got a big job here tonight.
Boy, he sure does, Adam. This is Ray Ocean, our tire specialist. Ray, Tony told Dale Jr. on the radio that 3 of the 4 tires got exactly the right air pressure you were looking for. The left front was a little bit high. You took a little air out of the left front. Otherwise, the tires look good?
Oh, yeah, the tires look great. You know, Goodyear has a tough time. When you know, we repave these racetracks. They have a tough time keeping 43 cars happy, and safety is the biggest thing in mind. So, you know, it's definitely a challenge for the competitors, but as far as, you know, we look for each tire to have a maximum grip, and the target pressure means, you know, a certain number we've got to get to reach that, whether it's high or low or what have you, and we're just working on getting that.
Now, how much will you have to adjust the air pressures when we go from daytime till darkness?
Stay tuned, I'll let you know.
All right, that's Ray Ocean, our tire specialist.
I tell you what, people don't realize how hard the tire specialists work, and there's a lot of chemistry and geometry that goes into the work that these guys do, and certainly he works very hard at making sure his team is where they need to be, and it's always nice to hear from Ray, because I know he's one of the guys that gets after it in the garage area as much as anyone else. Well, you see Dale Jr. on track. Some guys did come down pit road, but the 8 car elected to stay on track there, maintaining some track position here, Phil.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's so few green flag laps on the tires right now. If Dale Jr. doesn't feel as though he ran through any debris to maybe cut one down, then I think to keep the track position is very, very critical, and that's what the guys decided to do.
There can't be 5 laps of green on those tires. I mean, there can't be. And the last time Dale pitted was at lap 48, and they restarted somewhere around lap 50, and that's when Johnson had his issue. So we ran a number of laps under caution, then the caution came out again at lap 61. So can't be more than 5 laps of caution flag or green flag laps on those tires. Just a number of laps under caution. Dale riding around in the 4th position. Looking at the top 5 in tonight's race, Kurt Busch leads. He's led more laps than anyone here this evening. Started on the front row with teammate Ryan Newman. Denny Hamlin is 2nd, Matt Kenseth is 3rd. We told you Junior riding 4th, and Kyle Busch being scored in the 5th position. And then a number of guys on back. It's interesting to look at where some of these guys are. Jeff Gordon off track being scored 33rd. Clint Boyer, typically good here, being scored 35th. He's off track. Elliott Sadler was strong in the early going. He's currently in the 39th position. So Greg Biffle off track, 43rd. A number of guys out of the race. Let's join Rick Allen and Wendy Venturini.
Hey,
and we welcome Rick and Wendy to the broadcast tonight.
How you doing, Adam?
Over on channel 797, watching Jimmy Johnson tonight. And tires always a big story at Lowe's, and you guys found that out in the early going, gang.
Well, you know what we've found out is that our teammate had a lot of tires. We had a lot of tires, so we're going to take our teammate's tires because he's out of the race now.
Good move. And tell us what they found with that left rear that went down for Jimmy Johnson.
Well, it went down actually because of contact with A.J. Allmendinger. We came out of turn number 2, and A.J. Allmendinger got loose and just ran right up the racetrack. For some reason, he was racing hard at the beginning of that restart. He came up the racetrack, hit the left side of us, and it cut our left rear tire down, and that's what took place. It wasn't any kind of a track situation. It was just that we had contact with another car. So that was the reason for the tire going down early.
Phil, when I'm looking at the 8 car, I don't know how he is on the long runs, and despite Jimmy Johnson having a little bit of trouble early on, this is a long race. We can fight this back, and we are really good on these long runs. So this is just a small little hiccup in our day. We're putting it behind us. But how is Dale Jr. on these long runs?
Really pretty good, Wendy. Tony Gibson made a little bit of an adjustment to the air pressure on the left front tire because he said he thought the 11 may have a little bit better longer run than us. So he wanted to make sure that we were as good in the long run as the short one. So he went down to 1 pound on the left front air pressure. Our tires look good. We just talked to Ray Ocean, our tire specialist, a few minutes ago, and the tires looked excellent. But it looked like when you guys came down pit road after that left rear tire, there was no damage to the bodywork. So that's a good sign for you guys.
Yeah, actually no damage to the body. It was just the left rear tire went down, and we I probably cut a valve stem or something, and that's why that tire went down. But I really have a question for both of you guys. How do you even see your car out there? I mean, it's camouflaged.
You are a funny guy, Rick. You know that? The good thing is the die cast sold on Dale Jr.'s paint scheme tonight going to go to a very worthy cause, and certainly a special paint scheme is a good thing for everyone involved. Thanks for you guys for being a part of it. Wendy, Rick, have a good rest of the night.
Good luck.
All right, Rick Allen, Wendy Venturini joining us
clear low
from channel 797, and Jimmy Johnson. And as we say goodbye to them, we say hello to Steve Meal. He's going to walk Dale Jr. through the restart here.
Still inside you. Clear.
And the clear as Dale goes around Kenny Wallace on the racetrack, restarting in the 4th position, chasing Matt Kenseth. A couple of reasons why I like the way this race has started, Phil. One, because Dale has been outside the top 5 only for a couple of laps. That's a positive. He's been very, very good on the long run, and I think that's very, very a very good sign at this stage of the race. But I think also there have been some drivers knocked out of this event that would have been contenders tonight. That should help Dale down the stretch.
Boy, sure should. The 24 car was very, very strong. I was talking to Ray Ocean just a minute ago before we had him on camera, and he said that the 24 was very, very strong. The 48 is strong as well. But a lot of good competitors. You named a few of them a few moments ago, Adam, that are either in trouble with a lot of body damage or maybe even out in the garage area. So hopefully as the night wears on, we can stay on the racetrack, stay in position, and have a great night.
Watching Ray.
Pretty tight.
Denny Hamlin is backslid to the 4th position on the racetrack. And that's good news for Dale Jr., who's up to 3rd. Continuing to chase Matt Kenseth. You see that top left of your screen. Top right, you see the wiggle from Hamlin. Gets him up out of the groove. That's what allows Kenseth and then our driver Dale Jr. to go by for position. You see Ray Ocean, the tire specialist, talking to Tony Gibson here. Never too early to talk strategy.
No, we heard Dale Jr. come on the radio a few moments ago, and he said he's pretty tight. So Ray Ocean will tell Tony what kind of tires he has. There's so many things about the tires, the size.
Clear by 15 to the 11 car, June.
When the tires are made, that varies from set to set. When they're made, some of the tires were made in March of this year. Some of the tires were made in February of this year. So they try to match those tires, and during all their practice, they learn the characteristics of the different sets of tires and when they were made. So that's one of the things that Ray will talk to Tony about. Say, I've got a set here that was made in March. It did this when we put a similar set on the car during practice, and those are the kind of adjustments they may make. They may have a setup on the wall, and due to Dale Jr.'s comments, they may decide to put a different setup on the wall to put on the car on the next pit stop.
And you can see Dale Jr. starting to run down Matt Kenseth for the runner-up position. And the one thing I would like to see is a long run here where Dale Jr. can not only work his way to the runner-up spot where we've seen him tonight, but get around Kurt Busch and lead and see how that Bud car reacts to being out front. I think it's quite obvious that Kurt Busch being out front has a distinct advantage aerodynamically, and I'd like to see what Junior could do if we had a long enough run to get up there and try to track him down and maybe even have an opportunity to lead himself, because that is where you find out what you really have, I think, at this stage of the game.
I know what the race fans will do if Dale Jr. takes the lead in that number 8 car. They will all be on their feet.
Yeah, I was in and around the racetrack here earlier today, and when I say earlier today, I mean 10 a.m. We're talking 7+ hours prior to the green flag, and it was like any other racetrack you go to. Complete support for number 8. 8 flags, 8 shirts and hats everywhere, and certainly the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte no different than any other when you talk about NASCAR and who the fan favorite is. And as we watch,
Dale Jr. is a 4 or 5-time most popular driver in the Nextel Cup circuit.
He'd pick up even more allegiances of fans if he could win tonight. We have trouble.
Caution's out, got one spin in the middle, 3 and 4, Jim,
Jeff
go
Burton
high.
Problems.
Racetrack will be clear when you get over here. He's on the apron.
Top right of your screen, Burton was involved.
Yeah,
in
lap
an
times
earlier
were real
incident.
good right there, old man. I know you were tight, but your lap times were good. Was it coming around at all for you?
Not really. We went from about a 1 to a 2 on the 10 scale, so I think I don't know if it really even got tighter. I think it just stayed the same. The air pressure did help the exit. If we want to put a pound in the right rear, I think it'll do what we're wanting to happen. Trying to get it to turn down into the center. Maybe keep thinking about what you might want to do to help it dead center in the corner, but I'm not sure that I want to change bite or anything, get this thing off too far. I leave the left rear, leave the left run. I would leave the left run out, put a half or 1 pound in the right rear here, or possibly go down on the right front.
10-4. We'll close the splits up on the right. We'll do it in the right rear. 2 tires, right sides, and fuel.
Right sides only here, Phil. Little track position call in the early going.
2 tires, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right sides. We're going to close the split up on the right side, doing it in the right rear.
Yeah, Tony wants to keep that good track position. We've had it the whole race, as you mentioned, barely out of the top 5 this entire race. When you have to stop to put fuel in it anyway, you might as well put 2 tires on it. Tony said he thought 2 tires would work.
The first 2 guys were in good shape. 4,000, 4,000.
Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth stay on the racetrack.
10 away, old
watch
man.
the pit stop.
5, look left. 2, right here. Well straight, put on the brake. Outside, 1 lane. Outside, 1 lane. Clear to the grass now, June, if you need the room.
We got a 5.8 on Walt Smith, our pit crew coordinator's official watch. He's
Good
a
job.
pit
They
crew
should get
coordinator.
that lip for speeding it, but I don't know. He was pretty close there, but good job, y'all.
Ryan Newman, J.J. Yaley, Denny Hamlin, the 3 guys that were able to get off pit road quicker than Dale Jr., but he'll be in the top 10 when we return. 80 laps complete at
maybe dropping
Charlotte.
that left rear, you know.
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. 1 powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Introducing an automotive breakthrough. ZNet, only at AutoZone. Now AutoZoners have the power to find you the right part faster with diagrams, photos, and instructions, so you'll get the job done right the first time, every time. ZNet, only at AutoZone.
So long, bland pizza. Hello, Pizza Hut's new hand-tossed style pizza. A new crust, crispy outside, fluffy inside, more zesty Italian sauce. All this taste for just $10.99. Only from America's favorite pizza, Pizza Hut. Now online.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Avenger. The all-new Dodge Avenger. It's a natural performer.
There's an M&M in everyone. Find yours at MMS.com.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on seatbelt violations. Buckle up day and night or expect a ticket. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live, they'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. Click it for ticket.
'82 of 400 laps complete in the Memorial Day Classic for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series. It's the Coca-Cola 600. Dale Jr. started 4th, currently riding 10th. This is as far back as he's been today. Top right of your screen, you see things are over in Indianapolis. Dario Franchitti picking up his first ever win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and you see his jubilation, and we'd love to see Dale Jr. get his first career victory at Charlotte, and I think so far so good as far as making headway in that direction, Phil.
It sure is, Adam. Great pit call that time by Tony Gibson, our crew chief, to change 2 tires. He kept some track position, and he's full of fuel. That's the key. We had some cars stay out, some in front of us and some behind us, but good pit call by Tony Gibson, and it'll be interesting to see what the 2 tires do to the car now, so we get a good idea for later in the race. We may come down to a strategy situation towards the end of the race for track position. We may want to do 2 tires, so it's a good time to try it right now, see what the 2 tires do on the Budweiser Chevrolet. Dale Jr. was talking about what to do to the car, and Tony said he was a little bit afraid to take any air out of the left rear tire. He didn't want to get that car loose off the corner. Dale Jr. said, I don't think it'll do that. I think you can go ahead and take air out of the left rear, so that may be an adjustment we do later on.
Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, the top 2, stayed on the racetrack. as did everyone in the top 6. And the cars just in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. that came down pit road, Ryan Newman, J.J. Yaley, and Denny Hamlin all took fuel only. You see middle of your screen.
Cars up top over there, June.
Dale Jr. battling for position on the track with Denny Hamlin. A mix of lead lap and lap down cars at the restart here. Top left of your screen, a nice look at Dale Jr. racing for position on the track. Bottom of your screen, the in-car version of that as he drives to the outside of friend and fellow Chevrolet driver Denny Hamlin. Hamlin did pit, no tires, fuel only. Kyle Busch behind Jr. also came to pit road under caution at lap 78. Junior sliding up the racetrack.
Inside. Clear low.
Got a disparity in the air pressure right now, Adam. Obviously, with the right side tires that we put on, has very low air pressure because we don't want them to grow too much. The left side tires that have already been on have already grown some, so it'll take a couple laps before the air pressures equalize to the point where the chassis will be where Dale Jr. wants it.
And Junior already rallying back to try and get around Kyle Busch. Let's go to the computer. Email from Steve tonight, and he's asking, how many sets of tires does the 8 team have for the 600 miles here at Charlotte?
It is setting the car better.
Adam, I talked to Ray Ocean, our tire specialist, and I asked him how many sets of tires we had. He had 4 scuff sets of tires in the pits and 10 brand new sets of tires. So we have 14 sets of tires in the pits. Well, we started the race with 14 sets of tires for the 600 miles, 400 laps here at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
In standard procedure in the Nextel Cup Series each and every week, teams are given 6 sets of tires to practice on as they go through the various practice sessions on the weekend. And then, as Phil mentioned, they have 14 sets waiting for them during the race. And that 14 sets not a standard, Phil. Goodyear brings the number of tires that they feel will be needed based on history of a particular race and length. And obviously that number fairly high this weekend because of the length of this race.
Yeah, the extra 100 miles will add a few sets of tires to this, probably at least a couple sets of tires. When we talk about our pit window being about 52 to 55 laps, you know, that's about 75 to 80 miles. And you divide that into 600 miles, we're going to make a number of pit stops. We're already saving money, though. We only put 2 tires on that last pit stop, so we saved about $800 or $900 that time.
Saw Dale Jr. go around Reed Sorensen on the racetrack. That was a battle for position. Sorensen, one of the drivers who elected to stay on the track under caution at lap 78 when Dale Jr. came down and got those right side tires. Dale driving around him with no apparent problems, and he and Kyle Busch continue to file through the field. Restarted 10th did Dale Jr. Had dropped back to 11th, but has rallied up to 9th and looking for more here on track.
Continuing to run the bottom of the racetrack. Dale Jr. is not afraid to run the high side of the racetrack as he moves down underneath the 18 of J.J. Yaley.
Clear.
Able to get around Ricky Rudd for position. That was the battle for the 8th spot. See Kyle Busch gaining on some cars. That would be Ryan Newman. And Brian Vickers just in front. These are cars that stayed on the racetrack, and Phil talked about it taking some time for these tires to balance out, but once they do, you got to believe Dale Jr. will be really good, especially in comparison to those guys that came to pit road and didn't get tires and the guys who stayed out. Kyle Busch has cleared Newman for 6th, and now Dale Jr. trying to go around him for the 7th position, working his way to the inside here.
A very nice move. He just waited for the 12th to drift off the corner coming off turn 2. and Dale Jr. just turned the nose of that Budweiser Chevrolet right underneath him.
Outside, Junior.
Ryan Newman
Clear.
tried to fight back a little bit on the outside, was not able to do that. A moment ago, I said that Dale Jr. was passing J.J. Yaley. I apologize. That was Ricky Rudd, as you mentioned, in the 88.
But it's just a matter of time before he goes around J.J. Yaley. Jr. up to 7th. Yaley currently riding in the 5th position. And that's who top of your screen you can see Kyle Busch going to work on now. Yaley did come to pit road but took fuel only. And perhaps those right side tires will be the difference in a couple of laps, allowing Dale Jr. to sneak back into the top 5. You know, Phil, I've been very impressed with Jr. tonight.
About all the loose I can stand. Pretty slick on the right rear, but we're okay.
Roger that.
Here I'm talking about the handling of the car, but what I've been impressed with in Dale tonight is his patience and in letting guys go around him if they're faster, catching them later in the run and getting that position back, and just in general, knowing that he's got good track position and biding his time to make passes on the track. He's been very good in the first nearly 100 laps of this race, is showing patience, something we knew he'd have to do here tonight.
Well, he really does, and that's one thing I've noticed this year, working very closely with the Budweiser team. And he credits really Steve Meal, our spotter, and Tony Uri Jr., our normal crew chief, for keeping him calm. And I think we haven't lost a thing with Tony Gibson. He's cut out of the same mold as Tony Uri Jr. So Dale Jr. is keeping very, very calm on the radio, giving the good feedback so Tony and the guys can make the adjustments.
Junior here to the inside of Jamie McMurray. This not a battle for position. McMurray involved in one of those earlier incidents here on the front straightaway. His car battered and beaten, and he currently finds himself a lap in arrears back in the 29th position. So Junior gets around him and now can set his sights on Kyle Busch and others. Could prove to be a big points night for Dale Jr. this evening. 14th entering tonight's race. As you see top right of your screen, the battle for 5th. This going on just in front of Junior.
You said that guy didn't know how to run the top, June.
That's all right.
Kyle Busch going around J.J. Yaley. And Steve Meal having some fun on the radio with his driver. See top left of your screen, that's Kyle Busch in 5th. 6th for J.J. Yaley, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 7th. Perhaps he'll pick off 6th before we come back to Charlotte.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Have you heard about Knocked Up from the director of The 40-Year-Old Virgin?
I'm pregnant.
Congratulations.
You're the father.
Rolling Stone calls Knocked Up hilarious in ways you have to see to believe.
I'm gonna be there to rear your child.
You hear that, Ben? Don't let him near the kid. He wants to rear your child.
Knocked Up is the comedy of the summer and maybe the year.
He has man boobs. Where does that end?
It's uproarious.
It's gonna be cold, and you're next.
Knocked Up, rated R, in theaters Friday.
The new F-Series Super Duty features an all-new 6.4-liter Power Stroke diesel with dual turbos. One to get things moving off the line, and another to keep things moving at higher speeds. Together, they let you tow more than any other pickup, up to 24,500 pounds. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Introducing the new Chicken and Biscuit Bowl from KFC. Layers of mashed potatoes, sweet corn, all white meat chicken, new home-style white gravy, and a 3-cheese blend. And now it comes with a buttermilk biscuit. Dig into great layers of flavor with new KFC famous bowls.
They pick up precious seconds, pick up laps, and pick up our hearts. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
you just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
HD TV, powered by DLP. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
NASCAR Hotpass live at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. Over 1/4 of the way through this Nextel Cup Series event. Dale Jr. while we were away, getting by J.J. Yaley. And he's up to the 6th position. If you're watching NASCAR Hotpass with us tonight, we're glad to have you along. Tell your friends about it. 24 races to go in the 2007 campaign. You can get it for $79. If you break that down, it's like $3.29 a race, and it's an amazing savings, isn't it, Phil?
Adam, you talk about us being 1/4 of the way through this race. Well, for 1/4 of the cost of one of these tires, you can get Hotpass for the rest of the year. Each one of these tires is about $430, and for $79, you get each and every race, 5 different drivers for the rest of the year on Hotpass, only on DirecTV.
You know, Memorial Day weekend, one of the great travel weekends for families all across the country. You know, on Friday afternoon, everybody was the pump, filling it up and heading out on their little 3-day weekend vacation. Tomorrow they'll fill it up and head home, paying somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.50 a gallon for gas, and you can get Hotpass $3.29 per race. A heck of a deal for the remaining 24 races of the 2007 campaign, and you get to watch great coverage like what you're seeing tonight, listening to all the action between Dale Jr. and his team, and so far it's been pretty good on track. Started in the 4th position, has been as far back as 11th in the running order. That after he pitted and some guys stayed out at lap 78. And right now rallied back up to 6th, and it's just a matter of time before Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, Brian Vickers, and also David Reagan going to have to come to pit road. So as you see top right of your screen, some of those guys in the top 5 going to have to pit, and Dale Jr. will be right back up where he wants to be, solidly in the top 5. And I tell you what, whoa, big wiggle there as they come off the corner. I really like the strategy they've played out so far, Phil.
I do too, and you know, with a smaller fuel cell, remember this fuel cell only holds about 18 gallons. In the past, the fuel cells have held about 23 gallons. So you don't want to get caught without fuel. You know, it's okay to maybe do fuel only, but if you stay out after you've run 10 or 12, 15 laps, then you're in danger of running short on fuel and making green flag pit stops, and that will cost you a lap here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Kyle Busch, one of the drivers who did pit at lap 78, along with Dale Jr., and you see him slicing through the field, making his way around Matt Kenseth. That's the battle for 3rd. You see that top right of your screen, and it's just a matter of time before Jr. will be racing for a spot in the top 5 with David Reagan and Matt Kenseth, and he may not even have to race for that position, as these guys will be peeling off and coming to pit road very soon. Very consistent night for Jr. Already had 4 caution flags this evening, 2 of which
really like my car right here. Yeah, 10-4.
Some positive feedback there from Dale Jr. I'm sure that's music to the ears of Tony Gibson.
That was a great comment right there. He really likes his car. That is terrific. That means he's very, very close to being right on the money here.
Well, if he stays that way in the next hour, Phil, that's going to be the telltale sign as to if Dale Jr. is going to have an opportunity to go to victory lane tonight, because that's when that sun will have set here in Charlotte. This track will go completely dark. The track temperature will cool down considerably, and I think this team will have a lot better idea of where they are with this thing.
Yeah, Adam, I just took another shot of the track temperature. It was 120 when we started the race. It's down to 110 right now and falling. So the fact that we've had that bit of a change in the track temperature and Dale Jr. really likes the car makes us very optimistic for the rest of this race.
It's so amazing to watch a Coca-Cola 600 and see the contenders early in the race.
127, Phil. Thank you.
And that's Tony Gibson telling Steve Meal the window in which Dale Jr. would next pit. 127. We're at lap 111 now, so somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 laps away. I assume that's what they were talking about there, right, Phil?
Yeah, I think so. That's exactly what I think they were talking about, and that's really just a little shy of 50 laps if we stop at lap 127.
Yeah, last time they pitted was 78. That would put us in a window of 49. As you see top right of your screen, Matt Kenseth giving up a spot in the top 5 to come to pit road. That will put Dale Jr. up to the 5th position. And 3 of the 4 guys in front of him on track still need to come to pit road here under green. Kurt Busch, Brian Vickers, and David Regan.
Clear.
What we would really love to see right now is for all those cars to make it their way to pit road before we have to, and then the caution come out.
You're running 74, you run a 74. The guys running the top are faster.
Yeah, 74. That's left.
Perhaps the groove changing a bit. The guys running the top are faster, the word from upstairs.
Yeah, that's curious. I think with so many laps on the tires, I think that top groove is going to make its way known here in this race.
You're exactly right. If we get in the 5 laps of green, get these guys on pit road. In fact, there's leader Kurt Busch peeling off now to come to pit road for his service. So Junior will hop up to the 4th position. Brian Vickers assumes the lead, but he will too have to pit the next couple of laps. But if these guys come in now, we get a caution the next 5 or 6 laps before our green flag window opens up. That would be huge for Dale Jr. because it would put a number of cars at least 1 lap in arrears, and this early in the race, that would be a very nice benefit.
I wonder if those cars that have to pit, what if they will do some pit strategy, maybe only change 2 tires to try to keep them being lapped.
See Ricky Rudd, who had stayed out lap 78. He too comes to pit road, top right of your screen. Brian Vickers there, the next that will have to give up the lead and come to the pit lane. He is in the top spot. David Regan rides 3rd. Those are the 2 cars in front of Junior that are yet to pit and will have to very soon. And we're probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 laps away.
Last lap was 69, you're P4.
15 laps away from seeing Dale Jr. back on pit road. And the, again, light ship showing us some great pictures. Wonderful aerial footage of the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Dale Jr. making his way around, currently scored in 4th.
Ton with the most legroom and a fancy rear seat is great, but truckers want to know if it's still got some truck left in it. We'll put it this way, if it'll draw bar pull 6,400 pounds of dead weight, towing 10,100 pounds is a walk in the park. Hello, Dolly. Available on the all-new Tundra Crew Max, the truck that's changing it all.
Play the Which Spidey Suits You game at Burger King.
Black Spidey, I choose you. I want a Maserati.
But be prepared to live with your choice. Swing into BK, you can win a Maserati or tons of other prizes. Every game piece can win.
Stay focused for the next 30 seconds. It's all the time I have to tell you the truth about HD. Cable wants you to believe they're keeping up with HD capacity. They're not. DirecTV will be offering up to 150 HD channels. That's 3 times more than cable. Call now to get packages starting at only $29.99 per month. There are no startup costs, no equipment to buy, professional installation is free, and receive a free HD receiver or DVR upgrade. Call now.
Presenting Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. So revolutionary, it targets and kills the toughest weeds without harming your lawn. Ortho Weed Be Gone sprayed here, ordinary weed killer here. Only Ortho Weed Be Gone has a foaming action and weed targeting formula for total root kill. So it killed the weeds, but not the grass. The ordinary weed killer killed everything. Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. Kills weeds, not lawns. Guaranteed. Now available with new crabgrass control.
Honey, I was gonna wait till you got home, but I can't.
What is it?
We're pregnant! Honey, you're speechless, right? Wow. Way to step up there, Rick.
Singular's name is now AT&T. Now get half off all Samsung phones.
Couldn't pick a better way to spend your Memorial Day weekend than watching Dale Earnhardt Jr. Channel 799, it's NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV. Dale started 4th up to 3rd, and the reason he's up to 3rd is because David Reagan just came to pit road under green. And Phil, speaking of David Reagan, you have his father, I believe, down on pit road.
Adam, I do. As a good friend of mine, Ken Reagan, I grabbed him. David Reagan is actually in the very next pit to us. I saw Ken standing there. I wanted to ask you, how is it now? I know you raced for a number of years. You and I raced against each other. How is it watching your son out there running this Nextel Cup Series?
Well, you know, Phil, this is a real blessing. We count our blessings every day that Roush Fenway is giving David a chance to participate at this level. It's a dream of ours that's come true. The whole family's pulling for him, and all of his fans and friends back in Unadilla, Georgia. What a blessing. But, you know, to be here at Mr. Whelan Bruton Smith's home place, man, what a blessing. We're just having a ball.
Are you nervous watching?
No, you know, I watched you and Benny and all the greats for so many years and got to do it a little bit myself, had a ball, and I guess we grew up with it. I can remember going to Daytona on the beach course with my dad in the early 50s. So after a while, you get used to it.
David's doing a great job. You've got a great young man there with a bright, bright future. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, and we're proud of him. You know, he's young, and he's really focused. He's really trying hard. He's going to make a few mistakes along the way, but what a great team with Jimmy Finney and the AAA guys. You know, he's in great hands. And, you know, if you put yourself in a good position, normally good things happen. So we feel pretty good about it. We're excited, and we're just having fun, you know, watching it.
All right. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Phil.
Ken Reagan, David Reagan's father. We mentioned he had to come to pit road moments ago, gave up a spot in the top 5, currently being scored 23rd on the track. Top right of your screen, watching the leader, Brian Vickers. You would anticipate he'll be coming to pit road fairly soon, but is yet to make that move. When he does, it would cycle our driver, Dale Jr., up to the runner-up position. That would match as high in the running order as Dale Jr. has been here tonight. And I would estimate we are closing in on a green flag pit stop ourselves, and as we say that, Vickers to pit road. Green flag service for him.
Bye. Next time, bye for 4 tires. Pit next time, 4 tires.
And Dale Jr. going to come to pit road next time.
Adam, I doubt if we're going to make any changes at all other than put the 4 tires on. Dale Jr. really likes his race car right now. The sun has dropped behind the front stretch grandstand, so very little of this racetrack is still bathed in sunlight.
Could be 4,000 when you get here.
Pit stop going to take place at lap 127.
4,000 on pit road, Tony Gibson. 4.
Let's let him go to work.
10 away right there. Look left. 6, 5, 3. Wheel straight, foot on the brake. 4 tires. One lane, all the way to the grass. Clear all the way to the grass. Good job. 4,000, 4,000.
Another solid stop for Dale Jr.
Adam, how about 12.34 on Walt Smith's official watch?
Now that's 2 stops tonight that were 2 4-tire stops tonight that were under 13 seconds according to Walt Smith. Our stopwatch had him a smidge over 13.
One more car off at 2, June. Coming to your outside now.
But either way, very good work by the guys. And we're going to see a big cycle of stops here from the guys on the racetrack.
Clear.
Kyle Busch should be coming in fairly soon. He's our leader. And when Dale pitted, he was running in the second position. And as we say, Kyle Busch will be coming. Here he is now. Let's look back at what happened just moments ago. Dale Jr. with his third stop of the night at lap 127. It happened under green flag conditions, and Phil, you called it. No changes. They do pull a tear off the windshield, though.
Yeah, DJ Cobb changes our front tire. Greg Burkhart, the rear tire. Sean Ward and Eric Wakeland are our tire carriers. Brian Hootie Chase, our jack man. Jeff Clark, our gas man. And Craig Lund, our catch can man. They can do a pit stop faster than I can name them, Adam.
They did a great job there. 2 4-tire stops tonight, a 2-tire change. And they've been on pit road right at 30 seconds total. That is impressive. Dale Jr. being scored now in the 20th position. But he will cycle back into the top 5 if we stay green, as all these guys will have to make a stop. One of the big topics here tonight has been tires. And Dale Jr. has been on pit road 3 times tonight. Twice they've changed 4 tires. Once they went with right side tires only, and we heard earlier from Ray Ocean, the tire specialist, about the issues that this team faces and what they do in the evaluation process of what tires they put on and how all that is mapped out for these teams. And I'll tell you what, you really have to do a lot of work if you're Goodyear to make sure that you're in the proper situation with the tire setups they bring to these tracks, and all the testing that is done here certainly aids in that particular category.
That 18 car behind you is the leader, June. You just passed him. Everything's cool. Simple.
J.J. Yaley being scored as the leader. Dale Jr. just went around him on track, and that's because Yaley is not pitted. And now you see top right of your screen, Yaley coming to pit road. Carl Edwards assumes the lead. Dale Jr. up to 14th, riding behind David Reagan. Communication is key. You see top left of your screen.
Picking up on the bottom down here, June, for pit.
Tony Gibson talking to the boys, and you hear Steve Meal reminding Dale about the traffic that he encounters on the track. And it's very important under a cycle of green flag stops to have good communication from spotter to driver, because Dale needs to know what guys are on the track running for position and ones that may be coming to pit road, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. So many times we've seen guys, and these cars are really hard to see through the back window. In other words, Dale Jr. looks through his windshield, tries to look through the back window of the car in front of him. Sometimes it's hard to see the driver's motion that they're going to stop. That's why Steve Meal wants to prepare Dale Jr. for the cars that are stopping. And so he wants to make sure that they don't run into him. We had a big wreck at Daytona earlier this year. Dale Jr. was not involved in it, but there was a big wreck because somebody came to pit road, the guy behind him didn't see it, and it caused a major wreck off of turn number 4.
Dale Jr. pitted under green, dropped back outside the top 20, but as this cycle of stops continues,
clear.
The pass of David Reagan puts Jr. back in the top 5. He'd already made his way around Matt Kenseth for position. He completes the Roush Fenway sweep on one lap, getting around David Reagan as well. And now Jr. being scored in 4th as we had another driver make his way to pit road. So it's Brian Vickers, Kurt Busch. Those your top 2. Kyle Busch being scored in 3rd, just in front of Jr. And there's Dale Jr. riding 4th. And once again, consistency the key. And Dale has been very consistent here this evening. See top right of your screen. Vickers making his way around the track in the top spot. Jr. riding 4th, 136 of 400 complete.
With Herculiner, it's easy to roll on a truck bed liner. It won't chip, flake, or peel. Herculiner is the only one with a textured rubber and polyurethane formula. It'll turn any truck bed into a tough, skid-proof, rust-resistant surface. Do it all yourself for less than $100. With Herculiner, the tough comes easy.
I'm supposed to be looking for the perfect husband. Are you the perfect husband?
Perfect in every way.
Edward Wilson was a family man and a patriot.
Your CIA's heart and soul.
Committed to protecting his country.
I'll be going overseas.
6 years is a long time.
But after a lifetime of loyalty,
Margaret tells us you work with the CIA.
My wife has a vivid imagination.
who will he become?
You are never to tell anyone what I do.
I don't know what you do.
Matt Damon, Angelina Jolie, directed by Robert De Niro. The Good Shepherd.
If two athletes from different eras could actually compete against one another, who would come out on top? Computer says Rocky Balboa would be triumphant.
I think I want to fight.
What? You haven't peaked yet?
Don't you think you're too old?
That computer fight got a lot of people curious.
But I ain't interested in getting like mangled and embarrassed.
Fighters fight.
It's over.
It doesn't over till it's over.
Where's that from? The 80s?
That's probably the 70s.
Rocky Balboa. Rated PG.
John Cena goes extreme. The Great Khali goes extreme. As the WWE Championship goes extreme. Bobby Lashley and Mr. McMahon go extreme. As Lashley finally gets his hands on Mr. McMahon. Edge and Batista go extreme. As the World Heavyweight Championship goes extreme. 3 championships go extreme. WWE One Night Stand Extreme Rules. Live Sunday, June 3rd on DirecTV pay-per-view.
Hi, Holly. So, do you want to make $50 the easy way? I'll make $50 just for turning you on to this. It's a 50-50 offer. You get to dump unreliable cable and fall in love with DirecTV. Plus, you get a DVD player and $50. And I get $50. What's not to love?
Sign up your friends, and you'll both make $50. Go to directtv.com/refer.
So, do you want to make $50 the easy way?
An ordinary dad.
This is the kid who wants to be the new night guard.
An ancient curse.
Everything in this museum comes to life at night.
And a secret scheme.
Give us his tablet. Run now.
Collide in the biggest adventure.
You're an old man. I don't want to hurt you.
In history.
Dad, are you okay?
Night at the museum.
Gorgeous view of the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by Ginn Properties and Resorts. It's the Ginn Resorts Lightship flying high above Lowe's. Under caution for the 5th time tonight. It comes out at lap 40. Debris on the racetrack. And now the question becomes, after we were in for a pit stop under green just 14 laps ago, do you come again here under caution, Phil?
Oh, I don't know. That's when Tony Gibson's going to earn his money here. Again, I just, with 14 laps of running, I don't think you want to give up the fuel. We saw all those cars have to make green flag pit stops because they didn't come out after we'd run, almost 30 laps. So I really believe that we need to, probably come down pit road, at least put fuel in it. I was talking to somebody a few moments ago, and they said the 2 car of Kurt Busch has not changed tires yet. He keeps coming in and putting fuel only in, and he's obviously has a fast car.
That's amazing. No tires yet. Top right of your screen, you see Vickers is coming down pit road, and Dale Jr. coming as well. Let's listen in to team radio here.
Five. Here we go.
You see it, no tires, just fuel only.
Go, 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 go. Clear all the way out. Clear all the way out.
Dale Jr.
Grass, June 4,000. Good job, gang.
And there you see the guys. Not as much work involved in that pit stop because it was fuel only. Dale Jr. came in 4th. Looks like he will exit the pit lane in the 3rd position. So a good strategy call there.
Up on the racetrack, middle of 1 and 2.
Here's Kyle Busch, Brian Vickers going fuel only as well, and J.J. Yaley making up a number of spots with a fuel only stop.
There you go.
Nice call right there, fuel only. Again, we don't get into possible trouble having to pit early because of not having the fuel.
If you still need it on or not. Me? Yeah, just reminding you, that's all. Oh, yeah. Simple.
Well, it would appear that Kyle Busch is going to be a contender here tonight. He's been very good throughout the evening. Brian Vickers got where he is with some pit strategy, but I really like what we've seen out of this 8 car so far.
Yeah, really have. You heard somebody, I don't know if it was Tony Gibson or Steve Meal, remind Dale Jr. that he had a tear-off on his windshield. They make a tear-off not for the for the visor of his helmet, not the windshield. We have a number of tear-offs on the windshield, but they have a tear-off for the visor of the helmet. He's got a dark smoke lens right now, and he was able to take that tear-off off, and he'll have a clear lens when we get towards nighttime.
Hey, Tony Gibson, can we go any further on fuel than we did on that long green?
Yeah, what happened was, we did the rights, so it didn't get it completely full, so that's why we had to stop there a little early.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just was checking. I wanted to see what we had at the end,
Yeah, it'll cycle back around now and be better for us now that everybody's on the same cycle.
That right side stop that Tony referred to came at lap 78. They came in under green at lap 127. So 49 laps there, and that not indicative of what they will get later in the race. But you heard Tony explaining why they couldn't go a little bit longer. Good answer as to why. I'm sure they got the fuel cell full when they came down here under caution. And now let's see if we can visit with the driver of the 8 car. Dale Jr., this Adam Alexander with NASCAR Hotpass. You got a copy? How you feeling about it?
Good. Yeah, just hanging out. We ain't even halfway. So, just trying to chill, have a good time here. Our car's driving good.
What do you anticipate in the next hour or so as this track starts to change?
Hopefully nothing. My car's pretty good. I just hope it gets better, if anything. But we're still measuring up our competition here, seeing what we got. Tires are kind of inconsistent as far as speed, so we'll have a good set that's really quick, and then we'll have a set that'll run an average lap. So hopefully we can get our sets figured out which ones we want at the end, because we're on a real good set right now. It's a little bit faster than what we've been on all day, and we're trying to figure out why that is and make it happen for the end.
Doing a great job. Keep it up. We appreciate you visiting with us. We'll talk to you later on.
Okay.
Dale Jr. riding around the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. We appreciate him taking a moment to visit with us. Been doing a lot of visiting tonight with that guy as well, Tony Gibson. And
coming to the green, Dale Jr., you got the 7 and the 11 in the outside lane, tail under the lead lap.
Talked earlier tonight about him filling in with Tony Uri Jr. He's done a great job. And Phil, you have a guest on the pit lane as we get set to go back green.
Adam, I do. I have the director of racing for Goodyear, Greg Stucker, and I'll tell you, it's really nice to see when Dale Jr. comes down pit road after running a number of laps, changes 2 tires. That time we had 14, 15 laps on the tires, get fuel only.
Yeah, so far today we've really been pretty happy with what we've seen. Seen a few cuts from some of the debris, of course, from all the contact, but really that's about the most significant stuff we've seen. Biffle had a little bit of a brake problem, which resulted in the right front going down. But again, it's tire related, but more from the standpoint of the brakes, and not really a tire issue.
I just reported a few moments ago that the 2 car had not changed tires. He finally changed tires on this caution flag.
Yeah, finally came in here, so that's 142 laps on his set, and tires look really nice. So it's not helping tire sales very much, but it's good to see our performances. What we think is pretty good today.
Great job, Greg.
Thanks, Phil.
Dale Jr. on the racetrack, involved in some lap traffic right now. The 12 of Ryan Newman, the 7 of Robbie Gordon, either on the lead lap. So Dale trying to get away from them and then have an opportunity to go up and race for the lead with Brian Vickers and Kyle Busch, who are able to clear the lap cars and get away. Let's listen to how they rev it up here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. ride on board. There's J.J. Yaley trying to pick up a spot to the inside. Dale Jr. sliding back a bit at the beginning of this run. He's running third, got caught up with some lap machines, now finds himself in sixth.
Remember, Adam, fuel only on this last pit stop. No tires. Sometimes when you ride around under the caution, you get a little bit of debris on the tires, and it takes a few laps to clean the tires off. We'll see what happens in a few laps here with the aid of Dale Jr.
As we said, Jr. was third. Currently finds himself sixth. Tight quarters racing with David Reagan for seventh. At the stripe, Reagan had the position. Next guy he'll see behind him would be the 01 of Mark Martin. Martin is on the lead lap and battling for a spot in the running order here.
Again, we're continuing to learn. Now, maybe this wasn't the thing to do. Maybe we didn't like the fuel only, no fresh tires. So that's something we can put in the data bank for later in this race.
And I think that's one of the benefits, I guess the added benefits that we haven't talked about tonight of running up front and having track position. You can do some things like this from an experimental standpoint to see where you're at.
They're low, inside, inside, inside.
Big wiggle there. But Phil, if you're running 15th or 20th, you can't take a chance on strategy because you're going to be a lap down if it doesn't work.
I got a flat.
And now you hear a flat tire. Dale going to have to come to pit road.
Four tires, guys. 4 tires.
Three wide.
You heard Dale make the call. Feels like he has a flat tire.
Outside. They're high.
He's going to stay on the racetrack, feel it out a little bit more, make sure. He knows he's going to lose a lap if he stops right now.
3 cars outside, Jim.
Brought back now to the 14th position in the running order. Tough break here, and now he's going to come to pit road.
4,000, 4,000.
Unscheduled stop at lap
4 tires, guys. 4 tires. About 10 away right there, Hoss. 5, look left. Clear all the way out, 4,000.
Another good pit stop, Adam. I'll get your report as soon as we find out something with the tires.
So Dale Jr. pulls away solidly in the top 5, started to backslide, reported that he had a tire going down. See top left of your screen, Ray Ocean talking.
Clear up when you get there, June.
We're going to take a break. We'll sort out the tire situation when we return to Charlotte.
Similar. Yes. Do you think that we, as the Coke brand, would have a case against the Coke Zero brand? Because they've infringed upon our taste.
It's a novel theory. What would your proposed endgame be? What would your...
That they were crushed and Ron, their director, was in the fetal position crying under the copier. Crying.
Da, 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 da.
For NASCAR drivers, blocking is a way to stay ahead of the pack. For me, blocking is how I stay a step ahead of frequent heartburn. Prilosec OTC blocks heartburn before it even begins with 1 pill a day, so I can enjoy my day and my evening without worrying about frequent heartburn kicking up. Zero heartburn for 24 hours with 1 pill a day. That's my Prilosec OTC.
Aerodynamic design,
proton-powered acceleration to go up to 500 miles per hour, flame-resistant seating, and yeah, it's got a Hemi. Introducing the Dodge Fantasticar, the only car fit for the Fantastic. Oh, and it can fly. See it in Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. Only in theaters.
Wow. Jimmy.
It's a no-brainer. Dads want to get from Best Buy, like the latest in HD from Toshiba. And now get 36-month financing on all Toshiba HD TVs, $999 and up. Wow, Dad, at Best Buy.
Yeah, can I get the love handles, double chin, and some blubber? Please drive around.
When you get greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Introducing Subway Fresh Fit Meals with new better-for-you sides and drinks. Subway, eat fresh.
Introducing Avalon, now with Deposit Shield. The deposits that attack your engine can cause friction, robbing it of performance and fuel efficiency. Defend your engine. Avalon with Deposit Shield.
This is for the kids, for the pets. It's for story time, for the great outdoors, and the chance of a lifetime. This is for all the little reasons that are bigger than NASCAR. It's why we created the NASCAR Foundation, and you can help support the causes that mean the most to all of us by becoming a friend of the foundation.
Join the NASCAR Foundation track walk near you. Just simply log on to NASCAR.com/foundation to learn more.
Become a friend of the foundation for all the right reasons.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coke Zero and My Coke Rewards. Collect points and earn NASCAR rewards straight from pit row.
Lap 161, we continue under green. Dale Jr. started 4th, back to 27th, and that's because of the unscheduled pit stop that came at lap 154 with a flat, and I believe we have some more information on the reason the tire went down, Phil.
We sure do, Adam. This is a little puncture mark right here on the left rear tire. It was a slow leak. The tire is not complete. It is now completely flat. But when it came off the racetrack, it was not completely flat. But right here, Dale Jr. ran over something and made a little puncture mark here, and that's what caused him to come to pit road. But a lot of race left here. We've got 238 laps left. We have the lucky dog. We've got a great race car. No worries.
And to set you up on the scenario as far as where we are in receiving the lucky dog, getting the free pass, and being able to come around and be back on the lead lap. Dale Jr. on the racetrack currently being scored in the 25th position. And there are 13 cars on the lead lap. So an opportunity here to dig in, go after guys like Dave Blaney, Kenny Wallace, Tony Raines, Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty, a number of cars that Dale has been much faster than this evening, but right now, because of the adversities with that cut left rear tire, he'll have to battle back and try and work his way back on to the lead lap. Won't be easy, but you know what, the good thing is we're not even to the halfway point of this race yet, and a lot can happen between now and the checkered flag. And you know, I think that's what's great about a veteran race team. They don't lose their thought process when something like this happens, Phil. They've been through adversities before a number of times, and I think they understand what it takes to overcome these circumstances.
Oh, absolutely. There's no panic in this pit area at all, Adam. They know that we've got a great race car. It may take a caution flag before we can get in position to race for the lucky dog, but no big panic down here.
Dale Jr. going around Clint Boyer on the racetrack. Boyer involved in an earlier incident. He's some 30 laps off the pace, so that not a battle for position, obviously. The next car we'll see on the racetrack that would be for position would be the 78 of Kenny Wallace. He's currently scored 23rd. You look at the Coca-Cola 600 race summary. 10 leaders in our first 166 laps. 11 changes, lead changes among those 10 leaders, and we've had 5 caution flags for 27 laps. 3 of those cautions were either single car incidents or debris cautions. 2 came out back-to-back at laps 52 and 61, took out a total of 21 cars. Actually, it didn't take them out, but involved 21 cars. So if you see Dale Jr. driving in and around cars on the racetrack that are beaten up or taped up, the reason why is that we've had a number of incidents tonight that had cars involved on the racetrack. Dale Jr.'s been as far back in the running order as 27. And since he came down pit road with that unscheduled stop, has rallied back up to the 24th position and looking for more now.
You know, the thing I love, Adam, is Dale Jr. came on the radio, said we have a flat. He ran another lap to make sure, came down pit road. They put 4 tires on the car in under 13 seconds, again, as usual. And that was all that was said. No big panic from Dale Jr., no big panic down here in the pits.
And that's what it takes to battle back from these circumstances.
Debris off turn 2.
And we have our 6th caution flag of the night. And you heard debris off turn 2.
Just get some gas here.
Yeah, we only got 13 laps on them. Just get gas and go here.
We don't have to bid if y'all want to.
We'll get some gas, because the guys you're running against are going to get gas also. I'd hate to get out of sync with them.
No, and I won't get the lucky dog. And we got to be first. If we get gas, we might be second or third.
All right, I'm cool with that. That'll be fine. We got 13 laps on right there.
Now, let's gas up. We'll gas up here. I'd hate to be 2 laps down, you know, get called pits. That'd be good. Be a bad deal. So we'll gas up, and because we got a long ways, if we don't get it now, we'll get it later.
Yeah, the guys you're racing, you're a half a second faster than they are. So we're going to get them.
How were we right there with the leader?
You were the leader. You were running the same to a tenth better.
See you here on the
radio.
Pit road is open.
Pit road is open. We'll come the second time.
Dale Jr. going to pit the second time with a lap down cars. Leaders on pit road now.
Thing's still turning good. I mean, it's loose. It's on the loose side all the way around the corner. Good job.
Our spring rates are falling right front to left rear. You know what I mean? So they're falling pretty fast with the track. So we just have to make sure we don't get too out of control with it. You got to let us know.
Yes. 10-4.
Top right of your screen, you see the battle off pit road for the lead. And it's going to be Brian Vickers who comes in with the lead and leaves with the lead.
83 car's about the best, and I don't know what he does in 1 and 2, but he runs the top in 3 and 4. But like I said, you're just as good as he is.
Yeah, I ain't going to get up there till it's pays to get up there. I don't want to get in the fence by accident.
We're going to step aside. Dale Jr. will pit with the lap down cars while we were away. We'll sort out where he is in the running order when we return.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Avenger.
Commence heat-seeking missile test.
With a heated cup holder. .5-liter V6. And ESP with all-speed traction control. Oh, did we mention the cup holder also cools? The all-new Dodge Avenger.
It's the ultimate test of speed and skill as 25 of the world's best drivers go fender to fender for the title Best on Dirt at the legendary Eldora Speedway.
I'm racing to win.
One good cause.
In support of Victory Junction.
One epic race.
Sideways on dirt? No problem.
Nextel's Prelude to the Dream, presented by Old Spice. Wednesday, June 6th, live on DirecTV pay-per-view. Don't miss it, live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 122.
John Cena goes extreme. The Great Khali goes extreme. As the WWE Championship goes extreme. Bobby Lashley and Mr. McMahon go extreme. As Lashley finally gets his hands on Mr. McMahon. Edge and Batista go extreme. As the World Heavyweight Championship goes extreme. 3 championships go extreme. WWE One Night Stand Extreme Rules. Live Sunday, June 3rd on DirecTV pay-per-view.
Moving day is here, the most dreaded of days. Packing, unpacking, your mind in a haze. DirecTV knows how stressful moving can be, so we make keeping your entertainment both easy and free. For uninterrupted service of the shows you like best, just leave the dish behind and we'll handle the rest. Simply dial 866 where you move on the phone. Let DirecTV turn your new house into a home.
World champion Miguel Cotto, boxing's emerging superstar. He's blasted through every obstacle in his path. But is Cotto ready to throw it down against the division's baddest man? Sab Judah, two-time world champion. Boxing's bad boy. He's a terror in the ring who will do whatever it takes to win. When they collide, it's gonna be explosive. Cotto Judah for the World Welterweight Championship. Saturday, June 9th from Madison Square Garden, live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123. Explosive. They're ready to detonate.
Bring your baseball team home all season long with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Whether you're a Chicago fan living in the East or a New York fan living out West, catch your favorite team no matter where you live with up to 60 out-of-market games a week. Non-stop baseball action you don't want to miss. And new on-screen scores and stats. Make every game a home game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. 4 payments of $49.99.
Back at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, Dale Jr. started fourth, currently 17th. It doesn't look great on paper, but really it's pretty good news. He made an unscheduled pit stop with a flat tire at lap 154, went back to 27th in the running order. Fuel only here. Dale Jr. goes from 24th to 17th, and he's now number 2 in line of the cars, 1 lap.
Baseball action you don't want to miss. And new on-screen scores and stats. Make every game a home game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. 4 payments of $49.99.
Back at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, Dale Jr. started fourth, currently 17th. It doesn't look great on paper, but really it's pretty good news. He made an unscheduled pit stop with a flat tire at lap 154, went back to 27th in the running order. Fuel only here. Dale Jr. goes from 24th to 17th, and he's now number 2 in line of the cars, 1 lap down. That's a good thing for everyone involved. You know, you're watching NASCAR Hotpass tonight. Tell your friends about it, because for the final 24 races, it's only $79. What can you get for $79? A tank of gas in Los Angeles. How about buying your friends a round of drinks in New York City, or NASCAR Hotpass in your home for the final 24 races of the year? Dial us up at 1-800-GET-SPORTS or DirecTV.com. Back to the green flag. Let's watch the progress of Dale Jr. trying to get around David Stremme and get his lap back here. Dale Jr. trying to get around David Stremme. Meanwhile, Tony Stewart rides in the 6th position. Let's go over to channel 796 and join Jimmy Thompson and Randy Pemberton. Randy Pemberton, Jimmy Thompson, welcome guys, joining us this evening from channel 796. Tony currently riding in the 6th position. I would guess he's been pretty positive throughout the evening.
I can't tell you, the crew has gone through a lot. Of course, you remember they were involved in that crash, spinning down through the infield there into turn 1, along with Jamie McMurray. The team has just worked, done yeoman-like work on pit road, Adam, and they've done a fine job. They got a great chassis right now, so I think Tony is very happy as the sun begins to set here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. You guys were on the lead lap. What happened to you?
You know, Dale Jr.'s been in the top 5 virtually all evening long, but an unscheduled pit stop at lap 154 for a flat left rear tire put him back to 27th in the running order, but you may have noticed on screen he was able to get around David Stremme on this restart. Dale now the first car lap down, so this team really in need of a caution to get back on the lead lap, and I think Dale really satisfied with his race car at this stage of the race.
What about the mood down there on pit road, Phil? Is they seem to be taking this in stride? There's a long way to go here. We're 24 from halfway.
I'm telling you, Randy, you wouldn't even know anything had happened. Dale Jr. came on the radio, said flat tire. He ran another lap just to make sure it was flat, came down pit road. They put 4 tires on it. He went back on the racetrack, never said a word. Tony Gibson, our crew chief, never said a word. They knew it was business as usual. There was a lot of conversation when the caution flag came out, whether we wanted to stay out or just put fuel only, because Dale Jr. definitely wanted to get the lucky dog, and right now we're in position to do that. We've had some various tire strategies. Jimmy Thompson, what about you guys? We've had 4 tires on the car, we've had 2 tires on the car, and no tires on the car, and Dale Jr. likes the car in each configuration. How about you guys?
Well, we've actually done all of the same. We've had 4 tire stops. Earlier on, they were worried about flat spotting the tires, but they actually went back and are going to reuse that original set they went sliding through the grass with. So moments of concern turned into pretty much just a little bit overcautious about how they're going to take the tires off. They ended up rebolting the nuts back onto it so they can use that set later on if they need to. They also did a gas and go only a few stops ago, and then about the second to last stop, they went with right side tires only. They pulled some spring rubber out of the left rear. They've also done some track bar adjustments. Tony just complained about the car just being a tick too tight now. I think it's with the track conditions changing a little bit. We've seen it drop about 25 degrees from when we started this race, and the crew is definitely staying on top of it. Greg Zipadelli knows what he's doing. The cosmetic damage very minor right now. Tony's just happy with the race car running at the bottom of the racetrack through 1 and 2.
You know, guys, we're talking about action on the racetrack, and certainly that's first and foremost as we see a battle for the lead right now in the race. But there's been a lot of off-track talks, obviously, involving our driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and that brings me to the next question. And could our guy be a teammate of your guys next year? Because certainly Joe Gibbs Racing is one of the names that's been thrown in the hat, and that's been a huge topic of conversation lately.
Well, it certainly is, and we, of course, Joe Gibbs obviously would love to have him, and every car owner would, despite what you may read in the media accounts of it. There's not a car owner in this business that would not like to have Dale Earnhardt Jr. in their stable, and that's not just for all that he brings off of the racetrack. They love him as a talented race car driver. They think he can win championships, and they'd all like to have him. Now, he does bring a whole lot besides that, and I certainly think Joe Gibbs is more than entertaining having Dale Earnhardt Jr. join this fleet, but we'll just have to wait and see. I don't know what you're hearing, Adam, or what Phil might possibly be hearing, but I think it's still up in the air. We're a ways away from figuring out where Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to land.
I would agree with that. I think it's all quiet at this stage, but boy, won't it create a stir when he makes that big announcement. Guys, thanks for being with us. Good luck the rest of the night with Tony Stewart over on Channel 796. So Randy Pemberton, Jimmy Thompson calling the action on Channel 796. Tony Stewart currently riding in the 4th position. Dale Earnhardt Jr. nearly unlapped himself, Phil. He was up there mixing it up for a little while with Kurt Busch and Brian Vickers, unable to get his lap back. But what about this? You know, you ask the question, where's Jr. going? And you look at the wins by team since 2004. Hendrick's been dominant, winning 40. Including 8 of the 11 races so far in 2007. Roush with 30 victories, 14 over at Joe Gibbs Racing, and we just alluded to as a possibility. Childress with 9, 5 for Penske. So plenty of opportunities out there. The question just remains, what decision will Dale Jr. make?
You know, Adam, the Ginn Racing team is really putting a hard push on Dale Jr. They really think he would be complimentary to their program. They think they have a lot to offer. They have a great engine program with Hendrick Motorsports, and they really feel as though they've really taken that next step, bringing Mark Martin on board to drive the U.S. Army number 01, and they would love to have Dale Jr.
And speaking of that, and it's Kurt Busch running in the top 5.
Now you're clear low, clear high.
Kurt Busch running in the 3rd position. He will not be when he comes back to the start-finish line, but this is exactly
Still lucky dog, right? Think so.
Yeah, he should be lucky dog.
10-4. Get a little loose when I try to get in too hard. I get a little free, rolling over on the right front. It's still a little bit stuck, dead center for a very small piece of track. That's been there all night, but I don't have my attitude. My yaw is perfect. Little rolled over on the right front, a tiny bit. But I like the attitude of the yaw, but I just don't have overall grip. Like when I go up to the top, I should gain some grip up there, and I really don't. But I ain't running much. But I don't know. Getting a little free, tipping over on the right front on very early tires, but could be just a cent. We're going to get forward here.
We'll get full right here. We'll try to help you out a little bit. Hey, Ray.
Very small now, okay? Not too much. It'll get real tight easy if you ain't careful.
Pit road is open. Just hang tight, Jen. We'll find out what they want us to do.
Well, you hear the chatter, but the one thing I'm sure most fans were able to decipher out of that, and that is, Phil, Dale Jr. is the recipient of the free pass. He will come around and pit and should restart at worst 15th because that's where he runs now.
Around 220.
Pace car, June. Do not pit.
Yeah.
There are no cleanup trucks or anything except down there on the bottom at 1 and 2, June. He's on the flat.
Yeah, Dale Jr. will have to restart this race at the tail end of the longest line, so there's no need to hurry. He was directed around the pace car. Now he will come on in the pits. Has absolutely nothing to lose. Come in here and get 4 tires. See if Tony wants to make a little bit of an adjustment.
Again, the field's just
see if we
going
can
into
tighten it
one.
up
Do
just a
not pit.
little bit.
So Dale Jr. finds himself in the 15th position, but more importantly, back on the tail end, back on the lead lap, and he'll have an opportunity to race his way to the front. He'll probably pit while we're away. You can watch it on screen. We'll recap when we return to the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Head to the side, seat back low. When you see me riding away, I'm in my Chevy ride slow. I'm in my Chevy ride slow. What?
Nice ride, homie.
I'll trade you.
Chevy Impala SS, an American revolution.
Okay, heading to the Home Depot. Big event going on.
Honey, promise me you won't go overboard.
Start your long weekend at the Home Depot. Get no payments, no interest for 12 months on purchases store-wide of $299 or more through Monday with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Plus, get 10% off appliances now through Wednesday.
The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Here's a question. What do you like best about being up here?
That's easy. I love the view. I love seeing all the places people have to go. I love being part of the company that helps those people get there. Who put the tires on every major NASCAR champion for the past 25 years? Our guys. Who put the first tires on the moon? Our guys. Our guys saw erratic weather patterns and developed a Goodyear triple tread tire with 3 different tread zones. We said if the road wants to play rough, we're putting the strength of Kevlar in every silent armor tire. I love the fact that we are up here looking out over everyone down there. Kind of like angels, but instead of wings, we got a blimp. What about you? What do you like best?
I like seeing all the games. And all that stuff you said, too.
Innovative thinking up here so you can get there. Goodyear. Get there.
This could be the best thing. But one more lie could be the worst. And all these thoughts are never resting. You know, not something I deserve.
Little eavesdropping on the Dale Jr. iPod here. 3 doors down. Dale Jr. back in business, started 4th, running 15th, but the good news is he's back on the lead lap and where he needs to be as we close in on the halfway point. Pitted while we were away. Let's look back at what happened on that pit stop, Phil.
Another great job by the pit guys, the Budweiser guys. DJ Kopp, our front tire changer. Jay Gennari going to pull a tear off the windshield. Greg Burkhardt, our rear tire changer. Sean Ward, Eric Wakeland, our tire carriers. Booty Chase, our jackman. 12.36 on that pit stop, Adam. 12.36.
You talk about consistency, and they have had it here tonight. 4 tires and fuel, and as we get set for the restart, it will be fun to see what Dale Jr. can do from 15th. Pace truck is off. Let's listen in.
Green flag, green flag.
Let's listen to Dale Jr. as he tries to make his way back through the field.
Clear.
Adam, the track temperature now is down to 101. We started at 120. About an hour ago, it was 110. Now we're down to 101. Track temperature continuing to drop here at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Clear. Clear.
Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 minutes away from knowing how this car will react to this track for the remainder of the evening once nightfall sets in Charlotte.
Remember, even though the temperature may not drop that much more, the track is going to continue to rubber up, and that can affect the handling on these cars. So that's another thing that Tony Gibson, Ray Ocean, and all the guys are going to have to keep an eye on.
You see how the track temperature has dropped as the day has progressed here in the Charlotte area. 3 o'clock p.m. track temperature 136. Green flag time, it was at 120 degrees. 7 o'clock, right around an hour ago, 110 degrees, and Phil just mentioned 101 at this stage of the game.
Outside, June.
7 laps from halfway.
Falling back through the middle. 3 cars in front of you. Clear high if you need it. Clear low if you need it.
I'm going to tell you, Adam, it is very comfortable out here. It was very, very warm here this afternoon at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Clear high.
And it is very comfortable out here right now.
Dale Jr. making his way through some slower traffic. These are all cars that are at least 1 lap in arrears.
Clear.
Next guy Dale Jr. will see on the racetrack for position would be the 88 of Ricky Rudd. Jeremy Mayfield and Kurt Busch just in front of him. But Dale had to start at the tail end of the longest line, and so that means it's going to take him some time to get up there and battle with the guys for position. But I really think when you consider it was lap 154, the unscheduled stop, going a lap down to 27th position to be inside the top 15.
Outside, Junior. Outside.
To be inside the top 15 some 50 laps later is amazing.
It really is. I knew there was no reason to panic. Obviously, Tony Gibson and all the guys, it was just business as usual, but we really were able to get this caution flag and get the lucky dog even quicker than I would have expected, and now he's mowing his way back towards the front. And you know, he had to start from the tail end of the longest line, and you say, well, that was a tough break. Well, I tell you, it's a lot of fun to pass cars out there, and Dale Jr. is passing a lot of cars.
And he finally gets one for position. Working to the inside of Ricky Rudd, Dale Jr. back up to 14th.
Clear.
Heard the clear call from Steve Meal. We go back to the email. Sacramento, California we go. Bill emails in tonight. And what adjustments can the crew chief make during the race as the track temperature changes? And Tell you what, that's a great question, Phil.
It really is, and we've heard Dale Jr. say more than on one occasion, don't change too much. Let's just take little small changes so we don't let the racetrack get away from us. That's why there's a pound of air pressure here. A couple or 3 times, we made no adjustments whatsoever because the car is so close. Incrementally, you can do air pressure. You can do a little bit of
clear high.
You can do some wedge. You can adjust the weight bias in the car. You can also raise the track bar, which controls the rear roll center of the car. Those are the kinds of changes we can make on this car to try to keep up with the racetrack, but it's all going to be on Dale Jr.'s feedback. Whatever he tells Tony Jr. he needs, then Tony will adjust to that.
While you were talking, Phil, Dale Jr. around Kurt Busch for 13th, and we appreciate Bill emailing in tonight. You can email us as well. You saw the emails on your screen. Hotpass@directtv.com.
Clear.
Clear means another car passed, and now Dale Jr. puts Mark Martin in his rearview mirror up to 12th, from 27th to 12th in 50 laps. And we're right at the halfway point, 200 of 400 complete in the Coca-Cola 600.
Had a big wiggle that time coming off of turn number 4. Did not hear anything out of Junior.
See the progress he's made here. Lap 126, riding in 3rd. 4th position at 136. Lap 165, it dropped back to the 24th position, and now here we are, lap 200, some 35 laps later, and he's cut the field in half, all the way back up to 12th in the running order.
Yeah, that 24th position was by virtue of that flat tire, which necessitated a green flag pit stop. As you can see him lap by his teammate Martin Truex, who's been showing a lap down just a few moments ago. Adam, we talked about a little bit of a wiggle off of turn number 4. Let's see if we can take a look back. Watch top of your screen. See Dale Jr. coming off turn 4. You see that little wiggle? He had to chase that thing a little bit. Never said a word on the radio.
There are so many times, and Phil, you know this far greater than I, but there are so many times for a race car driver that things happen on the track that could take you out, and they never materialize, and that was one of them right there, that Dale Jr. was able to make a nice save and keep himself very much in the game. Dale Jr. up to 12th. He'll try to go around J.J. Yaley and close in the top 10 when we continue.
I was embarrassed. I couldn't get a connection like the others, so I quit trying. I pretend to read a document or fake an email response.
Stop suffering from connectile dysfunction.
You're not the first guy it's happened to.
Sprint Mobile Broadband covers twice the cities of Singular's Broadband Connect.
Now my connections are better than ever.
Do more on the nation's largest, fastest mobile broadband network. Get a free card. Visit sprint.com/mobile broadband.
Too bad everything doesn't work as well as the tripod flashlight. Only from Stanley.
Since the dawn of time, man has talked to God.
Please help me change the world.
But on June 22nd, God talks back.
Who are you?
You're a clean freak. Your left nipple is a quarter inch higher than your right, and I want you to build an ark. If anybody asks, tell them flood's coming.
Is it too much to ask for a little precipitation?
Heaven Almighty, rated PG, starts June 22nd.
Just one ride on the Yamaha Grizzly 700 Fi with power steering, and you won't ride anything else. That's because it's the world's first ATV ever with fuel injection and power steering. For a ride so comfortable, you have to feel it to believe it. The Grizzly 700 Fi. One ride, and you won't be comfortable riding anything else. Now get payments as low as $69 a month plus cash back on select models.
There are times you gotta ask yourself, do you think you've got the torque? Or do you know you've got the torque? Get Q Torque Power for trucks. Heat activated to help more of your engine's power reach the road. No leading synthetic motor oil delivers more torque than Q Torque Power. Full synthetic Q Torque Power for trucks. Unleash all your horses.
Fox Wednesday.
So you think that you can dance?
The Summer Smash leaps to its regular night for a 2-hour event with auditions in LA and Chicago. So don't miss a beat, pop, slide, tango, and whatever you call this.
That was whack.
So you think you can dance 2 full hours Wednesday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
The sun is setting at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. The Coca-Cola 600 over halfway through, and here are your Hotpass hot shots. Jimmy Johnson leading the way. Tony Stewart in the top 5. Solid run for Matt Kenseth. There's our guy, Dale Jr., battling back from adversity, and right behind him, Mark Martin. All 5 in contention as we close in the latter stages of this race. Top right of your screen, you see a replay. Brian Vickers flashing by Jimmy Johnson for the lead while we were away. And top left of your screen, you see Dale Jr. climbing the ladder on the racetrack. He too trying to make a pass for position and get around J.J. Yaley, working the inside of that Chevrolet here. Yaley will be a part of our hot pass coverage next week at Dover. Pass complete, Junior to 11th.
Clear.
A nice run through the center of the corner there, right on the bottom of the racetrack for Junior. J.J. Yaley went to the high side. Dale Jr. just stayed right on the bottom of the racetrack, got in the throttle 3-4 car lengths earlier than J.J., able just to drive by.
Dale Jr. able to work his way back up to 11th in the running order. And you see who our leaders are.
Neutral, Alpha, neutral.
Kurt Busch, the dominant car in the early going. He spun at lap 185, did some damage, but he did lead 107 laps prior to that. Next in line, the man who has the field in tow now, Brian Vickers. Then you've got Jimmy Johnson, Ryan Newman. Our pole sitter led early, and Kyle Busch also out front for a handful of laps here tonight. Dale Jr. yet to lead. He's been as high as 2nd in the running order. As far back as 27th, that came when he cut down a tire. If you're just joining us, top right of your screen, this is not live action. This is some cuts that Fox is showing from earlier problems. 2 fairly large accidents in the first 60 laps. And now back to live as you see Jimmy Johnson and Brian Vickers battling for the top spot. I really like how it's settled in, Phil.
Still a little free off. Don't really make any changes yet. Roger that.
You know it's going to continue to change as we go to darkness, but I think we're right in the wheelhouse to being where we need to be to have a handle on those changes to make this thing right for the end.
You're exactly right, Adam. And I think the thing I like when Dale Jr. says, I'm a little bit this, I'm a little bit that, it's nothing drastic. He's just a little bit too free right now. And that situation may get better as the track cools off even more. But Tony Gibson staying right on top of all the changes, very, very minor changes. Again, some of the times we haven't even changed anything. But right on course here, 187 laps to go, and we're right where we need to be. Let us run some more laps and we'll gain some more positions, get up into the top 10.
And you talk about a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We're halfway through this fuel run, and Dale Jr. very distinctly said, no changes at this point. And I think that's a very good sign if you can make it halfway through a fuel run and you don't want any changes at that stage. Jr. currently being scored in the 11th position. Next guy he will see for a spot in the running order will be Denny Hamlin. They raced quite a bit earlier in the evening. At that particular time, they were battling for a spot in the top 5. We've documented the issues that Junior faced with that tire. Next on track, he'll work on Kenny Wallace. That will not be a battle for position. Wallace right now being scored well back in the pack, 22nd, a lap down. And actually, it's not going to be Kenny Wallace that he goes after here. Wallace just passed by the leaders. Consistent lap times at this stage of the game for Dale Jr. And starting to favor that high groove a bit, it appears.
Yeah, Tony Gibson told him a while ago that Brian Vickers was making some good time on the high side of the racetrack, and Dale Jr. said, I don't want to get up there too early. I don't want to take any chances. We saw Kurt Busch running the high line earlier, and he actually caused our most recent caution flag when he spun out off of turn number 2. So Dale Jr. is gonna play with it, see what he needs to run up there if he needs it.
Going around Bobby Labonte, who's a lap down, scored in 17th position.
Clear.
Dale Jr. pacing himself nicely, trying to run down Denny Hamlin and get back in the top 10. He's already made up 16 positions since the incident he suffered back at lap 154. His teams came to pit road under caution at lap 186. The fuel window just over 50 laps. So that would mean we're somewhere around 20 laps away from a green flag stop.
Clear.
Now Junior around Scott Riggs. That not a battle for position. "15 drivers scored on the lead lap right now. Looks like Carl Edwards slowed on the racetrack. He was running 3rd. So Dale Jr. will move himself into the top 10 here.
How are we, on the top or the bottom?
Caution flag is out.
Down. Got a wreck up here in exit of 4. Go high, June, go high.
2 cars that were
Hey, when you see me moving around, you need to help me on what's quick.
10-4, a little bit faster up top.
All right, need to stay on top of now. You're staring at that screen the whole time.
Roger that.
Roush Fenway teammates.
Only
David
do it,
Reagan.
when you see me do it deliberately. If I'm just lapping somebody, don't worry about it. But I ran 2 hard laps up there, and it seemed pretty good, but I wasn't sure. So need to know that information as quick as you can get it to me when it gets near the end of the race.
10-4. We'll do that. Be 4 tires here, guys. 4 tires.
Top right of your screen.
We had a small push, real tiny push in the middle of 3 and 4 is loose end to 3 real bad. So be careful there. Small change.
Yeah, I just been doing it with spring rates. We haven't touched air pressure yet. I just been kind of cycling through these spring rates just to try to keep it consistent for you.
Just keep her consistent, man. I'll deal with it. All right, buddy. Good job.
Hearing the
Didn't
radio.
feel like I was as good, but I was in traffic, But I think, you got a good idea what kind of car we got there.
Yeah, you were, you were a 3rd place time car right there. The 83 is real good, and the 11 was pretty good right there.
Great radio communication between Dale Jr. and Tony Gibson. Seen a number of replays of the accident. 8th caution flag of the night. Carl Edwards, David Reagan, both running inside the top 10, and both probably out of contention now.
Pit road is closed.
Both were able
Tony
to drive
Gibson,
away.
can you tell on your little screen when he goes to the top, or do I need to be telling you?
No, I can look. Actually, we were going over this tire stuff. I really wasn't paying too much attention to the last couple of laps.
No, that's cool. I just need to know if I wanted to know if I needed to help you.
Yeah, bring it to my attention if you don't mind. If we're doing something else, that'd be cool.
Okay.
Adam, the reason Tony Gibson is able to watch.
Just trying real hard not to screw these tires up,
You're doing a nice job so far, not messing up. Yeah, good job.
The reason Tony Gibson, if he's not busy looking at tire data,
Damn,
he
this
knows.
ain't a race of attrition, huh? Yeah, from about lap 40.
Again, I'll give it another try, Adam, but the reason Tony Gibson is able to watch where Dale Jr.'s running is because he's watching Hotpass up on his pit box right there.
And we know it's an added benefit for the teams, no doubt about that. Dale Jr. looking to make his 8th pit stop of the night here momentarily. He's up now in the top 10, running 9th because of those 2 cars that crashed on the track, Reagan and Edwards. Told you both were able to drive away. Edwards was, Reagan was not, Phil.
Yeah, Adam,
Pit road is open. Pit road is open.
Let's give a shout out to, I know we have another viewer, Tony Uri Jr. I'm
4
sure is at
tires,
home
guys. 4 tires.
watching Hotpass with a lot of interest.
Kind of messing with the cleanup trucks here, Dale Jr., and there's a good bit of speedy dry on pit road, first 4 or 5 pit stalls.
Pit road's open. Here come the leaders. Let's listen in. It's going to be a 4-tire stop for Dale Jr.
4,000, 4,000. Follow that 11, June. There's an opening between you and him. He's in front of you.
10 away, 6. Look right, left, right here. Wheel straight, foot on the brake. All the way out behind the 20. There you go.
That's June. Great stop, gang. Right when we needed it.
Just over 13 seconds, Phil.
Good job, guys.
The official watch.
They're under the hood of that 83 for some reason.
12.25 seconds, the official watch.
12.25 seconds. They've been consistent all night long. And you see top right of your screen, extended service for Kyle Busch and Brian
Yeah,
Vickers.
the 83 is losing his power steering there.
And it appeared to me that Junior was able to beat Hamlin off pit road. So I think they picked up at least 3 positions here, but we'll have to wait and see when they come back around. Being scored right now 5th on our leaderboard, and we'll see how it cycles out officially when they come back around and cross the start finish
That'd be
line.
tough, man. That'd be real hard. No power steering.
Yeah, especially where he was running up there, you know.
We're going to step aside. Dale Jr. back solidly in the top 10. More from Charlotte when we continue.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
Okay, guys, I told you. Just because I got Bud on the car doesn't mean I got Bud in the car.
Oh, terribly sorry, boy.
See you later, crazy mutant desert guys.
Feeling real good about lunch today. This new KFC biscuit bowl's got all my favorites. It's got chicken.
I got a burger.
Mashed potatoes.
Fries.
Got corn and gravy, cheese, and now it comes with a biscuit.
Well, I got a bun. It's kind of like a biscuit.
It's not even a little bit.
Biscuit-esque.
No, it's not.
Introducing the new Chicken and Biscuit Bowl from KFC. Layers of mashed potatoes, sweet corn, all white meat chicken, new home-style white gravy, and a 3-cheese blend. And now it comes with a buttermilk biscuit. Dig into great layers of flavor with new KFC Famous Bowls.
Over 100 years of racing heritage goes into every Ford. Wow. It's in our blood.
In my opinion, happiness is having the people you love around you.
It's like a big family.
A lot of nice people. It can be hectic at times.
I work days and he works nights.
Our lives cross over dinner.
That's when we learn about each other.
And Hamburger Helper's there to help. With 1 pound and 1 pan, you've got a meal everyone loves.
Sitting down to dinner is very important to us.
Hamburger Helper. 1 pound, 1 pan.
One happy family! I love you.
I love you too.
NASCAR Hot Pass of the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, 175 laps to go. Dale Jr. 9th to 4th on that pit stop. Pretty impressive, Phil.
It sure was. Let's grab a quick word with our crew chief, Tony Gibson. Tony, that thing has been so close this entire race, just minor changes, but you guys got behind with that flat tire. No panic whatsoever from you or Dale Jr. You got in position, got the lucky dog, and now with the great pit work up in the top 5.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate. We had a good car. It's been good all day. We're trying not to screw it up here in the pits, but he's been driving the wheels off of it, and he's been real patient with us. So we got a great car. We got lucky and got the lucky dog there, but the car's good and he's good. So if we can just not screw it up here in the pits, I think we'll have a good night, I think.
You know, we talked before the race, and you said you didn't really have the greatest of final practices, and you were really chasing some tires around, but you guys really must have hit on something.
Well, we just worked really hard on our spring rates and getting our tires organized, what we thought would be really good. And so far it's paid off, but we still got a long way to go, so hopefully we can hold it in there.
All right, Tony, thanks, bud.
Thanks.
Green flag, green flag.
Back to green at 2:26. Dale Jr. starting behind Tony Stewart in the 4th position. Got a lot of Hot Pass pride on the line tonight. Top 4 cars.
Clear low if you'd like.
All a part of the NASCAR Hot Pass package. And then you got Mark Martin riding 8th. So all 5 in the top 8 right now.
It's a pretty darn good showing for the Hot Pass hot shots.
Clear.
Indeed it is. See, Kyle Busch appears to be off the pace, top right of your screen. He was one of the strong cars in the early going. Led 4 laps earlier tonight. Not
Looks
sure
like
what
he
the
bounced
issue
off
is.
the wall.
Did he?
It looks like he bounced off the wall. Looks like he flat-sided
Clear.
a little bit.
Junior continues in 4th.
Watch that replay, top right of your screen, Adam. See if he doesn't bounce off the wall. Ooh, got sideways and up against the wall.
You know, if the wall wasn't there, he probably would have turned it around, Phil.
That's the good and the bad news.
Yeah, exactly. Good thing it was there. Bad thing it was there. There's brother Kurt on screen, top right. Top left, you see Dale Jr. trying to reel in his friend and fellow Hot Pass competitor Tony Stewart. We heard from Randy Pemberton and Jimmy Thompson earlier tonight, covering the action over on channel 796. They told us Stewart enjoying a good evening. We'd like to see him in the 4th position in the not too distant future.
Yeah, that would mean we would be in the 3rd position,
Exactly.
I'm assuming is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You know, it's amazing how these races balance out, and how less than 100 laps ago, you and I were talking about the issues that this team faced with a cut tire and how they had to battle back from adversity. Running 27th, they were the 14th car, 1 lap down, so had a long way to go to find themselves in a position to get back on the lead lap. Tremendous management and communication by Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Gibson. They were able to use some strategy to get back close to the lead lap position. Dale Jr. drove it back into the lead lap spot, and now here we are running in the 4th position. And look at this, you know, started 4th, running 24th at lap 165, up to 15th at lap 190. Some 30 laps later riding 9th, and here we are at lap 230 after great pit work. 4th position. That is amazing. And that's a team effort, Phil.
It really is, and in this day and time, to be able to pick up 5 spots on pit road like they did, they came in 9th, came out 4th, that's almost unheard of. But when you have a pit stop that's just a little bit over 12 seconds, that'll gain you some spots on pit road.
You know, I'm starting to wonder here, Phil, and we're a long way from this stage of the race, but I wonder, once you get there, how much strategy is going to play into deciding this thing, because being out front has appeared to mean a lot. You got Kenseth out there right now, but we've not seen a lot of passes for the lead. And I'm wondering if a late two-tire stop or fuel only to get the advantage may be the way to go to gain that track position and use that clean air to better help the handling of your race car out front.
That's the part of this I like, is the fact that we've done fuel only, we've done only right side tires, and we've done 4 tires. So Tony Gibson knows what the car did and how fast it ran on all those types of scenarios. So he knows that, hey, we may have to give up a little bit if we do this. You know, this will be a little bit faster, but we'll gain so much time by doing it. So he's got all that information. He and H.A. Mergen, our team engineer, are compiling all that information so they know what they need to do when it comes down to it towards the end of the race.
And now we're back in that position in the top 5 where you have some options. Kind of lost that luxury 100 laps ago when they had the unscheduled stop and lost all the track position, but now solidly back in the top 5 changes the way you approach the race. Top right of your screen, you see the leaders. Matt Kenseth in front of Jimmy Johnson. And top left of your screen, the battle for third just behind them, our guy Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to chase down Tony Stewart.
There's Dr. H.A. Mergen right there, our team engineer, furiously working at the keyboard, doing all sorts of scenarios. He's got his doctorate from UC Davis, University of California, Davis.
You got to have some foresight. They've got it in the 8 pit, and we'd love to see him make up 3 positions more from Charlotte when we return.
3.5 liter V6 and ESP with all-speed traction control. Oh, did we mention the cup holder also cools? The all-new Dodge Avenger.
Wow. Jimmy.
It's a no-brainer. Dads want a gift from Best Buy, like the latest in HD from Toshiba. And now get 36-month financing on all Toshiba HD TVs, $999 and up. Wow, Dad, at Best Buy.
What's more refreshing than a bottle of Miller Lite? How about 24 bottles in the new Ultimate Cooler Pack? With award-winning taste and half the carbs of Bud Light, you've just found 24 ways to share the ultimate summer. Miller Lite. Good call.
If you want to trade in the fast lane, you better have the horsepower. It's easy with E-Trade Pro, with state-of-the-art conditional orders and still just $6.99 to $9.99 per trade. It's easy. It's extraordinary. It's E-Trade.
Everything's changing and far, far away.
Okay. I feel all exposed and nasty. Get him!
I got this. Kill it! DreamWorks Shrek the Third. Rated PG. Now playing.
The Oral-B experts know nothing replaces flossing, but what if you could get some of the benefits of flossing from a toothbrush? Oral-B Advantage Glide. Unique glide bristles go up to 35% deeper between teeth for a thorough clean. Oral-B, brush like a dentist.
Hello? Hey, Mom, guess where I am?
Where?
In Vegas with Mike.
Mama.
Just drove here on a whim.
City of Lights. Promise me you won't come back married, okay? Jen, you're not getting married, are you? Jennifer? Jennifer, don't make the same mistake I made.
Singular's name is now AT&T. Now get half off all Samsung phones.
Returns to the Monster Mile, and NASCAR Hotpass has got you covered. The COT makes its debut on the concrete at Dover International Speedway, and drivers hope they can handle the challenge. Ride along with two-time Dover winner Jeff Gordon, Dale Jr., Elliott Sadler, Greg Biffle, and J.J. Yaley to see who has what it takes to win the checkered flag. It's all next week on NASCAR Hotpass.
Some kind of monster. Some kind of monster.
The Monster Mile, one of the fun venues of the Nextel Cup schedule. Race 13 of the Nextel Cup season comes next week from Dover, Delaware. Top right of your screen, seeing some replays from earlier in the evening. as we look at our NASCAR Hot Pass Hot Shots for the Coca-Cola 600, 242 laps in, and a pretty good night. Top 4 spots occupied by Hot Pass drivers. Kenseth leads, Johnson second, our boy Dale Earnhardt Jr. third, Stewart is fourth, and then there's Mark Martin riding in the 8th position. And as we say that, we have a change for third. Tony Stewart back around Dale Jr. for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, just when we went to break a few moments ago, Tony pulled over and let Dale Jr. go by. Dale Jr. was not able to drive away from Tony, so Tony decided to pull back by as we see a change for the lead. Jimmy Johnson takes over the lead from the 17 of Matt Kenseth. Adam, we've got a pass for the lead.
You know, it's been amazing how much Jimmy Johnson has dominated at this racetrack. 8 consecutive finishes of 3rd or better, and Phil, I don't want to talk too much about the competition, but that's flat out getting after it. Anytime you can do that consistently at one particular track.
It's okay to talk about him because he is a hot pass, hot shot. So it's okay to talk about him a little bit, Adam.
And all of the hot pass drivers, hot shots here tonight, we've chronicled more than one time throughout the evening how good they have been. And we're closing in on that time of the night when we're going to find out who is best, because the sun has set and the lights are shining brightly here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, and we're starting to see this track go through some of its final changes. And with 155 laps to go, I think most of these teams have probably put a star beside the final 100 laps as to when they need to push the go button and really have a handle on where things are going to go from here.
You see top left of your screen, Adam, that's the guys that have got it done on pit road. Our last pit stop, Dale Jr. brought the car into 9th position. These guys got it done, got him out in the 4th spot. That's where we run right now with 154 laps to go here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Saw Eric Wakeland there a moment ago. Was talking to Eric. He and I both from Indiana, and I was giving him a hard time about being from the Hoosier State in the garage area earlier today. He said he was back there last night. Nephew graduated from high school, so made his way back to his hometown of Plymouth, Indiana for a visit, but here he is today, flying back in this morning to be a part of the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. When we were talking about Indiana, one of the fellow crew members asked him if his nephew was going to come to the Brickyard 400, and he said, I may not be there. He said, why is that? The All-State 400 at the Brickyard, and the reason is Eric and his wife expecting in July, and so he may have to miss the 400-miler at the Brickyard this year. And Phil, as you know, having children in the racing business, there are certain things that are worth taking a day off from the racetrack for.
Boy, there really are. And, you know, Jeff Gordon came out this week and said that if he had to miss a race for the birth of his child, which I think it maybe also due in July, then Mark Martin will step in to the DuPont Chevy number 24 and take Jeff Gordon's place if he needs to be with his wife for the birth of their first child. So, you know, years ago it was unheard of to miss a race for something like that, but people have realized over the years, as much time and effort as it takes to follow this Nextel Cup circuit, that some things sometimes are more important.
Top left of your screen, you see Tony Gibson and the crew keeping an eye on their driver via NASCAR Hot Pass. Bottom of your screen, you're riding on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Across the top of your screen, you see our leader and the drivers running on either side of Dale Jr. Tony Stewart in front of him in 3rd, and just behind Denny Hamlin, currently riding in the 5th position. Bottom of your screen, you see the telemetry. 150 plus miles an hour, now cranking over 160. And we have caution on the racetrack. 9th caution flag of the night. It comes out at lap 250.
We last pitted 28 laps ago. I'm sure Tony's
What was that doing for you right there, Hoss? Lack of grip. Mainly in the right rear, getting in and off, a little slick. Trying to get back to the gas. Lose a little bit of the back, go flat out, laid off. A little free getting down in.
little snug center both ends. Just overall grip, but it's not coming in like I thought it would for how late it's getting. But you know, the car, if I make the center right, I can gain on them, but I lose back up off. You know what I mean? It's just depending on I can drive the center too hard and lose a little in the center and not make anything on the exit. You know, it just depends. I got to run hard as fucking really perfect to make it.
10-4. We're going to do a small air pressure adjustment down both left sides to try to help you with that. Like I say, your lap times are tit for tat with them guys, so we get 4 tires right here.
Simple.
Road is open. Pit road is open.
Top right of your screen, you saw the reason for the caution. Kyle Busch collecting the wall again on pit road. Alan Gustafson, his crew chief, walking off the war wagon, and it would appear they are destined for a spot in the Nextel Cup garage, and the crew will push them there now.
4,000.
Here come the leaders to pit road, including Dale Jr. Let's listen in.
He's going to peel off Junior 5 away right there.
Look left. There you go. Right here. Go straight, foot on the brake. Clear out. 20 outside.
Another sub 12.5 second pit stop on Walt Smith's official watch. 12.47 that time.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. came in running 4th. He will go out, it looks like, in the 6th position. Some guys in front of him.
What happened with that
strategy.
20 was I was kind of free getting in the 3.
Jeremy Mayfield but I tightened up behind him, strategy as the lead. Dale Jr. in 6. We'll have more from Charlotte in a moment.
Sure this is going to work? All the teams count on UPS for deliveries. They're the only ones allowed in the garage, so we should be able to sneak into qualifying. Dale?
Unbelievable! Dale Jarrett is trying to qualify the UPS truck. This is amazing.
To get more maximum payload for the new Ford Super Duty, we gave it a rigid frame and 8-inch longer leaf springs, which pushed the payload up to more than 3 tons. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
The way things are made these days, it's just plain wrong.
I disagree. Did you taste your sandwich? Spices are blended right into the breading.
Yes, I see your point. And for only 99 cents. I take back what I said.
Introducing the new 99-cent Buffalo Crispy Chicken Sandwich. With a fiery taste, it's built just right.
That's right. How do you describe the summer's best new thriller? Hello. It's the best psychological thriller in years. Mr. Brooks, rated R. In theaters this Friday.
No matter where you are, no matter how fast you go, what's inside will show everything. Every car, every driver, every ding and dent will be different with this.
Different.
Look. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
HDTV powered by DLP. See how millions of tiny mirrors make the picture amazing.
Save up to $250 on all HD TVs powered by DLP today at Circuit City.
They pick up their tools, pick up the base, and pick up the checkered flag. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Couldn't pick a better place to be tonight. Memorial Day Weekend Classic, the Coca-Cola 600 at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, North Carolina. Actually just outside Charlotte and Concord. 146 laps to go. In NASCAR's longest race of the year. With Phil Parsons, I'm Adam Alexander. Happy Memorial Day to you and your family wherever you're celebrating on this evening, and thank you for being a part of Channel 799. It's NASCAR Hot Pass.
I just wanna be the one when you come to. I just wanna be there with someone when the night comes. Let's put all the cares behind us and go where they never found us. I just wanna be there beside you.
45 laps to go.
When the night comes, when the night comes. I know there'll be a time.
Green flag, green flag.
Restart at lap 255. Dale Jr. running 6th. Jeremy Mayfield with some strategy has the field in tow.
Still inside, Junior. Clear low if you need it. Still clear low.
Jeremy Mayfield and Brian Vickers, the cars that were quicker off pit road than Dale Jr., that were not in front of him when they came to pit road. They played a 2-tire or no-tire strategy, and you would expect as this run goes on, they would fade. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, Brian Vickers was trying to overcome the power steering problem they had earlier. He was mired back just around 9th or 10th position when the caution flag came out. So
clear low if you'd like.
His crew chief decided to do a little strategy, get him back up front to see how the car reacted. So good pit work by
outside, June.
By Brian Vickers and his guys. Good strategy, but Tony Stewart, as you can see on the right of your screen, is driving by the 83 of Brian Vickers.
At the battle for 3rd. Meanwhile, Dale Jr. working on the bumper of Jimmy Johnson. Forecast this evening, partly cloudy, down to 75 degrees, a slight wind. When we started tonight, we were at a very warm 88 degrees. It's cooled nicely, a gorgeous night for racing. Great night to celebrate a victory. You see how the track is cooled as this evening has continued. At 5:49 green flag time, it was 120 degrees. You can see it dipped a bit at 7. Not bad at 8:10, but it's starting to cool now as we close into the night.
Outside, Jim.
Just over 97 degrees.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty indicative of what we're going to see,
Clear.
I think, for the rest of the race. It is completely dark out here right now. The beautiful lights here at Lowe's Motor Speedway are illuminating this racetrack. But I don't think that the track temperature in the last 142 laps will probably drop all that much. We'll have to keep an eye on it.
Junior around Vickers for 5th. Now working to the inside of Mayfield for 4th. Remember, Mayfield, a little bit different strategy here.
Clear.
So he's back to where he was as Dale Jr. with the completion of that pass of Jeremy Mayfield prior to the pit stop. And he's right with Jimmy Johnson. Trying to get back into the top 3.
The 48 car of Jimmy Johnson has been strong this entire race, as well as the 17, our leader right now, Matt Kenseth. You see Dale Jr. pull up to the rear bumper of the Lowe's Chevrolet in the center of the corner. Got Tony Stewart running in the 2nd position right now. He and Dale Jr. have been fairly equal for a large part of this race. It's going to be interesting to see what the change that we made. Ooh, lost a little ground there off the corner.
Hard to tell exactly what happened. Maybe.
You're clear. Clear by a lot.
I ain't looking in the barrel at all. 0.
Clear by 3.
Slight bobble there off the corner. Junior going to try and reel him back in. Riding 4th with 139 laps to go. The key is being right in the game at that 80 to 100 lap remaining mark. And I think Junior going to be right there. Nice aerial view here in the top left of your screen.
Clear by
Bottom
2
of
to the
your
11,
screen.
big hole behind him.
Riding on board. Let's go back to the emails. This one coming from Katie in Boston, Massachusetts. And do racing grooves change from day to night? And I think that's something we've already seen here this evening, Phil.
We really have. And, you know, we talked earlier in the show about Dale Jr. telling me that the All-Star race, you know, he was able to work the high groove, but the bottom groove developed so much more grip at night than it did during the day that it didn't seem to be able to work. We saw Brian Vickers making a lot of time on the high side of the racetrack, but now here we are back, and Dale Jr.'s running right back down to the bottom of the racetrack. It may be the similar situation to what we had in the All-Star Challenge.
Going to the high lane, you're still clear by 2.
It's going to be a good indication right here. The 11 of Denny Hamlin is going to go to the high side. We're going to see how that compares to Dale Jr. running on the bottom of the racetrack. We're going to get a good view.
Clear the first car you went by.
Right now. But frequently the racetrack will change as day turns into night and the grooves change. But this racetrack seemed to change even before we got to nighttime. We got a lot of laps, a lot of rubber down on the racetrack, and it looked like the groove moved up for a number of the cars. One of those being Brian Vickers, who led a good majority of this race.
And you know, you talked to Dale Jr. prior to the race tonight, and the one thing he talked about is he said, we get a slight shadow in the corner. It is going to change this racetrack. This is a place that's sensitive, and he even admitted, Phil, he said, not only does it change from day to night, it changes from 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's a sign of how weather sensitive this Lowe's Motor Speedway is. And I think the impressive thing is that this team has had a good understanding of it, and they've stayed in front of it all night long, and that's what you have to do to be in contention.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Adam. And you know, we've been here before, and you would break
Clear
for
by
lunch.
5, the caution is out. Get
Caution's
away
out.
off, June.
Looks like
Casey Kane in the wall.
All right, you helped the tighten a little bit, not a whole lot, just a little. It still slides on the right rear a little bit. Just overall grip still, but you've improved it just a little bit.
All right, 10-4. We'll just get gas right here.
All right.
Casey Kane trying to complete the weekend sweep. Unable to do so, it would appear, as he gets into the wall. That's the reason for our 10th caution flag of the night. It comes out at lap 266.
I'll let you know what we did right there. We went up a half on both lefts right there.
Yeah. I mean, that helped it turn a little bit in the center of 1 and 2, or turn a little bit in the center of 3 and 4. It didn't hook the left rear or the right rear up at all. So I'm still a little loose, but I'm tight too. You know, I mean, the whole car needs grip to be tight. But there's something in the air pressure that can help me get overall grip at the start of the run. That would be awesome. Just new tire grip, you know what I mean? Without changing the handle. I don't mind it being a little loose.
10-4. Just gas, guys. Just gas.
Road is open. Pit road is open.
Less than 15 laps of green flag run on these tires. So fuel only here. Let's listen in for the stop.
Don't leave till I tell you here, old man. Make sure we get her full.
10 away.
5. Look left. Right here. There you go. Take care of my tires there. Outside, outside, 1 lane outside, 20's outside.
If you want to get behind the 20, June.
Saw Jeff Clark plug that gas can in, and he walked along with the car. Did a great job. Came out right behind Tony Stewart. Going to come out, looks like, what, in 4th spot, Adam?
It's exactly right, Phil. Looks like all of them came in with fuel only. Came in 4th and leaves pit road in the 4th position. 268 complete at Lowe's.
With Herculiner, it's easy to roll on a truck bed liner. It won't chip, flake, or peel. Herculiner is the only one with a textured rubber and polyurethane formula. It'll turn any truck bed to a tough, skid-proof, rust-resistant surface. Do it all yourself for less than $100. With Herculiner, the tough comes easy.
World champion Miguel Cotto, boxing's emerging superstar. He's blasted through every obstacle in his path. But is Cotto ready to throw it down against the division's baddest man? Sab Judah, two-time world champion, boxing's bad boy. He's a terror in the ring who will do whatever it takes to win. When they collide, it's gonna be explosive. Cotto Judah for the World Welterweight Championship. Saturday, June 9th from Madison Square Garden, live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123. Explosive. They're ready to detonate.
An ordinary dad.
This is the kid who wants to be the new night guard.
An ancient curse.
Everything in this museum comes to life at night.
And a secret scheme.
Give us his tablet.
Run now.
Collide in the biggest adventure.
You're an old man. I don't want to hurt you.
In history.
Dad, are you okay?
Night at the museum.
Hi, Holly. So, do you want to make $50 the easy way? I'll make $50 just for turning you on to this. It's a 50-50 offer. You get to dump unreliable cable and fall in love with DirecTV. Plus, you get a DVD player and $50. And I get $50. What's not to love?
Sign up your friends, and you'll both make $50. Go to directtv.com/refer.
So, do you want to make $50 the easy way?
I'm supposed to be looking for the perfect husband. Are you the perfect husband?
Perfect in every way.
Edward Wilson was a family man and a patriot.
Your CIA's heart and soul.
Committed to protecting his country.
I'll be going overseas.
6 years is a long time.
But after a lifetime of loyalty...
Margaret tells us you work with the CIA. My wife has a vivid imagination.
Who will he become?
You are never to tell anyone what I do.
I don't know what you do.
Matt Damon, Angelina Jolie. Directed by Robert De Niro. The Good Shepherd.
If two athletes from different eras could actually compete against one another, who would come out on top? Computer says Rocky Balboa would be triumphant.
I think I want to fight.
What? You haven't peaked yet?
Don't you think you're too old?
That computer fight got a lot of people curious.
But I ain't interested in getting like mangled and embarrassed.
Fighters fight.
It's over.
It doesn't over till it's over.
Where's that from? The 80s?
It's probably in the 70s.
Rocky Balboa. Rated PG.
You're watching
NASCAR Hotpass live at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. It's the Coca-Cola 600. And here are your Hotpass hot shots for this evening. Jimmy Johnson leads, Matt Kenseth second. Stewart third, our guy Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding fourth, and Mark Martin back in the 10th position. A solid evening for NASCAR Hotpass. We thank you for riding along on this Memorial Day weekend. It's been a pretty good evening for Mark Martin in the 01 car. Currently riding 10th, and it wouldn't be surprising to me to see him rally to the front and have a chance to perhaps capture victory here this evening. And we'll get a little update on what's happening with his team. Ray Dunlap and Mike Wallace calling the action over there. We'll join them momentarily. Visit about Mark Martin. Pace truck on pit road. We're going back to the green flag. Channel 798 is where Mark Martin is tonight. Let's join Ray Dunlap and Mike Wallace.
And we're ready to go back to green flag racing here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, and we have an opportunity to check in with the guys who are covering Dale Earnhardt Jr. tonight over on 799, Adam Alexander and Phil Parsons. You guys look like you have got a race car that is dialed in tonight here at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
I think the best way to describe that is what happened back at lap 154. Cut a tire, Ray, went a lap down back to 27th, and they have been able to rally their way back to the top 5, never panicked, and they do feel very good about this race car, and it appears you guys are in pretty solid shape as well.
Yeah, we've had a car that runs in the top 15 all night, but so far Mark's saying he doesn't have anything good enough to go up there and race for the lead. But Phil, you've run this race a lot of times. I'm curious your idea on how much this track has changed now and what the drivers are going to be feeling as we head towards the final third of this event.
You know, Ray, we had about 120-degree track temperature when we started this race. Just a few moments ago, it was down to about 97.5 degrees. We've made nothing but very, very minute changes. As a matter of fact, this most recent caution flag and pit stop, we just did fuel only. So we've done fuel only a couple times, right side tires one time and 4 tires, and the car seems to react favorably to everything. How about, I wanted to ask Mike Wallace, how about you guys? What kind of issues are you fighting with that U.S. Army Chevrolet, Mike?
Well, Phil, we fought a variety of things so far. Basically, early in the race, we were talking very, very tight. We came up 1.5 inches on the track bar. I mean, it just a tremendous change on it. Then, as the races progressed on, we got loose, and we're trying to tighten it up. Then we went back to loosening the car up. Mark says, hey, I'd rather ride around here a little bit off and be loose than fighting tight. So Mark's not happy with his car right now, even though you know Mark Martin, Phil. You've been around him a long time like myself, and he's never happy unless he's got a car that's leading the race, and even when he wins the race, he says he doesn't have a great car. So I think we're not bad, maybe not quite as good as you guys are right now, but we're here for the end, I'm sure.
I tell you what, it's been fun to watch Mark Martin running the schedule he's running and being relaxed as he's been. And the one neat thing I think about Mark Martin is that he has really gelled with this 01 team, I think, better than most people expected, Mike.
Well, Adam, let me tell you, I talked to Mark Martin yesterday during Nextel Cup practice. I says, Mark, tell me something about this race team. Tell me something about your great schedule you got, your relaxed atmosphere. He says, Mike, do me one favor. Let everybody know how good this race team is. He says, this is one of the best race teams I've ever drove for. Even though it's only the second time he's drove for, his second team he's ever drove for in Cup racing. He's drove for a lot of other teams and other races. He says these guys all want to be here. They're motivated. They want to win races. He loves driving this 01 U.S. Army car for Ginn Racing. He's just excited as can be.
You know, Ray, a lot of these drivers, like Rusty Wallace, there's some noise that maybe Rusty Wallace may want to come back. He doesn't really like this retirement thing. He may want to come back. Mark Martin obviously backed off to this limited schedule, but there's no guarantee that Mark may not want to run a full schedule next year and beyond. But it's a lot like football coaches, the Bill Parcells and people like that, to Dick Vermeils, that, you know, it's hard to stay away from this sport. And I know, Mike Wallace, you've been in the sport a long time, but it's very, very difficult to stay away. Joe Gibbs, you know, actually quit coaching, had a Hall of Fame career with the Washington Redskins, decided to go racing full-time. Then he went back into coaching, continues to coach the Washington Redskins. What is it about this sport that brings the people back?
Well, I don't know for sure, but I can tell you this, Phil, that being around Mark Martin, it is all about an attitude thing, and him being able to run this partial schedule and pick the races that he wants to compete in has really made the big difference, and he's so much more fun to be around. He's got such a relaxed attitude, and I know there's been a lot of pressure on your driver here with all the questions about where Dale Earnhardt Jr. will drive in the future, but when we're around Mark Martin, it's pretty much all happy all the time. He's in 8th right now, and thank you guys for stopping by to check it out. You guys got a great run going in 4th right now. We wish you good luck for the course of the rest of the evening here in the Coca-Cola 600.
Same to you, Ray. So a chance to visit with Ray Dunlap, Mike Wallace over on channel 798, following the progress of their driver, Mark Martin, who, while we were visiting, was able to work his way up to the 8th position, and it's been status quo for Dale Jr. riding in the 4th spot, and it kind of hit a wall here a little bit, Phil. This is a tough stage of the race. You don't want to adjust on it too much and take yourself out of the game, because you're really in a good spot riding 4th. But I know how competitive these guys are. They want to do something better than where they are, and they really have not been able to get much past this position in the last 50 laps or so.
Well, they really haven't, but Dale Jr. is trying to study. He's going to be searching around a little bit for a groove to see if maybe he can get some more grip somewhere else on the racetrack. He continues to run pretty much to the bottom of the racetrack right now, but Dale Jr. is just compiling information. Tony Gibson's watching the computer to see the lap times, comparing them to their leader. Just had a change for the lead, it appears. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson is now taking over the lead, but they're going to compare. We're not going to have very many more pit stops. We've got 119 laps to go. Nitro, our engine tuner, told us we can go about 57 laps right now on a tank of fuel. So once we get about 3 or 4 more laps into this run and the caution flag were to come out, we would be able to make this race on one more stop after the next stop.
Tony Gibson. Yeah, a little bit worse.
So you see out front, Jimmy Johnson leading Matt Kenseth. And speaking of that, our lap leaders tonight by manufacturer, it's not been a stellar year for Dodge or Toyota, but they lead here this evening in the lap-led category. 116 laps for Dodge. Most of that by Kurt Busch and his teammate Ryan Newman. 79 for Toyota. It was all Brian Vickers, and Jeremy Mayfield led a handful of laps. Chevrolet, who's been so dominant in 2007, has only led for 47 circuits here tonight, and Ford has been out front for 38. And when you look at those two categories,
Okay.
as you hear some information being relayed to the driver there, most of those laps for Chevy and Ford have been shared by Jimmy Johnson and Matt Kenseth, respectively. And I know NASCAR likes to see something new.
You're only going to give me one audition? No, I'll give you some more.
Sounds like he's having fun, Phil.
He is having fun. When you have a car that's been as good as the Budweiser Chevrolet has tonight, you have a lot of fun. And he wants to concentrate. He wants to make sure that he gets that car exactly right on the very last run, because that's when it comes down to it for all the marbles.
Jimmy Johnson got back by Matt Kenseth, as Phil mentioned moments ago, and Kenseth now in jeopardy of losing the number 2 position on the racetrack. Top left of your screen, Dale Jr. running all by himself with 1:15 remaining. Probably not seen the last of our caution flags here tonight, and here you see the 3-car battle for the lead just in front of Dale Jr. Johnson leading.
When you run the bottom 3 and 4.
Stewart going after Kenseth for second, and Dale Jr. continues to ride in the 4th spot. 286 laps on the board as we roll on from Charlotte.
Turn your cap into something. MyCokeRewards.com.
Convenience and innovation are everywhere on the new F-Series Super Duty. In some places they're obvious, like the all-new redesigned interior. In other places, they're not so obvious, like this tailgate step, only on the new Super Duty. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Casey Kane. Where?
Casey!
There he is. There he is.
Even the best drivers could use accident forgiveness. Part of your choice auto insurance. Only from Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Hey, is there anything we could do to help? Anything.
Play the Which Spidey Suits You game at Burger King.
Black Spidey, I choose you. I want a Maserati.
But be prepared to live with your choice. Swing into BK. You can win a Maserati or tons of other prizes. Every game piece can win.
This summer, school's out, but 5th graders still in session with all new episodes.
That's right.
It all begins this Thursday when this husband and wife go head-to-head.
It is a crazy day in this school.
To see who's smarter than their spouse.
It's all going in the same checking account, right?
Are you smarter than a 5th grader? All new at 8, 7 Central, Fox Thursday.
Back at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by Ginn Properties and Resorts. And there's a great look at the Ginn Resorts light ship. Under caution for the 11th time tonight, Jeremy Mayfield in the wall. And we are on pit road. Let's listen in as Dale Jr. comes in.
And away.
Look left. Here you go. 2, 1. Here you go.
Get out.
All the way out. Dig, dig, dig. Dig, dig. Get to the grass.
Clear to the grass, Jim. Clear to the grass. Watch your 78 blowing up on pit road there.
12.32. 12.32, Adam.
Way to go there. Hop out.
And he picked up a spot, beating Tony Stewart off the pit lane. Nice job for the crew there. You know, they've had some great stops tonight and not really been rewarded, Phil, in picking up positions because of some of the strategies that have been going on. But right there, in what could very well be the next to last stop of the night, they do a great job of sticking a good one in and picking Junior up a spot.
Very, very consistent pit work by the Budweiser guys, and that does get us in our window where we can make this race on one more stop from here. We're lap 291, 109 laps to go. We can go about 57 laps. Nitro, our engine tuner, told us. So we are in our window. If this race goes green the rest of the way, we can make it on one more stop.
You know, that's the 11th time that Dale Jr. has been on pit road tonight. If memory serves me correct, they've done fuel, and I can look at it here, done fuel only on 3 occasions. So that would mean there have been 8 pit stops where those guys went over the wall and changed at least right side tires. A number of times they've changed all 4. You talk about guys that are going to sleep good tonight. These 7 guys that go over the wall have flat out gotten their money's worth here this evening.
Well, they really
Hey, Tony Gibson, does tire information go up on the computer during the race where our other teams can see it?
Yes, sir. Yep, sure does.
Thank you.
Haskell's been down here a couple times, but it is up on there.
Oh, no, that's cool. I just see what the one's doing, and they're kind of doing backwards of what you're doing, and what you're doing seems to be working pretty darn good. Although I understand they got a whole different deal. It just piqued my interest.
10-4.
Yeah, the information is shared by all the DEI teams. The number 1 of Martin Truex, the number 8 here of the Budweiser Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt Jr. The 3rd DEI car unfortunately did not make this race, Paul Menard, the 15 car.
Under caution for the 11th time tonight. Jeremy Mayfield got into the wall. Heard Phil talking about fuel a minute ago and how far can you go. There's Jeff Clark, the gas man. Long time a part of the success at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, Phil.
He sure has been. And you know, Doug Yates, who's one of the best engine builders.
Coming to the green, lap cars on the bottom.
All the business, the chief engine builder at Roush Yates and Jeff Clark grew up together. So Jeff's been around this sport as long as he can remember.
Entrepreneur during the week, has his own motorcycle shop. And on the weekends, the gas man for the number 8 Budweiser Chevrolet. Dale Jr. going to restart in the 3rd position. Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth in front of him. Kenseth was fading a bit on that last run.
We're not going yet. Not going.
Plans here. See here how it plays out here. And now they've waved off the restart according to Steve Meal. So we'll circulate another lap as you see the lights back on the pace truck. 107 laps to go, and all these laps that we run under caution, continuing to help the fuel mileage. It's been a busy weekend of racing. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series running yesterday in Ohio. The Busch Cars here last night at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. Earlier today, Dario Franchitti picking up the checkered flag in the 91st Indianapolis 500, and tonight the capper to the weekend, the longest race of the year for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series, the Coca-Cola 600. Got it all going on. Major League Baseball well underway, closing just over a month away from the All-Star break. The NBA playoffs hitting their peak as we near the NBA Finals. Stanley Cup underway early this week. And this evening, race 11 of 36 for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series.
Adam, the Detroit Red Wings are no longer in the Stanley Cup playoffs, so as far as I'm concerned, the playoffs are over. I did go to the game in Detroit last Sunday. Saw them get beaten overtime by the Anaheim Ducks.
And I need to correct myself. I said race 11. It's race 12 for the Nextel Cup Series. 1/3 of the season behind us here tonight. The Memorial Day Weekend Classic. And you can watch NASCAR Hotpass, the final 2/3 of the season, for only $79. Tell your friends. 1-800-GET-SPORTS. Or you can log on to directtv.com/Hotpass. $3 and some change a week.
You know, Adam, I've talked to a lot of people that have the Hot Pass, and I've talked a lot of people into getting the Hot Pass, and every single one of them is happy that they got the Hot Pass. It's just a unique look at our sport, and you know, it's a way to follow exactly what Dale Earnhardt Jr. talks about, what he hears, what Tony Gibson, our crew chief, talks about, and the information he gets, and how Steve Meal, the spotter, keeps Dale Jr. out of trouble. Radio.
I don't know.
Dale Jr. was talking about having Martin Truex on his radio for some reason.
Martin involved in an earlier incident. Kind of put that team behind the 8 ball here tonight, but currently riding 16th. So that team has been able to rally back. From 33rd on back in the running order, those cars are all off the track. Yeah. Talk about Memorial Day weekend. The pre-race festivities here tonight celebrated our military. And not only do we celebrate the fallen heroes who have made our country what it is, we celebrate these guys who are what keep us going here today, and no doubt are what are helping ensure our country's future and a great way of life. We appreciate their service, and we appreciate their presence at NASCAR events. We see them each and every weekend, and certainly a huge group of them here this weekend on such a special weekend for our troops in Memorial Day weekend. The lights are off on the pace truck.
104 laps
He's
to go,
pulling to pit road.
Pace cars
Top
off.
of your screen. Top 4 drivers, all a part of NASCAR Hot Pass here tonight. Dale Jr. is 3rd. Let's crank it up with a little Ozzy Osbourne as we go back to the line.
Inside. Clear. Caution is out, June. Caution is out.
Lap 297, caution number 12 of the evening. Kurt Busch into the wall. And as he was going into the wall, Dale Jr. was making a pass for 2nd, Phil.
A very nice pass on
We're
Jimmy
just going to
Johnson.
stay out here, old man.
It appears that you have improved my new run, new grip.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good
we'll
news
see,
right there.
see how it goes. Hopefully we didn't hurt you too bad on the long run.
Top right of your screen, you see the
I think
replay
it's
of Kurt
48
Busch.
in front of the 8.
Sure, they telling you that?
That's what they said on NASCAR radio.
Sounds like the pass of Dale Jr. was not complete before the caution came out. He'll be put back to third, and we'll follow his progress when we come back.
Hi there. Would you like to try new Nature Valley cereal? It's got real chunks of granola bar in there. See it? You'd like those. And crunchy multigrain flakes with a hint of honey.
Introducing cereal from Nature Valley.
Careful with that stuff, it's fast. Faster than DSL, that's for sure. Check this out. Magnum PI. Yeah, here, me. Grizzly Adams. All right. Okay, let me take this. Zeus!
Hey,
That's
guys.
awesome. Oh, sorry, Meg. Whoa, you got something on your face.
Did you get it?
Comcast high-speed internet with Power Boost. Faster than DSL, faster than ever.
So if Napa also has parts that are really hard to find, how do they find them?
Well, it's pretty interesting. What they do is they take the old part and they show it.
Smell this, boys. It's a 1972 Toyota Land Cruiser fuel pump. Now go get me a new one. Give me a new one.
Am I supposed to believe that?
Good boy, Rufus. That's a good boy.
What would you call a refreshing beer with more taste than Bud Light and only half the carbs of the leading light beer from Europe? Well, you could call it the original light beer, or you could just call it by its name, Miller Lite. Miller Lite, good call.
Now, track Donkey and Puss together again. It's a whole new mission. Top secret, hush it hush. Get ready. At least you got us to help you out. I'm doomed. Get set. Get Shrek. Whoa! DreamWorks Shrek the Third. Rated PG. Now playing.
When you're about to do something this big, a little luck never hurts. Thanks for having us.
NASCAR Hotpass continues live from the Lowe's Motor Speedway. We've officially reached the third quarter of the Coca-Cola 600, and we were telling you while we were away that Dale Jr.'s pass of Jimmy Johnson not allowed. He had not completed it when the caution came out, and so therefore he's been relegated back to third, and that's where he will restart in less than a lap. The guys in front of him, Jimmy Johnson, being covered tonight on Channel 797 by Rick Allen and Wendy Venturini. Let's join them now. Rick Allen, Wendy Venturini, good to have you with us from Channel 797. 100 laps to go, and we're right where we need to be. You and us both. Pretty good night, huh?
Yeah, it has been. You know what? You guys had a pretty good restart there the last time. Have you noticed, has Dale Earnhardt Jr. been real strong on the restarts? Because we've had a little bit of trouble.
Actually, he's not been as good on the restarts, been better on the long run, and they said on the radio, under caution here, Dale said, I like what you did to it. My grip is better. And they said, we hope we didn't hurt you on the long run. So we'll wait and see how this thing pans out, because they did make some adjustments under that last pit stop.
Yeah, Wendy, that's exactly what Dale Jr. wanted. He wanted his car to be a little bit better on the very early part of a run. We were able to get by you guys, but apparently not before the caution had come out for Kurt Busch's accident. What kind of adjustments is Chad Knaus and your guys making?
Well, on this last stop, we put 2 rounds in the right side track bar and also made a slight air pressure adjustment, but really we're just trying to get this back to some comfortability with Jimmy Johnson. He doesn't feel like he's good on the short runs. He's much better on the long runs. And of course, that short run that we just had, he wasn't very pleased with it. So he's hoping that we can continue to have some long green flag laps for these last 99 that we have.
I can see your car, by the way, now. It looks pretty good under the lights.
Yeah, it's a little easier to pick it out now, isn't it, Rick?
Yeah, actually it's a little easier to pick out as you're about to go by us, so knock that off. We like the second position because we know we can get back by the 17 if we have a little bit longer run.
Well, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see if Dale Jr. gets out front how his car reacts, because while you guys, Matt Kenseth, have led the night, Dale Jr. has not had the opportunity to be out front as he slides to the inside of your guy, Jimmy Johnson. I'm anxious to see how that number 8 Budweiser Chevrolet reacts in the lead if he's able to get there.
And I tell you what, it's impressing me right now that Jimmy Johnson's been able to run that middle line and pull away from the 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. So we've run up there a couple times, but just to check it out, to see how it's been. He's always been fast on the low side of the track. Have you guys tried different lines tonight just to see how it works?
We have, Rick, but Dale Jr. told me before the race, actually told me earlier in the week, that as he tries to go by the 48 of Jimmy Johnson on the bottom of the racetrack, that at nighttime, the bottom of the racetrack gets so much more grip that it really doesn't make the outside work as well, because you get so much grip on the bottom. As you see Tony Stewart, the 20, going to try to take advantage of our loss of momentum to take over the 3rd position. So in trying to get by you guys for 2nd, we end up costing ourselves 3rd.
Yeah, I tell you what, you guys got stuck on the inside, weren't able to get into the accelerator as quick as you wanted, I'm sure, and Tony Stewart took advantage of it. You guys dropped back. Hey, we appreciate you guys coming over here and chatting with us. We're going to try to get up by the 17 of Matt Kenseth. Let's see if you guys can get back up and catch up with us, and we'll race for the end of this race and see who gets the trophy.
Sounds great, guys. Have a good night. Jimmy Johnson, Channel 797, Rick Allen, Wendy Venturini covering the action there. And you said it, Phil. Dale Jr. used up some momentum trying to get by Jimmy Johnson, unable to do so, and it opened the door for Tony Stewart. And I think that's a perfect sign of how sensitive these race cars are.
You know, you made the statement earlier, Adam, you wonder what it would be like if Dale Jr. could get out in that clean air and get the lead. I would really love to see what that Budweiser Chevrolet would be able to do in clean air. Looked like we had a little bit better car early on than the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, not quite able to make the pass as we documented. The 20 of Tony Stewart was able to go ahead and get by us, but I would love to see that 8 car get out there in that clean air and see maybe if he could drive away from these guys.
Not a lot of separation for 2nd now. Jimmy Johnson holding down the 2nd spot over Tony Stewart. As you see, Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding in the 4th position. Not real close to making a move for 3rd, but no one on his rear bumper either. Trying to settle in and fill out the car, and you would certainly hope at this stage of the race he doesn't lose sight of those guys in front of him, and we'll have an opportunity to race for the lead. 92 laps to go here at Charlotte.
Meet Magnus Vermagnuson, the strongest man in the world. Mr. Magnuson can lift a car over his head, carry an anvil the length of a football field,
Magnus.
pull a 747 jet with his teeth. And at the end of a long, hot, strenuous day, what does the world's strongest man call for?
Coors Light.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Magnus. Hey, buddy. How? Sorry.
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
When I was young, I thought I was invincible. That lasted till I had my first serious crash. I survived because I was wearing my safety belt in my Chevy. It didn't happen on the track. It happened on the road right here. That safety belt saved my life. Since then, I never drive without buckling up. Don't learn the hard way like I did. Remember, drive safely and buckle up, America. It's the law.
I know.
Seatbelts.
We're gonna be late.
We're not going anywhere until our seatbelts are fastened.
NASCAR driver Jeff Burton is serious about racing, but he's even more serious about safety.
He could have made it. He could have made it. The gas pedal's on the right.
State Farm is proud to insure Jeff Burton's car. His personal car! Call an agent today.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
I can't believe I won this.
Yeah, that's something.
Be right back, Jeff.
Hey guys, here's your feast for 2 and your game cards. You could win a trip to meet Pepsi driver Jeff Gordon. The real Jeff Gordon.
Win a trip to meet me at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Just order a Pepsi and play at Famous Dave's.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. chasing a new car on the track. He's still in 4th, but Matt Kenseth, who was leading just moments ago, has dropped to 3rd. Johnson, your new leader. Tony Stewart up to 2nd. And with 86 laps to go, you see on track Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to get by Kenseth. Top right of your screen, you see Johnson on the replay going around Kenseth for the top spot. And just moments ago, we were racing Johnson for 3rd. And with 86 laps to go, we go back to the email. And a question in tonight from Matt in Utah. And he asks, if you take 1 pound of right rear, 1 pound of air out of the right rear, does that make the car loose or tight? And so we go to our resident driver / crew chief, Phil Parsons, to get the answer.
That would actually make the car a little bit tighter because it would soften up that rate over there on that tire. And that would make the car a little bit tighter. You put air in that right rear tire, that stiffens the rate, and that would make that tire slide theoretically a little bit more, and that would make that end of the race car slide and be a little bit looser. So taking a pound of air out of the right rear will tighten that Budweiser Chevrolet up. And thanks so much, Matt, for that email. Keep them coming.
Matt emailing from Utah tonight. Coca-Cola 600, a late event in the East on a Sunday.
Clear by 8 to the 25 car.
A little bit earlier from Matt, watching in the western part of the country this evening. Dale Jr. was reeling in Kenseth for a period of time, and now Kenseth has once again put some distance between himself and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Johnson leading, Stewart riding 2nd. Next car in line behind Dale Jr. would be the 25 of Casey Mears, but he's got plenty of room between him and Casey for the time being.
4.
Actually, as we say that, Mears coming pretty strong and flashing to the inside.
Back bumper inside June. He's on the bottom.
Woo, near contact.
Still inside.
Mears working on what would be his first top 5 of the year.
He had a runner-up finish last night in the Busch race here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Watch the replay on the right of your screen on the Fox replay. Look how close he came to running into Dale Jr. coming off turn 4.
Is that all aerodynamics that sucks him together there, Phil?
Well, part of it is centrifugal force. Casey Mears needed that extra room to be able to use all that racetrack coming off the corner. Couldn't do it because Dale Jr. was there. He wanted to keep the momentum up so he could drive up beside Dale Jr.
Clear.
Just had a little bit of a close situation there, but good save by Casey Mears and good non-contact.
We haven't heard a lot from Dale on the radio on this run. Do you anticipate him sliding back a bit? Is the car maybe going to react better later in the run? Or did they just improve the car for the short run and now they need to perhaps make some more changes?
Adam, I think that, that it was a conscious decision to try to make the car a little bit better on the short run. Now, if it sacrificed a little bit of the speed at the end of the run, at least they know what to do now. They know what to do to make the car better for the short run. If we get a pit stop, a caution flag, with about 50 or 55 laps to go, which is just inside our pit window, then they may elect to go back to how it was because it was better on the long run. And that way, you see DJ Kopp, our front tire changer, to staying loose. He knows he's got at least one more pit stop, one more time to put tires on this Budweiser Chevrolet.
Lap 291, the last time Dale was on pit road 30 laps ago. So we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 laps away from what would and could be our final pit stop of the night. Cautions late in the race would dictate if these guys were to come back down pit road, and the number of cars on the lead lap would also help dictate if guys come in. Currently 15 cars being scored on the lead lap.
You see Dale Jr. trying that high line right now. He wants to see if that high line will run faster on the racetrack than the bottom that he has been running since this last restart.
Junior looking for his first win of 2007. And he's on a 37 race winless streak. That's hard to believe when you look how consistent this team has run of late. 77 laps to go from Lowe's. Junior running 5th.
Bring your baseball team home all season long with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Whether you're a Chicago fan living in the East or a New York fan living out West, catch your favorite team no matter where you live with up to 60 out-of-market games a week. Non-stop baseball action you don't want to miss. And new on-screen scores and stats. Make every game a home game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. 4 payments of $49.99.
Hi, Holly. So, do you want to make $50 the easy way? I'll make $50 just for turning you on to this. It's a 50-50 offer. You get to dump unreliable cable and fall in love with DirecTV. Plus, you get a DVD player and $50. And I get $50. What's not to love?
Sign up your friends, and you'll both make $50. Go to directv.com/refer.
So, do you want to make $50 the easy way?
Moving day is here, the most dreaded of days. Packing, unpacking, your mind in a haze. DirecTV knows how stressful moving can be, so we make keeping your entertainment both easy and free. For uninterrupted service of the shows you like best, just leave the dish behind and we'll handle the rest. Simply dial 866 where you move on the phone. Let DirecTV turn your new house into a home.
John Cena goes extreme. The Great Khali goes extreme. As the WWE Championship goes extreme. Bobby Lashley and Mr. McMahon go extreme. As Lashley finally gets his hands on Mr. McMahon. Edge and Batista go extreme. As the World Heavyweight Championship goes extreme. 3 championships go extreme. WWE One Night Stand Extreme Rules. Live Sunday, June 3rd on DirecTV pay-per-view.
Fox Tuesday, it's the House season finale. A dramatic rescue leads to a case that makes House question everything he knows.
Hearts don't stop for no reason.
We have to get her on bypass.
Is it a medical mystery?
Clear. She's dead. She's not coming back.
Or a miracle?
So, Marina.
Holy.
TV's best drama has saved the best for last.
Is this having?
No, it's New Jersey.
The House season finale. Viewer discretion advised. Tuesday at 9/8 Central on Fox.
Jimmy Johnson leads the Coke 600, 71 laps to go. That's just over 100 miles. Around Lowe's Motor Speedway, Tony Stewart right there in second place. 2 drivers that did not.
We're ready for the stretch 1 here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. The Coca-Cola 600 just clicking off another lap, and now 70 remaining. Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding in 5th. Top right of your screen, you can see him trying to make a move to 4th around Matt Kenseth. Bottom left, you see the anticipation of the pit crew as they watch their driver go to 4th on the leaderboard. They're also anticipating what could be the final stop of the night coming up. And Junior starting to make hay in the high groove.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It looks like he's found a groove he likes up high. Was not able to do anything with Matt Kenseth when he was running down the bottom, but he moved up to the top of the racetrack and was able to chase down Matt Kenseth. Now going to open up a little distance.
Starting to stretch it over Matt Kenseth. Next, we'll look to get to Casey Mears. So what are some things that cost $79? Parking at a Red Sox playoff game. Interesting. Keg of Budweiser. And what about Hotpass in your home? That's right. Call your friends. $79. It's a value for 24 races, 2/3 of the season remaining. And for $79, you get 5 channels a week. And then when you get NASCAR Hotpass, you can ask experts like Phil Parsons questions like this. Email us at hotpass@directtv.com. Angie did. She's in Maud, Oklahoma, watching the race tonight. And her question is it legal or illegal for Tony Jr. to be watching Hotpass and calling the boys and giving information? Phil?
Well, Adam, it's certainly legal for Tony Jr. to watch Hotpass because he paid his $79 and he's home watching a Hotpass right now. But Tony Gibson, our crew chief, told me that he and Tony Eury Jr. met last night after the last practice and did a very, very long debrief. So they're on the same page anyway. They've worked together here for a couple years now. So a lot of scenarios, what ifs and things like that. And Tony Gibson Jr. has got a lot of experience on his own right. He's been a crew chief here. He came very close to winning this race with Michael Waltrip a couple years ago when Tony Eury Jr. left Michael Waltrip's team to go back to Dale Earnhardt Jr. They came within 30 laps of possibly winning this race. And something happened and it knocked him out of a chance for victory. So Tony knows what he's doing, and Tony Eury Jr. knows that Tony Gibson knows what he's doing. But they went through a lot of possible scenarios last night, so I don't think Tony Eury Jr. is going to be calling in with any information. But I know for a fact that he's watching Hotpass because he paid his $79.
And you know, really where the crew chief makes a difference a lot of times on race day, is closely involved as a guy like Tony Gibson is involved anyway, is on the pit calls themselves. And that in many situations becomes a joint decision between driver and crew chief anyway. So Tony Gibson may have to make a call in the latter stages here to really earn his money, but for the most part, he's so involved, Phil, in the setup of this race car throughout the weekend, and then of course how they make the chassis adjustments throughout the night, that it's just a pit call here and there that would maybe be the difference between he and Tony Eury Jr.
Yeah, exactly, and I think he has called it a flawless race. I think he's changed 2 tires when it was the right time. I think he's put gas only in there at the right time. I think Tony Gibson has done a terrific job. And again, it's no surprise. We've got a caution on the racetrack, though.
Brian Vickers hit the wall moments ago. Caution waving for the 13th time tonight at lap 337.
Put that half a pound back in the right rear and just go with that. It was all broken up, Jim. Probably put that half around back in the right rear. Just go with that. Yeah, 10-4. Did a half a pound back in the right rear. 4 tires. You, like I said, you were running 40s. Everybody else is running 50s and 60s. All right, there. 10-4. Put a 1/4 pound back in the right rear. Or half. Just tell me it's a 1/4. All right, we can do that. All day it's been loose, and I just, to be able to get after it, I'm going to need a little bit more grip, but that was too tight on the bottom. It was okay, though, after I ran a while. Pit road is open. Pit road is open. 4 tires, guys. Nice and smooth.
Dale Jr. said you can put a half a round in the right rear, or half a pound of air in the right rear. Just tell me you only put a 1/4 in there, though.
4,000.
I love it. Pitting in the 4th position. Let's watch him come down the pit lane.
10 away. Around that 25. Right around that 25 right here. Look left. There you go. One lane. Got one outside. Clear right there.
13.31.
You're right there, Junior. 17's outside it, but he's not in front of you.
13.31 on that pit stop.
And he picks up a spot. Dale Jr. comes in fourth, leaves the pit lane in third, and issues for Jimmy Johnson, who lost a number of positions on the pit lane. We'll continue to follow his situation and update you on Dale Jr. with 62 laps to go at Charlotte.
Tibet, land of 1,000 mysteries. Make that 1,001. Race car driver Casey Kane. Casey, why are you here living with a group of nomadic yak herders?
Well, I was drinking vitamin water Revive to recover physically, and I realized I needed to try to recover spiritually too. Here, we all work together, whether it's making yak butter or tanning hides, and we are not competitive with one another. Hey!
Johnson tanki inam. Kiki jopomen du yak.
Vitamin water, try it.
The hotter the hot, the colder the cold, the greater the demand, the more you need Duralast. Batteries built to exceed the need. Built to last. Only at AutoZone.
So long, bland pizza. Hello, Pizza Hut's new hand-tossed style pizza. A new crust, crispy outside, fluffy inside, more zesty Italian sauce. All this taste for just $10.99. Only from America's favorite pizza. Pizza Hut, now online.
No matter where you are, no matter how fast you go, what's inside, we'll show everything. Every car, every driver, every ding and dent will be different with this.
Different.
Look. Wow. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
HDTV powered by DLP. See how millions of tiny mirrors make the picture amazing.
Save up to $250 on all HD TVs powered by DLP today at Circuit City.
Aerodynamic design. Proton-powered acceleration to go up to 500 miles per hour. Flame-resistant seating. And yeah, it's got a Hemi. Introducing the Dodge Fantasticar, the only car fit for the Fantastic Four. Oh, and it can fly. See it in Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. Only in theaters.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
Been a long night in Charlotte, but we're closing in on the end. 60 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to restart third here. And, you know, you and I were just watching the replay, Phil, of that pit stop while we were in break. It wasn't the best of the night by the 8 team. And what's amazing about it is they picked up a spot. This team has been on their game here tonight.
Yeah, let's take a look at that pit stop there. You see the guys get over to the right side. Jay Ganeri pulls the tear-off off. You're going to see Greg Burkhart run around the left rear. He was a little bit quicker on that right side stop. See, Greg's done a little bit. Now we're just about a half a second there. DJ was just maybe a half a second behind Greg Burkhart. But hey, you know, we're used to seeing these guys do 12.5-second pit stop. This is a 13.3. They gain a spot, and we're wondering what's wrong.
Top right of the screen, one of the guys they were able to beat coming off the pit lane, Jimmy Johnson, who was the leader coming in. Issues there. Johnson will restart in the 10th position. And you saw Junior before the pit stop 4th. He comes out in 3rd, restarting behind Tony Stewart and Casey Mears. Let's go green. 59. Sights and sounds of the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag, green flag. Inside, June. Clear low. Look on the bottom down there. You're clear, all clear, clear, clear. Got one outside is all. Still clear to the bottom.
Adam, I knew that when we pitted was just a little bit outside of our window.
One lane. Outside. You got 17 outside, June.
I just talked to our engine tuner, Jody Hickman. I said, can we make it? He said, no, probably 3 or 4 laps short, so very, very close. I haven't heard Tony Gibson give
Come outside, Junior.
Dale Jr. to call to try to save some fuel, so they may feel like it's a futile effort to try to save that much fuel here. You're talking about 4 laps here. That's 6 miles. That's about 1.5 gallons here at this racetrack.
Junior sliding back to 5th. Kenseth around to the 4th position. Excuse me, Junior back to 4th. Kenseth around to 3rd.
Remember, we made an adjustment to try to make the car a little bit better on the long run, so hopefully that'll happen. May give up a spot to Matt Kenseth right here, but may be able to get it back as we get towards the end of this run.
And that's something we've seen throughout the night at different times. Junior, a little bit of a backslide early, gathers it up, air pressures come to where he wants them, and then boom, takes off like a rocket ship. And as guys were going by him moments ago, he starts to rally back and capture those spots once again himself. Junior riding 4th. You see him in the back portion of that top left screen, and just in front of him the battle for 2nd. That's Kenseth going after Casey Mears. Tony Stewart, your leader, coming through the bottom of your screen there. On board with Junior at the bottom of your screen. 55 laps to go. Hotpass drivers occupying 4 of the top 5 positions. And Jimmy Johnson, who restarted 10th, has rallied to 7th. It's not out of the realm of possibility that all 5 Hotpass drivers could finish in the top 5 here tonight.
That would be amazing, Adam, for all 5 Hotpass. Somebody, whoever picked the Hotpass drivers, did a great job here tonight.
I remember last week when we were handling coverage of the All-Star race and previewing what was to come this week in the 600, and looking at the lineup of drivers we had here and thinking how good a results we could have on each and every channel. And certainly it would appear those thoughts going to come to fruition with 53 laps to go, and each driver running in the top 7 and 4 in the top 5.
You know, we've talked about the new $79 special to join Hotpass. Obviously, everybody here watching, our viewers, belong to Hotpass, but please tell your friends for $79.
Feels like it's tearing up off corner.
For $79, you can hear Dale Jr. talk about his car being too tight. And you can also be involved with, sometimes we will run specials, and the fans will vote online to see who our 5th Hotpass driver will be on a certain weekend. We've done that 2 or 3 times this year. We'll probably do that more in the future. So be sure and tell your friends, for $79, you get all that more from DirecTV.
A lot of email questions tonight. Hotpass very interactive. Closing on 50 laps to go, and you see where Dale Jr. is in relation to leader Tony Stewart. 2.1 seconds behind as he makes his way through turns 3 and 4. 50 laps to go this time by. Heard Junior say on the radio, a little too tight. Looked moments ago like he was closing on Kenseth. Right now just trying to run his line and maintain that 4th position. Talk about being short on fuel, Phil.
50 laps to go, 50. How we on gas?
We're about 5 laps short. Everybody's got to stop.
So you hear the word there that everyone's going to have to come to pit road again. And that's where this strategy thing could really play out. And it could get interesting with 15 cars on the lead lap to see how these teams handle what now would certainly be their final stop of the night if the caution were to come out here, or if this thing were to cycle through and we were to stay green.
I'm telling you, we're going to be so close to the end. You heard Tony Gibson say we're about 5 laps short. That's only 7.5 miles, so we're only talking about a couple gallons of fuel. It would take about 6 seconds to change right side tires, and only take about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds to put enough fuel in to get to the end. I think at this point I would try to run as long as I could to try to maybe catch a caution flag. If the caution doesn't come out, maybe come in, just do a little gas and go, because we know the tires have been very, very consistent. Leave the tires on there, just do about a 2-second time stop for fuel and see what happens.
And I don't know that I would have a sense of who this group up front
Up
is.
top, both ends, Tony Gibson.
Here's Steve.
Give him another lap.
Here's Steve Meal talking about the line. Tony Gibson going to see how that equates on the stopwatch.
Dale Jr. talked about the car being too tight, so that's why he's moved up to the top of the racetrack. Let's try to see if the car will turn a little bit better back. This time he's going to stay right down on the bottom of the racetrack to that end.
Trying to gain some ground on Matt Kenseth.
Bottom 3 and 4.
Across the start-finish line, 46 laps to go.
Right
Dale Jr. running fourth, but closing on Matt Kenseth, who's in third, trying for another top 5.
Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch.
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Welcome to the whole grain nation.
Now millions of people know where to find whole grain.
Whole grain? That's a great idea.
Only General Mills gives you whole grain in all your favorite cereals, guaranteed.
It's good for my heart.
It's good for my weight. I feel good about giving this to my family.
Just look for the G on any General Mills cereal.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Total.
Lucky Charms.
Great taste with whole grain in every bowl.
It's that easy.
What about your family? Are you part of the whole grain nation?
Just look for the G, and you're there.
On unrated DVD, it's an absolute shocker in every way. 4 stars. The best Hannibal film since Silence of the Lambs. Now with terrifying new unrated footage. Hannibal Rising. Own it on unrated DVD Tuesday or rent it exclusively at Blockbuster.
Tony Stewart here with my buddy Jared. And the tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. Third the fat of a McDonald's snack wrap. And a lot more food. Fills me up without slowing me down. Would you say that makes Subway restaurants your favorite pit stop? Subway. Race hard. Eat fresh.
When you're about to do something this big, a little luck never hurts. Thanks for having us.
Laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Tony Stewart continues to lead. Dale Jr. up to third. And he picked up that position while we were away. See him running free and clear on the racetrack here. But while we were in break, he went around Matt Kenseth for the third position. Here's the replay. Jr. to the high side.
Yeah, Jr. started running this high line. The guys told him that that was a fast way around the racetrack, and Matt Kenseth was continuing to run the bottom, and Dale Jr. just drove by him on the outside. Now he's been able to open up a little distance over the 17 of Matt Kenseth.
39 laps to go now. They last pitted at 3:38. So if they had to come to pit road, it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 3:90 to 95. And we heard Tony Gibson say moments ago they're about 5 laps short, so that would be on the higher end of that window that I just mentioned. Right now, the car, Dale trying to track down Casey Mears, who's currently scored in the second position, as we go back to some emails. Utah emailing in tonight. It's the second time the gang from Tula, Utah has emailed us with a question, and it is this: why does Tony Gibson call Dale Jr. old man? Phil?
Well, I'm going to ask Walt Smith. He's a pit crew coordinator for DEI. We had an email question from somebody said, why does Dale Jr. or why does Tony Gibson call Dale Jr. old man?
Tony Gibson calls everybody old man, and I don't know. Tony Gibson calls everybody old man. If you ever see Tony Gibson in the race shop, hey, old man, how you doing? He calls Max old man, Richie Gilmore old man. So I think it's a sign of affection from Tony Gibson.
He doesn't call Teresa old man, does he?
I haven't heard him call Teresa old man yet.
All right, thanks, Walt.
But I did very appropriately earlier tonight hear him call Phil Parsons old man. So maybe that's affection. I don't know what that is, but I did hear that earlier.
I don't know. I go to the gym with Walt. He's my trainer, basically. I work out with Walt 3 times a week, so he makes me feel like an old man, that's for sure.
You know, the last time I saw him, I said, the next time you got Parsons on the bench press, you have him push an extra rep, and then when he's done and red in the face, you remind him it was for me. So I hope he gets you sometime soon, Phil.
He gets me every time we work out, Adam.
Closing on 35 laps to go. In fact, 35 to go that time by the line. Dale Jr. continues in third.
The fastest car on the racetrack that time, Adam. Dale Jr. was about a half a tenth of a second faster than Tony Stewart and Casey Mears, who's running first and second.
Top right of your screen, you see Jimmy Johnson, who restarted 10th after an issue on pit road, going by Matt Kenseth for the 4th position. He's now riding behind Dale Jr. We check the distance between Dale Jr. and leader Tony Stewart with 34 laps remaining. You know, we talked earlier this evening about the adversity that Dale Jr. battled back from. And if you're just joining us, you missed what was a tremendous run to the front by this team, who had been in the top 5 all night and was relegated to 27th a lap down after a cut tire and an unscheduled pit stop at lap 154. But they were able to make their way back up into the top 5 with some great strategy and some great driving by Dale Jr. and in particular a great handling race car. And you talk about battling back from adversity. Amazing battling back for Jimmy Johnson, who's been so successful at this racetrack. A bad pit stop, and here we are a handful of laps later, and he's riding 4th. Let's go back downstairs to Phil.
Adam, I'm standing by with Nitro, Jody Hickman, our engine tuner. Nitro, you told me we're about 4 laps short. Can you refigure that, somehow get us enough fuel to not stop?
We're going to need a yellow to make it. We're going to have to, we're going to have to come in and top off if we don't get a yellow. We're going to need about 8 laps of yellow to make it the rest of the way. There's just no way we can get it done.
What are you thinking now? If we go green the rest of the way, we have to are you thinking gas and go? Is that what Tony's thinking? Maybe a little gas and go with 6, 7, 8 laps to go?
That's always a possibility, but maybe we'll take 2. Who knows?
All right, thanks, Jody. I was hoping, Adam, that he could squeeze out a couple gallons of fuel somewhere out of that calculator.
You know, the question I have, Phil, is if the caution comes out, and Jody alluded to the fact that they need some caution laps to be able to make it. I think if the caution comes, everybody's going to come to pit road anyway. You wouldn't stay out and use that as a way to make up fuel mileage. Am I right in that thought process, Phil?
If the caution comes now, everyone's going to come down pit road. If the caution comes with, 5 or 6, 7 laps to go, I'm not sure. We may see some guys stay out and gamble on maybe having enough fuel to get to the end and not giving up the track position.
It's not going to be long before they're making that decision. Only 30 laps to go, and Dale Jr. still solidly in third.
Dodge Avenger RT, Charger RT. Inspired by NASCAR. Built to grab life.
Wow, I can't believe we're really gonna meet Casey King.
There he is. I wonder what he's like.
I must be dreaming. But I'm always dreaming. Dreaming of you.
Now would be a good time to have accident forgiveness. Part of Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance.
I'm super sorry about your car.
Are you in good hands?
So long, bland pizza. Hello, Pizza Hut's new hand-tossed style pizza. A new crust, crispy outside, fluffy inside, more zesty Italian sauce. All this taste for just $10.99. Only from America's favorite pizza. Pizza Hut, now online.
Men are all about the latest technology. Presenting Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant with advanced triple protection system. It locks out odor, keeps you dry, makes you smell great all day. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. Triple protection technology for men.
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic.
This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
The NASCAR Nextel Cup Series running for the 12th time in 2007, and it's going to be a nail-biter. In the longest race of the year, the Coca-Cola 600, and we're down to the nitty-gritty. 24 laps to go, and you see the crew waiting with anticipation. Dale Jr. some 3 seconds behind leader Tony Stewart, less than a second behind the car in front of him, and that's Casey Mears and Jimmy Johnson with a late race rally. Surprise, surprise, here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, where he is so good, currently scored in the 4th position. Just did a little survey of the guys in the Hotpass headquarters as to who could go the distance on fuel, and I think collectively everybody's saying no at this stage of the race, Phil.
Well, I have to believe that somebody may want to try it, though, Adam. That's one way to maybe steal a victory here. If you can just get a little bit better fuel mileage, you're only talking about maybe a tenth of a gallon, a tenth of a mile gallon, something like that. And if you could just squeeze out an extra gallon out of this tank, then maybe you would be able to make it all the way. So, you know, and it may not be anybody that we think it might be. It might not be the 20 of Tony Stewart or Casey Mears who's running second, or the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. It may be somebody running 9th or 10th. It may be Kyle Petty who's having a great run up in the top 10, or maybe Reed Sorensen. He tried to stretch the fuel mileage a couple times last year and came very, very close. So it could be any one of a number of cars that try to do it. We're hearing the 17 car, Matt Kenseth, may try.
You know, as I look on the board at the top 10, Casey Mears riding second would be a logical candidate based on the fact that his points position, not one that would probably be affected greatly if he tried and failed. You look at Mark Martin in 6th, he's not running for a championship, and certainly a win for that team would be huge, so you would think he may be a candidate to try it. J.J. Yaley in 8th, you mentioned Kyle Petty, and our teammate, Martin Truex Jr. riding in 10th. I think those are some candidates. I think you look at Tony Stewart, our guy Dale Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, all right now so much involved in the points chase that going forward and not making it would be devastating loss at this stage.
Just like in the truck race last night in Mansfield, Ohio, Dennis Setzer ran the entire race without stopping. It's so important to get a victory. I know that points are important, Adam, 17 cars coming down pit road right now, Adam.
Yeah, top right of your screen. It was right side tires and fuel. The stop with 20 laps to go. If the caution came out now, it would be a major problem for that team. We have a battle for second. Dale Earnhardt Jr. really working over Casey Mears. He takes the high line through turns 1 and 2, trying to make the pass for the runner-up spot with 19 to go.
The two right sides on the 17 of Matt Kenseth. That's not a bad gamble. If you're going to do that, if you're going to put tires on, you got to have enough laps to make them work for you. He stopped with about 20 laps to go. That's not a bad strategy for the 17 of Matt Kenseth. He had about a 7-second pit stop.
18 to go, and Dale Jr. has made his way to second in the running order, getting around Casey Mears. And you have to wonder at this stage if Casey's car is fading, or Phil is perhaps getting out of the throttle a little bit to conserve fuel.
Yeah, in order to try to make this thing as long as you had to, you need to be conserving fuel from the very drop of the green flag on the restart. Casey was running some very, very fast laps, so he may have backed off now.
394 on pit road, 394, gas only. Yes, sir. Clear by 4, clear by 4.
And you heard the call there, fuel only at 394. That's some 11 laps from now.
Our crew chief, Tony Gibson, said it's going to be 2
that
seconds.
That was on the bottom at 3 and 4. Really good, real good.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. is gaining on the leader, Tony Stewart. He's been picking off about 1/10 of a second a lap. Jeremy Mayfield, who had a strong run tonight, coming to pit road, top right of your screen. Also top right of your screen, a battle for position between Jimmy Johnson and Denny Hamlin, going at it for 4th. Pit strategy could be the key here tonight. Dale Jr. riding second, continues to work the low line through turns 3 and 4. 15 laps to go at Charlotte.
15 laps to go, 15.
It's been pretty relaxing so far tonight, but starting to get a few nerves in the gut in anticipation of what may happen here in the latter stages of this one, Phil.
Clear.
It really is. I'm a nervous wreck here, and I did this for a long, long time. Dale Jr. right now has the easy part. He's out there driving the wheels off that thing. He knows he's going to have to get to pit road. Tony said we're going to have to stop on lap number 394 for about 2 seconds worth of fuel. Dale Jr. has to get in very, very hard, not speed on pit road, and then get out hard and try to gain as much time on the racetrack as he can.
14 to go. Dale Jr. riding in second. Tony Stewart continues to lead. 2.6 seconds the difference last time by. That time 2.7. Dale Jr. lost 1/10 on that lap. You see Tony Stewart top left of your screen. When will they come to pit road? Will they come at all? Top right of your screen, Brian Vickers, who's led a lot of laps tonight and had good fuel mileage in the early going, running 13th, but perhaps he could gamble and try for a victory tonight. And on the bottom of the screen, you see Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Clear.
Across the line with 12 to go.
How's that lap? Better on the bottom or top 3 and 4? Real good right there, real good.
2.5 seconds back is Dale Jr. That's as close as he's been in a while. Battling teammates top right of your screen. Jimmy Johnson going after Casey Mears for 4th. Remember, Johnson's restarted in the 10th position after a bad pit stop at lap 338. He's rallied back. Appears poised for another top 5 finish at Lowe's. But we continue to watch Tony Stewart, top left of your screen. He's the leader. Bottom of your screen, Dale Earnhardt Jr. riding second. When will they make their move to pit road? Coming through turns 3 and 4 now. It will be 10 laps to go at the start-finish line. There's Stewart at the stripe, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. crosses there. The difference,
10 laps to go, 10.
2.2 seconds. Junior's closing, but the plan is to come to pit road in 4 laps. Tell you, I hate that he's going to have to come to pit road because Phil, he's gaining on him right now.
He sure is, and I wish there was some way we could coax enough fuel out of this thing, but Tony Gibson's giving Jeff Clark the order, just plug that thing in, count to 1,001, 1,002, and let them go. That's all we're going to get is about 2 seconds of fuel. That's all we should need.
Top right of your screen, Jimmy Johnson giving up a spot in the top 5 to come down for his final stop of the night. Kenseth got right side tires this late in the game. I'm assuming fuel only for Johnson. Let's watch and see as he comes down the pit lane. Indeed it is fuel only and a chassis adjustment in the right rear. Johnson is gone. 8 laps to go this time by. 2 more laps till a pit stop. Martin Truex Jr., our teammate, coming to pit road. Mark Martin coming down the pit lane. All these guys in the top 10, but running behind our guys, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's in second, and Tony Stewart, top left of your screen, the leader. The advantage now 1.6 seconds. Dale Jr. is gaining. Stewart
next time,
off pit
old man.
road.
Next time. You are the leader. Next time. Gas only. 10-4.
It will be gas only with 6 laps to go for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Tony Stewart gives up the lead, comes to pit road. Fuel only, he is gone. Junior in the lead for the first time tonight. And he got his
clear, June. Plenty clear.
first advantage at lap 393. Top left of your screen, the fuel man. It's Jeff Clark. It won't take long. Let's listen in.
4,000. 4,000. Get away, old man. Right down here. Right down here. He's a dozen now. There we go. About 2 seconds. Get her in there, Clark. Go, 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 go.
Gas and go with 6 laps to go.
4,000.
We'll see how it shakes out. Denny Hamlin, Casey Mears, J.J. Yaley, the top 3. None have come to pit road yet. Will they play the gambling game, or can they go the distance? Hamlin on the pit lane now. There goes Stewart by Junior. 5 laps remaining at Charlotte.
Clear high, clear high.
Junior scored in 9th after coming to the pit lane. Casey Mears has taken over the lead.
Five laps to go, 5.
Casey Mears won his first ever NASCAR race. It was a Busch race at Chicago. He won that race on a gamble on fuel mileage. Can he hold him off here tonight? Time will tell. J.J. Yaley riding second. He's never been to victory lane in a NASCAR event. It's been a long time for Kyle Petty, who rides third. Reed Sorensen has never won. Brian Vickers rides 5th. His only win came last fall at Talladega, but he's in a Toyota. And they've never been to victory lane as a manufacturer in the Nextel Cup Series. We've got our eye on all those guys, top right of your screen. And bottom left, Dale Jr. riding 8th with 3 laps to go.
You know, Adam, a lot of these guys have nothing to lose.
3 laps to go, 3.
Casey Mears really has nothing to lose. He's not in the point battle at all. He's just barely staying in the top 35. So, hey, it's worth a gamble to try to get a victory.
Dale Jr. a 2 seconds behind Tony Stewart for the 7th position.
Clear low, 2 laps to go, clear by 3 to the 11.
Junior continues in 8th with 2 to go. Mears,
Clear
Yaley,
low.
and Petty, the top 3. None have come to pit road. Final lap for Casey Mears. You see him top right of your screen. Will his fuel hold out? Dale Jr. trying to hold off Denny Hamlin for 8. We'll watch the bottom left part of your screen to see if Dale Jr. can come home 8th. Top right of your screen, watch Casey Mears as he stays on track. And he's won the race. Casey Mears to victory lane. He makes the fuel last. Let's continue to watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. off of turn 4. He will slide in front of Denny Hamlin. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Good job, guys. Guys did good.
That's good run, man. Oh, we were pretty good. Good, all right. Real proud. Almost won a 600. Hell yeah. I'm proud of y'all, man. I'm real proud. What a car.
Yeah, you had a great, you had a top 2 car. We just can't do nothing about that fuel deal. A lot of them guys pitted out of sync. Guys are running in the back, Kyle Petty and all them guys. But did a great job. Thanks.
Man, I'm proud as hell. Real proud. That was, I mean, we've run good here before, but that was putting it all together all night long, you know. One guy beat us, but that was a great effort. Should be real happy. Real bad vibration after I hit it there for gas. I think I hurt the brakes or tore the brakes up on it. Other than that, just tight there the last couple runs, but good.
Yeah, I think I know where it was, and it's in our tire sequence there, but I didn't think we'd get that deep in our inventory, but we'll do better next time.
Dale Jr., Adam Alexander with NASCAR Hotpass. Had a lot of things to overcome here tonight, but a solid run for you guys, man.
Yeah, I'm real proud of my team. They did one heck of a job tonight. Pit stops were awesome. So finally gave the fans a night of Hotpass that they could enjoy, man. We've struggled getting the finishes, but man, what a car tonight. I want to thank all the guys on the team. They worked really hard, and Tony Jr. he'll be proud of this. We did a good job.
What about your boy Tony Gibson? It wasn't easy on the pit box tonight. The tire issue, some battling back, some tough pit calls, and he was right on spot most of the evening.
Yeah, he was. I knew he would be. He's been in this sport for a long time, and he knows the deal. And he listens to Tony Jr. really good, and I appreciate that. But we're going to have to make some calls on our own, and he's great for that. I can't say enough about Gibson. He's perfect for this situation. And I'm real appreciative to him. But the whole team did a good job. Motor was awesome. Motor was just awesome. And
great job tonight, Dale. We appreciate you riding along, being with us on Hotpass.
You got it, man. No problem. Thank you.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. Solid run tonight, finishing 8th. Let's hear from the crew chief, Tony Gibson.
Let's do that, Adam. Tony, what a great job. I mean, just what would you give for 1 gallon of fuel right now?
Yeah, a lot, but we couldn't risk it. You know, we had such a good night. I didn't want to run out, so we were definitely like 4 laps short. So we didn't have any choice. But great, you know, the guys did a great job all night. Some guys snookered us a little bit on fuel, but we had a top 2 car, I think. Dale Jr. drove the wheels off of it, and like I said, it just goes back to Tony Jr. He put a great team together, and we just kind of follow his lead. You know what I mean? So. Hopefully we can just keep it going and get through 6 weeks so we can get him back.
Yeah, you guys did such a great job. Even when you had the flat tire, you lost a lap. There was no panic in your voice, no panic in Dale Jr.'s voice. You knew with a lucky dog, and it came really quick, and then you fought back into the top 10, into the top 5. Very, very rarely out of the top 5 this entire night. It's a shame that all you're going to be able to come home with is an 8th place finish when you had at least a top 2, top 3 car.
Yeah, it is tough to take, but yeah, it works that way. Sometimes the fastest car don't win. We've seen that. So, yeah, the calls went good, and like I said, I got a lot of help. I got a lot of guys there with me every week that helped me make calls, and we worked really good together. The pit crew was awesome. You know, I figured I was just worried that everything wouldn't go right, but it went great, and we got something to build on. You know, we kind of learned during practice. We were off and made some changes, and it builds confidence in the team and Tony Jr. and us. So hopefully Dale Jr. will just carry this momentum on to Dover next week.
I know so many people played such an integral part of this. The pit crew, as you mentioned, was just awesome. But we're going to award you for your first time taking over for Tony Jr. with the king of the crew.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take all I can get.
All right, buddy. Great job, Tony.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Tony Gibson, our king of the crew.
So Tony Gibson, the king of the crew tonight, he earned that. As you see, Dale Earnhardt Jr. meeting with some other members of the media and certainly having some positive things to say to them, as he did to us following tonight's race, 600 miles, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., despite some adversities, able to come home in the 8th position. And I tell you what, you said it, Phil, things could have gone better when you look at the finish, because they were definitely the second or third best car. But I think overall, when you look through for what they dealt with, this team came through a lot with a solid top 10.
Boy, they sure did. And Tony Eury Jr.'s absence, for this team to be as strong as it was, from the very drop of the green flag, the team fell back a couple spots and then moved right back up into the top 5, remained in the top 5 the entire night with the exception of that flat tire that they got. They fought back from that, got back into the top 10, back into the top 5. A sterling effort by everybody on the Budweiser Chevrolet. I know Tony Jr., watching Hotpass at home, was very proud of the effort. And it's just, as Tony Gibson said, it was just a testament to the team that Tony Jr. has assembled here with this Budweiser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Phil. Great weekend of racing. It was fun to spin a Coca-Cola 600 with you. So a very fun evening, and you know, you can't have a king of the crew. Tony Gibson was that without a queen of the crew, and there she is, Jamie Wolf, our Hotpass production coordinator, hard worker, putting up with all us guys for 10 days here in Charlotte. And Jamie, we appreciate your efforts, and congratulations on being our queen of the crew for the 2007 edition of the Coca-Cola 600. Well, we talked about prior to tonight's race the fact that Dale Earnhardt Jr. was 14th in the standings after those infractions at Darlington a couple of weeks ago. No doubt that will improve after tonight's performance. A solid top 10 running in the 8th position, and we'll see if we have updated standings following race 12 of the 2007 campaign as Dale Jr. continues to look over the race car and that special paint scheme. You can always tell how a driver feels and how he's talking on the radio about the race car, and Dale was very relaxed here tonight. And if you would like to know more about tonight's paint scheme, you can go to specialops.org, and the diecast proceeds from tonight's paint scheme will go to the Special Operations Warrior Foundation. It's been a very special weekend here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, and none of our fun would be possible with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and this entire Budweiser team. You see Jade Gers, his PR man there, and we thank he and all the guys at DEI for their efforts here this evening and all weekend. Next week, it's off to Dover, the Autism Speaks 400, and here are the Hotpass drivers. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will be there. J.J. Yaley, a career best finish second tonight, will be there as well, along with Jeff Gordon. Thanks to DEI, the entire number 8 and number 1 teams, and a special thanks to all the production folks here at NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV. We hope you have enjoyed this Memorial Day weekend edition. For Phil Parsons, I'm Adam Alexander. So long and good night from the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte.
Be reproduced, retransmitted, or